I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, so I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
.5.3 The Fan.
And the pitch. Young swings. It's a high fly ball to left. It should end it. Coming on is Martin. He takes care of it. And the ball game's over. The Twins win it by the score of 4-1. The Rangers have been officially, mathematically eliminated from playoff contention.
And there it officially is. Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, starting off here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's over.
Oh, it's over. It was over before that call. It was over, I would say, let's see, I'm doing some math here. It was over 9 outs prior to that. Oh, in seventh inning, this thing was officially over when the Red Sox completed their victory over the Blue Jays. That officially eliminated the Rangers because they needed two things. They needed Cleveland, Houston, Boston. They needed two of them to lose essentially every game, right? They essentially had to lose every game. And the moment that two of them won, Cleveland won, they beat Detroit. Detroit has fallen apart. They have completely fallen. Scooble fell apart last night. That was the most remarkable thing I've ever seen. But when those two things happened, the Rangers were officially done. And they played, no surprise, exactly like a team that was completely done.
And Bruce Bochy talked about that very thing after.
I'll just talk about tonight. I mean, this is probably our worst game. We look dead. I know we got some injuries and things, but We just couldn't get anything going. Made too many mistakes. We got to do a better job of hitting the field. We do as staff to make sure they do that. That's not going to work tonight. So, sure, we've dealt with a tough week, with the play, and this is not how we want to finish. And so we're going to find out here in the next few games who's going to be out there ready to go. I just think the intensity's got to get up here. I really feel that during this game that maybe some focus wasn't there like it needs to be.
Wow.
Yeah, look, they this has been a problem the last couple of games. They're
8 straight.
Yeah. Like you could tell that their at bats are just like, all right, can we just go home? They took no walks. They saw 110 pitches last night in 9 innings. Okay, that's pretty low. Meanwhile, the Rangers threw 184 pitches, and the Twins only threw 110.
Wow.
Okay, that just tells you that you're just swinging at the first pitch, or you're swinging early in the count. You're just trying to get out of there. Like, you're not really worried about. You're either trying to hit a home run if you see your pitch, or you're just like, all right, I just want to put the bat on the ball. I want to go home. And that happens throughout the course of all seasons when you're out of it, but they weren't out of it to start the day. Now, I guess they were out of it, like, realistically, because you would have had to have 2 teams basically go on Detroit Tiger-like losing streaks, but, it's like there was still a chance. There was still, there's still a mathematical chance at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the way this ends. First off, I have a hard time believing yes, it was bad, but I have a hard time believing this was like the worst performance the Rangers have put on the field this year. There have been plenty of these where we've come in the next day and gone, that was awful. I don't know. It's frustrating because it's officially an end and you look back and you start reflecting on it. We're already figuring out for the Cowboys who's at fault. Well, it's Matty Eberflus. It's this person. It's this person. With the Rangers, it just feels like y'all all dropped the ball. I mean, the pitching staff was good, but outside of that, you just go like, y'all all weren't good enough. Collectively, you weren't good enough. And it's frustrating because you thought you had one of the better offenses in baseball. You thought they were going to rebound. They really didn't. They had to make the switch with Brett Boone in the middle of the year. That helped some, it appeared. But at the end of the day, it was like, okay, no, there's a talent deficit here. You've done a poor job self-scouting and internally looking at how good is our baseball team, and you've misjudged how good your baseball team is. And it feels like this is 2 years in a row where you've kind of misjudged how good your baseball team is.
If you had to put together a quick 2 sentences on it just to summarize why they missed the postseason, it would be what?
Well, they couldn't hit. Quite simply, they couldn't hit. They couldn't hit enough for most of the year. They had a little stretch, right? They had a little stretch from like June 7th till, the end of July where they were, scoring 5 runs a game. That's great. But for the most part, this team, and it's not just this year, outside of the playoffs in 23 and the first 60 games of 2023 and about that 45 to 50 game stretch in the middle of this year, this team hasn't hit in 3 years. They haven't hit in 900 days. Like, I think when you go into this offseason, you got Evaldi, you got DeGrom, you got Leiter, you think you got a decent top 3. Okay, Merrill Kelly, let's see what happens there. They re-sign him. Some of the other guys, look, you got to find bats. They've got to lean into offense. Like the Cowboys try to lean into run defense. This team better lean into offense.
25th in batting average in all of Major League Baseball, 22nd in runs scored, 26 in team OPS.
When we get progress reports for my kids at school, they'll get these little like letter indicators, and they'll be like M or E or whatever else. This is Texas's S, which is somewhat meets expectations because the pitching staff was great this year, and just baseline expectations for what you thought most of the guys in the lineup should have been, they didn't come close. Nope. I mean, down guys who have been here before, Wyatt Langford, Marcus Semien, and then guys who you brought in. Jock Peterson, great that he hit a home run last night and put their only run on the board, but Jock Peterson was a disaster here this year.
And what do you do about Josh Young moving forward? Is he an everyday third? I mean, look, he's still young. He's still got team control, so it's like, all right, I would not blame them for not wanting to give up on him, but I think there are plenty of organizations out there that like are looking to win championships every year. Like I don't know if he's on the Dodgers. If the Dodgers aren't like, all right, we need to upgrade. You know, I don't think the Dodgers would just sit around and wait for Josh Young. I think they'd be like, all right, we need to upgrade. That's and I think that's what your championship team needs to do.
I mean, if you want to take like qualifying batters on the team, this is how bad your year went. Josh Young led the team in batting average.
Oh my gosh.
His 253 is the highest batting average. Seager's is higher. It's 271, but Seager would not qualify for league like batting average.
A guy you sent
What a
down.
great job by the boys.
No. A guy you sent down multiple times led your team in qualified average. Wow.
That's tough to take. There's a lot of holes. Like Simeon he's aging. Like let's be fair on this one. He's aging. Seager gets hurt quite a bit. Adolis. Yeah, and he's got a contract coming up.
Jonah.
Like so have it like he's, you know, like obviously
Like I'm down to have Higgy play over Jonah right now.
Yeah.
Higgy's a solid player, man. Like I loved the pickup. He was good in San Diego. He was good in New York. He could play. I mean, he comes up with big hits. I'm fine with that.
Evan Carter.
What are you going to get from him?
We were hoping that this year was an answer on Evan Carter.
It
or
gave
a
us more
bounce back.
questions. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot. Now they're not problems that can't be fixed. Throw some money at it, they can be fixed.
I mean, some of it can't be fixed with Carter specifically. You
can't
get
fix Simeon's contract.
You can't fix Carter's injuries right now. Carter, there was a stretch this year where you're like, okay, he's putting it together again. Yeah. And like, okay, but I mean, he looks like a guy who's just always going to be hurt. And I don't know if it's just the frame that he has and how he plays and different things like that. But yeah, this is, if you take out even qualified leaders, it's tough when the top four, it's Corey Seager in batting average on the team. It's Corey Seager, and then it's Rowdy Tellez, Dylan Moore, and Sam Haggerty. They've all been better than everybody else that you have in your lineup that you're paying.
So the Texas Rangers officially eliminated from the postseason last night on this radio station. Over to the world of college football, where a lot of news was being made. It is finally over for Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State. They are going to pay him $15 million to sit at home throughout the remaining 3 years of his contract. Mike Gundy is out.
It was, I'm 40. Yeah, what was it? It was 20 years and a day after the anniversary of that. When he gets fired a day after the anniversary of the I'm a man, I'm 40
You think
speech.
they waited that one day? That's
yeah, almost like yeah, because if they would have had to have made that fired, it would have been like, no, that's gonna have too much on it. But no, this is I know a couple people who have been around like the Oklahoma State football team in terms of just whether it be reporters or different things like that over the last decade, and this sounds way overdue. Like he could be sort of a tyrant in Stillwater, and I mean not even just publicly what you see, like behind the scenes apparently it can be a little worse. But this is a guy who I think he's probably not. Like we look at Dabo and some of these other guys, it's like they're probably not a guy who's really built to succeed in the era of NIL.
No, that's been like the issue with them, or one of the issues is, I mean, first of all, T. Boone passed away, so some of the money dried up and some of his support dried up. But he didn't embrace the portal and the NIL in the way that some of the other guys did. Now, some of the other guys got out. Like Saban was like, "Well, shoot, man, I'm just going to leave. I don't want to." We saw a lot of it in college basketball. Coach K. Jay Wright, they're all like, yeah, well, we're done here. But he just didn't embrace it the way he should have. And that was his downfall ultimately, because this is the winningest coach in program history. It's been there 20-something years. Like, do you like that? That's a guy that basically, once you hit 20 years, it's like you kind of leave when you want to leave at that point. But he didn't embrace it, and they were like, we're done.
Oklahoma State opens Big 12 play against Baylor on Saturday. Their average of 14 points per game this year is the program's lowest through 3 games since 1991. They gave up 11 plays of 15-plus yards. They made just 3 trips to the red zone, and they were outgained. This is all against Tulsa, 424 to 403. So the Tulsa loss ends up ending it.
That's like imagine Texas losing to
UTEP a couple weeks ago.
UTEP, yeah. Kind of on the same, Texas State, right? Kind of on the same, level, right? But now, kudos to Oak State, because all the players that play for Oklahoma State can redshirt this year right now, because they hadn't played their 4th game yet.
Yeah.
So they did it. They did a solid for the player. Because now every player can go into the portal. They can jump into the portal if the coach leaves. But they also get a red shirt, so now they don't lose a year of eligibility.
The best tweet yesterday was Danny Davis at the Austin American-Statesman. He said, "Stunning news. I really thought they'd let Mike Gundy go out on his own terms, and they spelled it OAN."
Ooh.
Wow.
He had to do that apology video with Chuba Hubbard years ago. Meanwhile, in Oklahoma, devastating news as John Mateer is going to miss a month with a broken hand.
Yes, he is. This is one of those things that's like, nobody knew about this?
Almost like a Tyler Booker ankle.
Well, it happened in the Auburn game.
Yeah, but I don't remember them talking about it at all during that game, right? And here he is. He's going to miss. I mean, he's going to miss the Red River game. He is going to. I mean, maybe he'll come back for. Hopefully, he's not. He's going to miss. We play him, and we play him November 1st, so he'll probably be back by then. But this changes everything. This changes the playoff. This changes the national title contender. This changes the Heisman Trophy. This changes everything in the sport.
After a trip to South Carolina, so they face the Longhorns October 11th. After a trip to South Carolina, the Sooners close out the regular season with 5 straight games against ranked opponents. Number 13, Ole Miss. Number 15, Tennessee. Number 18, Alabama. Number 20, Missouri. And number 4, LSU.
Yeah, if he's out a month, which is kind of what they're talking about, that he'd be out for a month, which, man, how long was Dak out when he broke his thumb? Wasn't that like 6-7 weeks? Something like that? Yeah, 6-7. Yeah, I know, Chup. No, this would be, I would bet you that's what they really try to accelerate and push for, is like, just get back for Ole Miss so that we can get you in time for this run of ranked opponents. But fortunate for Texas, they're gonna miss old John Mateer, and that changes the whole complexion of the game. Although that would have leveled things out if you had Arch and John Mateer with a broken thumb, you would have been seeing the same quarterback.
And how good is Michael Hawkins? He's from Dallas.
He can run. He played a couple of games last year.
He played against you guys.
He did. He came in when Jackson Arnold was doing nothing. And it was, look, now, obviously you don't prepare for him. You didn't prepare. You prepare for a different quarterback, different type of quarterback. But he moved the football. So, I mean, he could throw and he can run. Now, Mateer runs well, too, so it's not like it's a different type of player. But, yeah, he can play.
I'm not afraid of Michael Hawkins. They'll be fine.
I don't think you should be afraid of him, no. Obviously, Mateer's the Heisman favorite, or was.
Did the armpit just give the Dallas Cowboys a much-needed new safety? Everyone is asking our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt if Dallas should go and pick this guy up, and Micah Parsons on what it's going to feel like to get his hands on Dak Prescott. We take you inside the stars, we always do, next here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The...
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe? No.
Nutmeg Babies.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones making some headlines yesterday after he joined us here on the program, as he does every Tuesday at 8:30. He will be on the KNC Masterpiece Friday at 10:30. Good morning, Metroplex. And shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Hopefully you won that Green Bay Packer Suite ticket giveaway package, SUITE, to see the return of Micah Parsons on Sunday night. You'll hear it right here on 105.3 The Fan. But yesterday, Bobby, a lot of people wanted your thoughts on the release of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, surprisingly cut in Houston. The Texans traded their 2022 first-round pick, Kenyon Green, to the Eagles for CJG in March. He had 6 interceptions in 2024 for Filthy. Has struggled to pick up D'Amico's defensive scheme this year. So Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, could he be better than Donovan Wilson or whatever the Cowboys are throwing out?
No, probably not. I guess anything could happen. I guess he could always have a change of heart. But no, I would kind of think that's unlikely. This was over at ESPN. The Texans beat writer had been reporting on Chauncey Gardner-Johnson recently. And he said each of the Texans' 3 losses have been by a touchdown or less. At minimum, according to team sources, Gardner-Johnson has allowed the 3 big plays in those games that have contributed to the opposing offense scoring touchdowns, adding that Gardner-Johnson has struggled to consistently guard the correct opposing player when required to, quote, match coverage based on the Texans' defensive call and the routes run by the offense. That sounds very similar to a lot of the problems the Cowboys have right now, so I don't know if you want to do that at safety. But the other thing that you got to remember, he's one of these guys who rotates teams every year because he is a pain in the ass, really bad. So he was a 30 visit for the Cowboys when he was coming out of school years ago. And I remember the Cowboys have to like they basically have their media team interview people, like interview those players and just get interviews so that if they draft them, they can go, oh, look, we got some audio from when they were here, and you just immediately got some content you can spit out. And I remember somebody with the team telling me, they're like, that is the rudest individual we've ever had sit in for those interviews. Just flat out rude for no reason, was just like rude and disrespectful to everybody around him.
It could have been an Ask Reddit yesterday.
And that's why he fell to the 5th round. He was considered a second-round player, and he ended up getting drafted in the 5th because every team felt like, you are kind of a D. Like, what is your problem?
Man, the people that are rude in a job interview, I don't know, man. Like, maybe that's just me.
You're extra stupid.
Yeah. Well, I am personally, I'm extra stupid, but like even I'm smart enough not to do this.
Yeah,
you're setting a tone, right?
Unless you're like
trying to say, I'm so good, I'm better than your organization. That's why you should pick me.
So
that's
Shador.
what he's trying to do. Yeah, exactly. Just like Shador. But no, this is I mean, if you're trying to set a culture here, not the guy. If you're trying to stop the passing game, probably not the guy either right now.
He's got a 63 PFF grade. Donovan Wilson has a 53. But what?
This is a fantastic example of why PFF is bad. Like, no offense, this is not my normal dump it on them.
No offense.
They don't know responsibility.
Yep.
So the Texans are telling you he's been awful and he's not doing his job, and they're probably assigning things to somebody else and saying, well, it's really that guy's problem. CJ did his job here. It's like, no, he didn't. He was supposed to match. Eberflus's scheme is not going to be as complex.
Yeah.
He would probably be able to play more effectively in it. I just don't know that you want to roll the dice on, let's see that when the Cowboys are the team that they are right now, where you don't feel like you're missing a Super Bowl if you don't get a safety.
So let's get football nerdy for a second. This article that I saw talked about Gardner Johnson struggling to consistently guard the correct opposing player when required to match coverage.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're talking about passing along defenders and everything. I think it was Doug Farrar yesterday who did a video on Eberflus's defense, and he said, Matt Eberflus is doing something that NFL teams years ago trashed and threw in the dumpster, justifiably so. He still has guys accounting for an area of the field in their zone scheme versus the zone scheme that's still kind of that man scheme. And I'll never forget the Vic Fangio game, right? We were all sitting here talking about what is this new revolutionary defense that Vic Fangio is putting on the Dallas Cowboys.
Called blitzing.
It looks like zone, but it's really man. It turns into man. Matt Eberflus's system, according to this guy Doug Farrar, Bobby, you can speak on it, sets up a zone, but you're still accounting for a man versus an area, and Eberflus is still area-based.
Yeah, and so man match or match coverage, however you want to call it, the idea is it's zone, and then as the play is going on, depending on what happens, it can change into man coverage. And so it can be a complex thing for guys to pick up. You got to be...
Yeah, this team can't even cover the areas of the zone.
I've got to... There's an example...
This team can't even identify thirds of the field to stand in.
There's an example of this. There was the throw to Schoonmaker in week 1 against Philadelphia where everybody was like, Dak threw it into double coverage. It was the wrong read. He should have thrown it here. And there were all these different places where they were saying he should have thrown the ball. That on that specific play, the Eagles were in a coverage there called cover 3 sight, which is it's traditional cover 3, which is you get the 3 deep defenders. But the free safety is supposed to watch the running back. The free safety and the will linebacker are supposed to watch the running back to see, does he stay in for pass protection? Does he run to the flat? Does he run vertical? And as they're watching that, depending on what he does, their responsibility changes. So, like, for instance, if he goes to the flat, all right, the linebacker's supposed to take that. The safety's supposed to stay in his zone. If he's going seam, well, all right, the safety's now supposed to take that route. So it's a lot of reacting and adjusting on the fly. And if Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is not super sharp in that area, then, yeah, you're going to lead to a bunch of... It's going to look like the Kaiir Elam stuff, where Elam thinks they're in one defense and they're in another, where Gardner-Johnson just thinks, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to be doing this. It's like, no, your responsibility changed and you didn't adjust to it.
So that is a Bobby Belt no on C, JG. I always get the letters confused. The pain in the ass from Philly and Houston. Micah Parsons did an interview with the Associated Press, and they asked him, how would it feel to finally register a sack on your old good friend Dak Prescott?
You know, it's gonna be painful. You know what I mean? Dak's my guy. You know, he was always like a good mentor for me. But you know what it is. I always told him if I ever faced him that, you know, it'll be a great matchup. So I'm excited to see what Sunday brings himself.
I don't think he really thinks it's going to be painful.
Yeah,
I don't at all. I think he's
maybe for Dak.
Look, he's given his answers. I don't know. I don't think necessarily that they were like super close, Dak and Micah, and so.
Dak on the leadership council, as I would imagine.
Yeah, he's got a captain's patch.
Yeah.
So,
well, I had someone behind the scenes, little late to the party, but texted me yesterday saying I heard that everybody on the leadership council gave the okay for the Micah deal. That's what someone told me.
Yeoman.
It was not. Don't out Kyle Yeomans as my source.
No, Kyle Yeomans was on the leadership council.
It was unanimous.
Yes, it was unanimous.
Apparently, I know everybody rolls their eyes at that. It really was from everything I can tell. That everybody who was consulted on it was like, at the very least, said, do what you got to do.
I don't know, man. I mean, he said right there that Dak was a mentor. So,
he called DeMarcus Lawrence a mentor, too.
That's he says it'd be painful.
Well, we got here, of course, because of the ugly negotiation, the way Jerry and all sides went about it. Todd Archer dove into it yesterday.
Yeah, Todd Archer and Dan Graziano and a couple other of their writers in Green Bay at ESPN had contributed to this report too, which they were just talking about in general the Cowboys process for negotiating contracts and wanting to deal directly with agents. And there were some interesting notes in here. They write, there's nothing in the collective bargaining agreement that explicitly prevents the discussions, although several agents said it is not a good look to circumvent them and go to the player who might not know all the details that could end up costing the player money. While the agents work for the players, they are also protecting their own interests by making sure they're involved in all parts of the negotiation. One agent who has experience doing deals with the Cowboys said, we have, not exaggerating, probably 30 categories we use to evaluate a deal. Whether it's new money, old money, guarantee structure, whatever, that's too many moving parts, and it takes more than a handshake. They talk about how in December, Parsons said, Jerry's my guy. In April, Jerry Jones said Parsons was one of 3 people who have his cell phone number. Very close, yet 4 months later, he gets traded away after that contentious meeting and the fallout that came from that. But some of the stuff they write in here about how Jerry has dealt with players directly before is really fascinating. They say over the years, the Joneses have worked deals to varying degrees with many players: Romo, Witten, Ware, Zach Martin. The minute details are then worked out by the agent effectively Executive Vice President Stephen Jones with the help of Adam Pacifica, their salary cap guy. But the Cowboys don't force it on a player. So Stephen has said if somebody wants an agent to get involved, we let the agent get involved and we step back. I guess they said just not in the instance of Micah Parsons is one of them. But the note in here that was really interesting to me was the way Dak's negotiation went down. That they had talked about that when Dak was going through his negotiation, he told them, hey, deal with my agent. And that's all we're going to do. Well, he ended up having dinner with Stephen Jones, agreed to it during training camp while his contract negotiations were ongoing, in part because former and older Cowboys such as Jason Witten and Zach Martin told him it was a necessary part of the process of trying to get a deal done. This is a quote from one agent. You have to play the game. They want to feel the love, the connectivity with the player, but you've got to be willing to give pushback. You've got to be willing to say, I can't get into the numbers. That's for my agent to talk about. And I think that's consistently the thing that we've all assumed happened with Micah, is that Micah, if he was just sitting down to have dinner or whatever else, might have gotten pulled in too far to the conversation. That then it was a barrier that was crossed. And if the Cowboys really do want to feel the love and they want to feel that connection of like, look, we'll get through the negotiation, but you gotta woo me a little bit. You gotta hold my hand and you gotta take me to dinner and you gotta make me feel pretty. Like if you're doing those things and they didn't feel it for Micah, you could see how it can kind of go sour with those sort of things.
Jerry Jones spoke about facing Micah Parsons a lot with us yesterday and in this clip.
Well, again, I have all the respect in the world for him, and we know him well. And so you can bet that we'll be preparing for what he brings to the table. And we'll be trying to come up with some antidotes for it, too.
This whole thing is hilarious that it was never personal. We played all the audio.
It's just business, Sonny.
We were there at training camp. We heard all the digs, all the slights. You taking it way over the line, Jerry, compared to how you treated CeeDee Lamb, Zeke.
Well, the cheers were louder. The cheers were louder for CD.
The cheers were louder was, to me,
the funniest.
That was the pettiest.
It was like a faint whisper compared to the cheers.
There are two things of this whole thing that stood out to me the most. One is that comment. The other one is, I find it really odd that like 3 players have his cell phone number.
Yeah.
I think I don't know, you should have your boss's number. That's what a concept.
Agreed.
I don't know.
I have no idea how common that
I think
is.
a lot of fans would say that they think it was ridiculous if every player had access to Jerry like that. You should have like
The
a
GM.
chain of command though. Like you have your head coach and it shouldn't just jump up like that.
No.
It's the
If
boss
you're the
boss.
GM.
He's the boss's boss.
Yeah, but those same people would also say he's not really the GM. They would say he's really the owner and he's just meddling.
What did Jimmy Kimmel have to say last night? Did he apologize in his return to TV? And the Chicago Cub explaining why he's missing games for Charlie Kirk. Next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Sean, RJ, and Roberto trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with the Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. Would Jimmy Kimmel make it back on air? He did. Was it under certain restrictions? Sounds like not. Would everybody throughout the country air it? The answer is no. Here's Jimmy Kimmel back on his show last night. My prediction yesterday was he would clarify and then double down. He wasn't all of a sudden going to not insult Donald Trump and apologize over and over and over again. Here was Jimmy Kimmel addressing his controversial comments.
But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. I have many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever.
So no real official apology, but Jimmy clarifying the monologue that got him in trouble. I don't hate Jimmy Kimmel like personally, like a lot of other people do. I don't watch his show. I don't watch any late night television. But the sarcastic side of me, the cynical side, has to point out in listening to this 17-minute monologue this morning, his voice did just manage to crack up at the absolute perfect times. It seemed to be on demand.
Of a young man.
was able to recall that sympathy and that cracked voice pretty easily.
Maybe he had acting lessons at some point. You know, who knows, right? Maybe he really meant it.
Maybe
he really meant it.
Yeah, I just got to point that out, being cynical.
I mean, he points out exactly what the problem is in general in this country with everybody. No, I think this is a safe take.
This thing, though.
Kimmel just said, "I wasn't doing that. I would never do that. Yada yada yada." If this were reversed, I would have reacted the same way they did. Which again shows, like, if it's reversed, everybody just adjusts their perspective on what it is. Like, he just admitted he adjusted his perspective because he sees it like he's on a different side.
Or that was a fake statement.
And so to me, it's like,
right.
That's the problem, is that whatever flip side is, you can take the same issue.
Yep.
And if it's one side on this side and one side on this side, then it's going to have certain takes. And then if you flip it, they will flip their takes with it too.
It's the Bruce Pearl situation. The Bruce Pearl situation, like he retires, right? He's an outspoken person. If you don't agree with his outspoken comments, he's divisive. All right. If you do agree with him, you are fine with it.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing like with Popovich, Steve Kerr.
LeBron,
the same people who call Bruce Pearl divisive would not call Steve Kerr divisive. And it's just
keep politics out of sports.
Right.
If you don't like Kaepernick, it's fine if you honor Charlie Kirk.
Right. And it's like it's sad that I could tell based on my thoughts of your political leanings what your opinion is going to be on this topic. And that's a problem. And that's a big problem.
We've got in general in this society, we've got a courage of conviction problem, and having genuine, things that you believe in and hold to and remain steadfast on, regardless of where other people fall down on it. And I'll give That's one thing that I can say about Charlie Kirk throughout all this. That's just not a political thing. I can give Charlie Kirk credit for, above anything else, he had courage of conviction. He was the same on whatever his issues were in the face of anybody who was criticizing him or upset with him or anything else. And I think that's still another example here with Kimmel of just that's a problem that we have right now.
But do you think like Sean Hannity has courage of conviction?
No, because I think Sean Hannity has flipped before millions of times on a million different issues, and it's pretty clear. I think there were clearly things that if the whole party or the whole country would have flipped on certain issues, Charlie Kirk probably wasn't going to move off of them.
Okay. What's going on with the Cubs, speaking of Charlie Kirk?
So
and take me through a little bit of the recap of his memorial service.
Okay, so it was long. We were sitting there.
There was coverage of this, though, before sunrise, the morning of, on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I was thinking this was going to get up to 300,000 people.
Yeah,
they were estimating 100. They'd have a second arena for the carryover crowd.
Right, they did, which I guess is the hockey arena, the basketball, whatever it is, right? But yeah, you could watch this. Some of the people, some of the people on Sarah's group chat were watching this at 8 in the morning, and so we just flipped it on, and it's not anywhere to be found. I'm like, where are you guys watch this? And it was oh, it's on the app or whatever. But
I'm really surprised. Should I be surprised that this wasn't? It wasn't on Fox News?
The actual memorial at 1 o'clock was.
Okay.
But all the music that they had country singers and gospel singers singing before.
Does CNN cover it?
I don't know.
Oh, shocker.
I don't know. I watched that more than you would think.
Oh, okay.
I watched that more than the other ones.
Know thy enemy.
Yes, absolutely, right? But it was as expected. And then, they had a lot of, really good speakers. And then, of course, it got political at the end, and it didn't need to.
Tylenol.
They kind of hinted at Tylenol, and I was like,
Tylenol and tariffs.
Yeah, and I was like, we don't need. This is a memorial here, man. We don't need to. We don't need the weave, the 40-minute weave on tariffs and Tylenol, whatever. But yeah, Sarah, I got banished. I got banished to the other room. She was watching that. She was in tears when his wife spoke. Oh man, she was breaking down.
Really?
When she talked about, I guess she told him that she never told him about his gray hair. He had one gray hair. She never let him know about it, and she saw it when she was in the room. That's what she said. Oh, I just heard Sarah just break down, and I'm in the other room watching the game because the Cowboys were on this time, and
you were crying too.
Yeah, I was crying for a different reason. But Matt Shaw for the Cubs, he skipped their Sunday game, and he's a rookie. Skipped their Sunday game to attend Charlie Kirk's memorial, and he said that he had gotten a text from Erica Kirk to come to it, and he said that Charlie had texted him throughout the season. I guess Charlie was a big Cubs fan. Texted throughout the season after games and such, and this kind of created a firestorm. Because obviously it's a polarizing topic. You're leaving your team. You're in the middle of a pennant race. Now, the Cubs aren't really in a pennant race. They're not going to catch the Brewers, and they're so far up in the wild card that they're not really worried about, necessarily making the postseason. But there is still games to be played.
Does this kid play?
Yeah, he plays. I haven't done a deep dive into Matt Shaw's career because he is just a rookie. But yeah, he does play.
He's played. Yeah, he's playing every day.
They didn't realize
a 3-war
except Sunday.
Yeah, they didn't realize that he wasn't even there. None of the media did until a pinch run situation came up where it's that guy would be used here. He would be used in this situation.
Yeah.
Because I guess they thought, oh, he's just getting a day off, right?
How awful is that if you're a player? No one even knew you were gone until you're like, that slow-ass guy shouldn't be on first. Where is Matt Shaw?
But, yeah, so that obviously created a little bit of a firestorm. They asked him about it. They asked him how divisive it was, and he was like, I don't really care. It's this meant a lot to me. But this did not fall under baseball's bereavement policy, so it was a quote-unquote unexcused absence. But he had to get permission from the veterans on his team and the GM and the manager, and they all said, go ahead.
They gave him permission?
The team did, yeah.
Oh.
The team gave him permission.
Okay.
At least that's what it's being presented.
Well, that kind of alters things in my mind a little bit because I was getting ready to go off on him and say if this was a Texas Ranger, in these circumstances of the wild card and a race, I would flip out. I would lose my mind. But if the team okays it, it's causing hesitation, as you're hearing right now on live radio.
Right, because he missed the game. It was either the night or the night after the shooting. He couldn't play. He's like, because I guess he did know him. I guess he was friends with him.
Okay.
So he missed that game, and apparently it was just like mentally it was just too much. I get it, right? That was especially if you know him.
Yeah.
If you didn't know him, if you were just a listener of his. Yeah. That's a little different. But if you knew him, I look at that a little differently.
I do too. I'll back off.
Yeah. I mean, if he knows him, it's fine.
You got to know him though. It can't just be someone that you really
one
liked.
Photo with. Yeah.
You took one photo with and you liked him. To me, you would have had to have a relationship, not just because you were upset that something really awful happened, and then you skip out and you don't play in a contending game.
Like if Joe Milton got cut, Choppy couldn't just go. It would have to be KNC because they have a relationship with Joe Milton. But they would be able to take off for being upset that he got cut.
For sure.
Yeah. All right, there it is. An electrically charged 640 segment here, and we didn't even get into Bruce Pearl yet. On DFW Sports Station, it's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got a lot of news yesterday in the National Football League, including a brand new rookie quarterback in the NFC East. We'll talk to you about it next.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a lot of news that took place yesterday. It's the Hump Day edition. We try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. The New York Giants have made the move. Russell Wilson's last hurrah, probably against the Dallas Cowboys, in lighting us up in that loss in Arlington, because it is now the Jackson Dart show against the Los Angeles Chargers.
It's Mr.
Jackson Dart.
Unlimited.
If you needed any proof that no one around the league is impressed by the Dallas Cowboys defense right now, it comes in. You got 1 week after throwing for like 500 yards and 4 touchdowns, and the Giants were like, yeah, but that wasn't real. Yeah. That was clearly not anything legitimate. We got to go with what we've seen in these other 2 games, which has been awful football from Russell Wilson, and it feels like they were just waiting and looking for their reason to put Jackson Dart out there.
I think this is the smart time to do it. The Chargers are good. They're good, but you're home. And I do think that ideally, even though the Saints stink, you'd rather start them at home. And then you get them the game 2 at New Orleans. So you got to, this is probably a safe-ish part of the schedule. You're not going to wait till your bye weeks until December. So might as well do it now.
Bobby, we have been wrong about Cam Scatterboot so far. The other part of that meathead combo in New York is the quarterback. He electrified Giants fans in the preseason. So reset us on who Jackson Dart is.
Yeah, Jackson Dart is as you will be able to tell just by looking at the photos of him, he's the bro quarterback. That's what he does. He's the bro quarterback who likes to goof around when they're putting the medical tent over him and lots of different things like that. Dart, to me, was fine coming out of Ole Miss. Like, to me, he was a guy that's like, yeah, sure, if you want to take him to the 3rd or 4th round and try to develop him into some sort of a backup quarterback or something like that, fine. I'm in on that. But as a starting quarterback, I would have never taken Jackson Dart in the 1st round, because there's way too many problems with inconsistencies with accuracy. There's way too many problems with inconsistencies in just coverage recognition. The dude consistently in big games while he was in the SEC would fold. It's the same sort of stuff why I'll be down on Cade Klubnik this year. It's that sort of problem that I hate when I watch a big game and I watch you just collapse every single time at the college level. It's usually a pretty good indicator that you're going to do the same thing at the NFL. So there are aspects of him that he's really talented, and he can move a little bit in the pocket, and he's got the arm and all that's great. It's just accuracy, coverage recognition and just gumption, like big game ability has not been there for him.
What'd you think of him?
I kind of like his moxie.
From the RJ Choppy mold.
He is he toes the line on arrogant at times, right? Yeah, he sees that line. Sometimes he crosses it, sometimes he doesn't. He is like he embodied, perfectly encapsulated Lane Kiffin. I think he's like if Lane Kiffin was a quarterback.
And they went after the same age girls too.
Basically did. Boy, and then Lane with his daughter this week. Oh boy. But this is like he's almost, I don't know if he's perfect for New York. Like, you got to have like thick skin to play there, and you've got to be like I do think having a little bit of an edge to you helps.
But Eli didn't.
Eli was just dumb face. He was too stupid to know like that to feel the pressure in New York. This guy, like Mississippi, the SEC is obviously big business, but New York City is like, this is not Oxford, Mississippi, man.
Don't you feel like you would be a little arrogant, though, like when you spell Jackson that way and your last name's Dart? Like, that just feels like a name of like you're going to carry yourself a certain way.
Oh, it's a quarterback name. There's no doubt about
it's
that.
It's like a movie name for a quarterback. It's not like a real quarterback's name. Right. That's what's it's like somebody who you would like some high school movie of like football in Texas, like Jackson Dart would be the name.
I watched this sit down with Gruden, and you think they'd just want to headbutt each other because Gruden's a meathead too. But John was yelling at him like, "Stop being reckless. Stop trying to pick up the first down with your legs. These guys are going to bury you. These guys are going to hurt you." And I don't know whether it was computing and sinking in. Well, but Daboll seemed to love his X's and O's. Like, you rarely see Brian Daboll smile. And when Dart got on the whiteboard in the Giants film room, and a couple of other times, breaking down plays, I actually saw Brian Daboll smile.
It is still fascinating to me how he didn't have snap counts.
That was the thing.
That's still I don't maybe, and I don't pay attention to it like that, because obviously at home you see guys just do that at home a lot of times. I just the idea of not having a snap count is just foreign to me.
Mike Evans is out 3 to 4 weeks. They have their receiver issues in Tampa Bay. He's out with the hamstring, but Egbuka early on, rookie of the year leader. He is balling out.
He's been really good. And he was a guy who the comp I had for him when he was coming out was Cooper Kupp. I liked Igbuka. I thought he was borderline first. I had him at the top of the second, but he's been really, really good for them so far, and they're going to need to lean on, all right, feed him the ball, get him the ball if Mike Evans is out, and, Chris Godwin's been banged up a little bit, and so
schedule.
Godwin's got the chance to be back this week, but if he's not back, it's going to be just feed Emeka Egbuka and see what you can do.
Between now and October 20th, they got Philly, San Fran, Detroit, and Seattle.
Tough.
That's pretty. Now, who knows what
Tampa Bay's good though.
Tampa's good, and then obviously we don't know when is San Fran going to get healthy. Obviously, they're never going to have Bosa this year. But, when are they going to get healthy at their quarterback position?
San Fran's like one of the most phony 3-0 teams right now.
I told you the other day, I was watching Brian Callahan melt down on the red zone at the end of the first half. I did not understand what the hell he wasn't doing anything. He clearly was not thinking. Well, apparently that was too much because Brian Callahan has removed himself from the offensive play caller responsibilities in Tennessee. He will now be the walk-around.
Which... this doesn't. I get it. You gotta manufacture what you have, but he was hired for I don't know, being in the vicinity of Zach Taylor, who was in the vicinity of Sean McVay, right? Like that. You're hired for your playbook.
Well, you gotta execute simple understanding of the NFL rulebook. He had 2 gaffes. You talked about the first week. Not knowing the rule.
Right, yeah, that was the, he said in his post-game presser, well, one elbow does not equal 2 feet.
Yeah.
You got to have 2 feet down. I was like, well, no, coach, it's one elbow is 2 feet.
Yeah. He screwed up the rule. They had timeouts to use before taking a delay of game that did not lead to a punt before halftime. Instead, they made a 57-yarder, a 62-yarder, missed it. Indy gets the ball. They score points on top of it.
Yeah.
So you butcher the timeout. You butcher the delay game. You give them the ball, they get points on top of it. When you're teetering and fighting for your life, and Brian Callahan probably is, and you screw up the first 2 weeks with game management, you got to give up the play calling if you want to try to save yourself.
Sure, and he probably is now going to lean into Cam Ward. All of his focus goes into game management and developing Cam Ward.
Well, he's not going to be developing him as much.
Yeah, what are we looking at? This is the league potentially being duped by... What a great offensive coordinator. Or a guy who was coordinating an offense with Joe Burrow, Joe Mixon, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. Maybe those guys were good.
With Zach Taylor already there.
That may be part of the thing. This is consistently what we see outside of the Sean McVay or the Andy Reid, the guys who stay in their jobs for a long time and are considered the whiz kids at it. Almost every head coach who takes over play calling duties turns it over at some point. And that's why if Brian Schottenheimer is going to be here for several years, we may see at some point him have to turn it over unless he's performing at a level that's like Andy Reid or one of these guys. Because just in recent years, Nick Sirianni had to give it up. Brian Daboll had to give it up. We remember Jason Garrett had to give it up here. Callahan had to give it. They all eventually give it up as a means of all right, let me try and preserve my job.
It's a lot, man. And I've always liked the walk around idea anyway, but and there's certain guys that can do it that do it both, but. It's just weird, because you would think a walk-around coach is an older guy. That's just my perception of it, but you're right. He has to do it.
Drew Brees is back in the broadcasting game. He's going to do weekly hits with First Take on ESPN, and after years of saying nothing noteworthy, just like a lot of other national broadcasters, Drew Brees made some headlines in filthy.
Hey, I respect Philly. They are winning games. They're finding a way to win games. I can't stand to watch that offense. It's the most boring offense.
Okay.
It is.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
You should have seen Stephen A's face when you started with Jordan Love and then followed up with Tech Bradley. Look at me like, did he hear the question?
And did you hear what he just said? He said, I can't stand Philly's offense. They're boring.
Who cares?
Wow.
They're winning. That's okay.
Wow. Well, let me ask you this.
Hey, we're in week 3. We're gonna be on every week. Let's just see how this thing plays out.
Okay. I mean, is that your way to say, can Boring win the Super Bowl championship? Can Boring repeat?
Hey, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, so
But that's the toughest division in football too. Let's see how it plays out.
Really? Is it?
Hey, look, if CeeDee Lamb could catch a post route in week 1, then Cowboys have them beat.
Okay, Drew. I like it.
Shots fired.
When you said Drew Brees first take, I was like, that's not a personality match with that show at all. So they clearly were just like, Drew, you better come out with something that sounds really aggressive. And he's like, I can say Philly's boring. Like, do that. Yeah. And then Stephen A. he'll freak out and he'll press you on it and then call the NFC East the best division in football with 2 really bad teams in it. It's like, okay, cool.
But this is also, it's funny, like, right. There's a lot of people, pundits, and we all fall in a trap with this, but, they just find it crazy to criticize a 3-0 team.
Yeah.
They find it crazy to think that a 2-1 team might be better than the 3-0 team because they can't possibly be better. But that is
Ryan Clark. They won.
Right.
A.J. Brown versus CeeDee Lamb, who had the better day. A.J. won.
A.J. won.
Yeah.
Right, there you go.
They're at least 3 divisions better than the NFC East, by the way. At least 3.
Yeah, I don't know that's the best division in football.
NFC and AFC West and the NFC North are all better.
Yeah, you do know that it's not the best.
Yeah.
You don't have to think about it.
But, it's also like, if Hurts was playing like vintage Mahomes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, right? But he's not. He threw for 101. He combined for 116 yards in a football game, running and throwing, and they won it. They won the game. That's boring.
But he balled out in the second half, no doubt about that. We got some drama with the Ryder Cup. RJ Choppy, our golf insider.
We do have drama with the Ryder Cup. That drama is Brandel Chambly.
Man, he is who's the other Brandel Chambly of other sports?
Wait, is that a real name?
Yeah.
I dead serious thought you were just like doing some mix of 2 golfers like Xander Schauffele and like Bryson DeChambeau. I thought that's what you were doing.
Is he a fake shock jock?
I don't know that he's fake. Everybody like universally just can't stand him.
And who is he?
He's on the Golf Channel. He's like their main analyst on the Golf Channel, right?
It's not a real name.
It's a real name.
Shut up, Bobby. As usual, golf talk. Let him get through it.
So the Ryder Cup is this week. It's Team USA versus Team Europe. It's at Shinnecock it's at Bethpage Black in New York.
Close enough.
Yeah, it's right down the street. It's literally right down the street. Right. I don't know why I said Shinnecock because I think the U.S. Open's going there soon. But it's at Bethpage Black in New York, and obviously they're talking about the crowds and everything. But Brandel hates Bryson DeChambeau because he hates Liv. He hates Liv more than Rory does. Okay.
Oh, Rory's a sellout.
And Rory's a sellout. But Brandel, man, this guy went after Grapevine Zone.
I thought it was pretty poignant there when he asked about the retort of Rory that he didn't mention the goal this week of a Ryder Cup. Nope, he didn't do that. He didn't talk about playing on a team and how much that meant. Nope, he didn't do that. What he did do was talk about his YouTube channel, which, if we want to talk about the numbers that are generated from that, it's pretty dubious. I have no doubt that bots are generating a lot of those views. There may be some interest as well, but that's what he wants to talk about, not the team, not the Ryder Cup. And this is one of the reasons why I think he's going to be such a difficult person to get paired with. No doubt he's one hell of a golfer. No doubt he has his moments of generosity with fans. I've heard about him. But he's an odd duck when he's trying to blend in with the team, and he has so many potential bulletin board mistakes. I think he would be a captain's nightmare.
Scotty Scheffler disagreed with said comment from Brandel Chambly that he is a captain's nightmare and a horrible teammate.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bryson, he's a tremendous competitor. He's a great partner as well. I partnered with him in 2021 at Whistling Straits, and he was a tremendous guy to be out there on the golf course with. He's a great guy. He's a good friend, and he's been great in our team room. Like you said, he brings a lot of energy. The people love him, and I think he loves the opportunity to be able to represent his country. He's a multiple-time U.S. Open winner, and that means a lot to him. And being an American, I think, means a lot to him as well. And I'm excited to kind of unleash him this week.
Look, Brandel is obviously in self-preservation mode. Rory, even though he's on Team Europe, helps Brandel out more than Bryson does because Bryson's on Live. And Rory, he needs Rory. He needs to back Rory.
And when does this start?
Friday.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're supposed to have something today, but rain is going to move it around, so they're having to move the schedule around. So I think yesterday was like the only practice round they're going to wind up getting. But it starts on Friday, and Brandel's already creating distractions. This guy's a loser.
And it should be a great environment.
I mean, that's what they're hoping for. They're hoping for like the crowd to get into Rory's head and into the Team Europe's head, because Europe has kind of owned this format for about a decade.
Are they the favorite?
I think they are the favorite. Yeah, I haven't seen what the Vegas odds have on it. I would assume they're the favorite.
All right, let's go commercial free with the Expressway every day here on Sean and RJ. We're going to chop it up at 7:40, but first, NFL overreactions or not. Daniel Jones is the MVP after 3 weeks. We've seen the best of C.J. Stroud, and Carson Wentz should stay in Minnesota even when J.J. McCarthy gets healthy. Those are just some of the questions for you to answer on the Franklin Frankel fan text with NFL overreactions or not. Commercial free after the
You have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are commercial free. We're going to chop it up at 7:40. You getting nothing but storms today, I hope?
Is it supposed to rain today too?
Well, last night I think was the rapture.
Oh, was it?
That was this morning.
I thought that was December 21st, 2012 or whatever it was.
Was it this morning?
I think it's supposed to be today. That's what I read.
I thought it was all day yesterday.
Well, I mean, the Bible says no man knows the day or the hour, so.
Well, some South African that everyone started to believe apparently threw it out there, and I got odds in Vegas on it. I got rapture odds.
what if you win that it is the rapture?
Oh, yeah.
You're not here. What a bet
right.
from Vegas.
It began last night, and it's supposed to continue into today.
That's not how the rapture's supposed to work, guys.
Yeah,
Read your Bibles.
So.
All right. So I should feel good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
I mean, I can't speak to your eternal soul, but I'm just saying you should be fine that it hasn't happened yet.
But
You've got time
follow
still.
Rapture Talk.
Is that the account?
They're calling it Rapture Talk. Like if it's on Rapture Talk on TikTok.
A South African pastor's assertion that Jesus Christ told him the rapture would occur today has gone viral, resulting in a mix of panic among his followers and skepticism across social media. While some believers have sold their belongings to prepare, the prophecy has been widely mocked online. What will Jesus be wearing upon his return? Beard leads the way at plus 100. Crown of Thorns, Halo. Which continent will Jesus first appear on? North America led the way. And then will Jesus' miracle, what Jesus' miracle will science have explained next? Curing the blind, followed by calming the storm. They're putting out odds on this.
Was it the tunic? Is that what he wore?
I mean, there's a lot of different things that he wore. He was a carpenter, so I would imagine stuff that fits carpentry. But yeah, I would say that them taking betting odds on that's a 7-year play, because that's when he's actually supposed to. Everybody gets raptured away, and then it's supposed to be 7 years of tribulation before he actually comes back. So that's a long time to get your bets in.
Man, it feels dirty even reading those. Imagine typing them up and having people gamble and bet on them. That felt slimy even reading it.
The good thing we know is they'll be here for those 7 years, I guess. So
chopping it up at 7:40. NFL Power Rankings 1 through 5, 5 through 1, and how much did the Cowboys fall? We'll get to that at 8 o'clock with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. NFL overreactions or not?
All right, let's go right to it. Daniel Jones is the NFL MVP after 3 weeks.
It's an overreaction. No, he's not the NFL MVP. The NFL MVP is Justin Herbert, which I know you're not going to be able to stomach, but it is Justin Herbert at the moment. But no, Daniel Jones. The Colts are the most surprising team. He's been effective within what Shane Steichen is trying to get him to do, but I don't think it's like, my gosh, Daniel Jones is just dominating the NFL right now.
What's your answer to it, RJ?
Well, look, I think you got to factor in the surprise element that all MVPs have, right? That we always kind of do this.
Daniel Jones's QBR is 86. The next highest guy is 79.
That's a big lead.
What do you mean the surprise factor? That is generally not the case with NFL MVPs, I feel like.
Well, we talk about this a lot with MVPs in general, right? Like, people get bored by Joker. Like, Joker.
I think that's more so with like Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I mean, the last few winners are Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. Like, those are all pretty...
All right, don't bring facts into this, Bobby, okay? You're like, technically...
I'm not gonna.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna laugh it off, but it's a slight overreaction. He still only, I think, does have 3 touchdown passes, but I think the Colts are legitimately dangerous. They're not just going to be. They're not. Put it like this. I think my hot take: Indianapolis is more dangerous right now. They're more real than San Francisco. That's my hot take on this.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen when Brock Purdy comes back, but if Indy and San Fran played tomorrow on a neutral field, I would pick the Colts. And Daniel Jones is already cleaning up. He's earned $300,000 in bonuses so far in 3 games.
$100K per win, right?
$100K for each regular season win in which he plays at least 50% of the snaps.
I mean, he's going to wind up getting $1 million.
I'm happy for him.
I am too, because it also makes us and allows us to kind of mock Giant fans.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
Yeah, you're getting ready to have Daboll develop Jackson Dart after Daniel Jones all of a sudden is balling out, leaving Brian Daboll?
That was my favorite moment. I told you guys during a break last week, but when we were on the air, or when we were in the press box after the Giants game, somebody was looking up at the screen, one of the Giants writers, and said loudly, they're like, you know what's the difference between 2-0 and 0-2? Daniel mother effing Jones. So they're bitter in New York about it.
He's third in the league in terms of yardage. So I'm not laughing it off, but I would not say he's the MVP.
Okay, very good. Now, next one. Cincy should pull a 2015 Dallas Cowboys. Not trade for Kirk Cousins. Not trade for a quarterback. Start Jake Browning. Let him finish the year.
This is a long one.
And then draft a running back in the first round.
And get a Zeke-like impact player early in the draft next year.
How long? Burrow's out for 3 months?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he could be done for the year. With the way turf toe is, there's a chance he could be done for the year.
So think of mid-December.
Meet at the schedule.
Meet at the schedule, right? Just let him sit. What's the point? You're gonna be a 3-win team at that point. You're not gonna make the playoffs. Get your pick.
Here's their schedule coming up: Denver, Detroit, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, Jets, Bears, Steelers, Patriots, Ravens, Bills. That gets you up through December 7th.
I mean, the problem with Cousins, if you told me I could trade for Cousins,
you could tread water,
and you can tread water, I'd do it without the money involved. I'm not trading for Cousins' money. Atlanta just wants to sit there and let it fester. I don't know.
Well, no, he got into the game last week. Yeah. Kirk Cousins got in and played it. He played better than Michael Penix did.
So that's the question. Like we're having topics here. Is Jerry going to try to save this season? Well, Cincinnati is maybe getting the best quarterback in the league coming back. They did start off 2-0. Who else could you go out and get that's better than Browning that isn't going to cost you a ton? You've thrown out Ryan Tannehill.
What's he been doing?
Kirk Cousins just sitting over there. I don't see an answer for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that's just sitting as a backup right now that you could go get. But there's nobody that really pops to mind.
If Atlanta ate 3/4 of the money, and you could give up
20, his base this year is 27.5. His signing bonus for this year was 12.5.
And you could give up a 6. Would you do it? If you're Cincy?
Yeah, I just don't know CBA-wise what they allow in terms of being able to take those charges on like baseball does. Like baseball, you can say we're taking this money and we're gonna eat it. I don't know what the salary cap allows you to do in the NFL if it lets you just take on that. But I mean, I think if you look at specific to this question, not an overreaction just because Cincinnati's been so disappointing the last few years and people have wondered if Zach Taylor's going to get fired. So if you're Cincinnati and you go, we were already kind of thinking about firing Zach Taylor and we're not going to have our quarterback for the next few months. So if this starts going off the rails in 3 weeks, then let's just let it die a natural death. I could see them doing that.
Yeah, I think look, if they wind up rattling off 3 or 4, then obviously this is a moot point. But if you get to middle of November and you've got 3 wins, what are you really fighting for? Joe Burrow coming back isn't going to do anything. So go ahead and get yourself a corner, top 10 corner, top 10, whatever it is, right? Whatever you want.
You know what I would love?
How about some O-line help for Joe?
It'll never happen, but you know what I would love? The move of let's go get Shedeur Sanders to start. Let's give Cleveland draft capital. Let Shedeur Sanders try to lead the Bengals to the playoffs. The NFL would love that if Shedeur got thrown into Cincinnati.
Overreaction or not, we have already seen the best of C.J. Stroud.
Man, this is like the next Deshaun Watson right now. Houston parallels and all. Deshaun Watson became...
Hopefully it ends there.
Yeah, right.
Deshaun Watson became the most inexplicable NFL question that was out there. What happened? What happened? And what is happening to C.J. Stroud?
I don't know. It's not been good. And that's the thing that... I mean, I remember last year when we were playing Houston and we talked to John McClain and he was like, no, everybody still really believes in C.J. Stroud. Like, that's not a concern. That's not an issue. But the more this goes on, the more it's like, man, Is he
not going to get paid?
So the Athletic asked that question yesterday. They were like, he's in year 3. Like, is he playing himself out of an extension at this point? And
Jacksonville paid Trevor.
If this goes poorly, if this goes sideways, I think he will end up being one of these revival stories down the line. So like these revival stories we've gotten of Darnold and Geno and Baker and all these different guys, like Stroud would end up being one of those guys because I just think he's too talented and we've seen it before. But man, I don't know what's wrong with it.
He got weapons.
He does not look like the same player right now.
First year, 23 touchdowns, 5 picks. The QBR was a 58. Last year, 20 touchdowns, 12 picks. The QBR was a 46. This year, 2 and 3. The QBR is a 40.
Look,
they can't watch. Drew Brees called Philly's offense boring. The Houston media, they can't. They have to look away from the screen when the Texans had the ball.
I'm not ready to say it's the best we're going to see from him. I mean, there's a lot to learn about this position that a young guy doesn't have. But this is strange. It's strange how poorly they've played.
I agree with you. Overreaction. Even his great first year, QBR 58. I would think there's going to be a year in his career where it's better than that.
I would think so too. Overreaction or not, Carson Wentz should replace J.J. McCarthy at quarterback when J.J. is ready to return.
It's a massive overreaction. We know exactly who Carson Wentz is. And I know Kevin O'Connell can be kind of the quarterback whisperer, and it's one of those things where, man, if Kyle Shanahan can just make Jimmy Garoppolo work, why do you need to go look for something more? If Kyle Shanahan can make this guy work, why do you need to go look for something more? You invested in J.J. McCarthy for a reason. I was showing Sean last 2 weeks ago when we were out watching college football. I was pulling up the old J.J. McCarthy Michigan highlight reel of some of his throws. The dude can make NFL throws.
Yeah.
Like, there's no doubt about it. And so to me, no, you don't give up on J.J. McCarthy after 2 games, especially after what you saw him do week 1.
Massive overreaction. Easiest probably overreaction of all the questions you're asking. The other day, Cam Newton, though, he dropped the jaws of the first take set when he said the Cowboys are still a playoff team. Orlovsky lost his mind. He goes, better than San Fran? He's like, sure. And he's like, San Fran would wax them. Better than Minnesota? And Cam goes, J.J. McCarthy, dude. Yeah, they can be better than Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy. So that was Cam still picking the Cowboys as the wild card team.
I would. It's funny him saying, like, better than San Francisco. It's funny that at 3-0 right now, this feels like about. I think Dallas might have a shot against San Francisco this year. This is the year where they might beat them. And as bad as everything else is around them, Dallas, I think, would make it competitive with San Francisco.
And we don't play, of course, right?
Yeah.
Right,
so.
yeah, of course. That's how the luck works. Yeah, I think it's an overreaction. I mean, I would just play JJ. There's, we know what Carson Wentz is. Now, look, I think
we know Carson Wentz is under inferior coaching.
Now we would have said the same thing about Sam Darnold and Geno Smith and all that stuff. So,
well, I can make the case Kevin O'Connell's the best coach in football.
Yeah.
And I
don't think it's a case. I think you can, like, legitimately say it. Like, objectively, objectively, he is in the discussion.
And what was his tree? Where did he come from?
Who? Sorry,
Kevin
O'Connell.
What are you doing?
Now that there's just a report about a shooting in Dallas that I was just trying to get a look at. Kevin O'Connell came from. He was in that whole McVay tree.
He was McVay too.
Yeah, he was in that whole group with Sean McVay.
All right,
but he had a different background because he was a player.
Yeah, but I mean, there have been other players that come from that system and that scheme. He played for Shoddy.
Yeah,
Kevin O'Connell did. So he was a really eager student. When he got out of the NFL instantly, he had gone to Exos, the training facility, and he told them, he's like, "Can I just work with your quarterbacks for free? I'll help them out leading up to the draft." And they're like, "Absolutely." And so he worked with a lot of guys. Then, in fact, I have to go back and look. He might have worked with Wentz back then.
Interesting. Overreaction or not, the Jags are winning the South. They're 2-1. Houston's 0-3, obviously. Colts are there.
It's an overreaction. I mean, I guess not. It's such a bad division, but Indianapolis, I think, is definitively better than Jacksonville right now.
Yeah, but is it going to last? When's the Colts bubble gonna pop?
Right.
I mean, I would assume their bubble will pop 2 weeks after Jacksonville would. I mean, Jacksonville to me is just. Trevor Lawrence is such a disappointment. Travis Hunter's doing jack-s for them right now.
Yeah, we need to talk. We have not talked about Travis Hunter. We haven't talked about Cam Ward.
He's played more. He's played more snaps on defense the last 2 weeks than he has offense. Like they're already almost. It looks like transitioning over to. Yeah, I don't know that his targets have gone down every game. He got targeted twice last week at receiver. That was it. So I mean, Travis Hunter has not been the immediate impact stud they were hoping for.
I saw a stat. I thought I took a picture of it. Something like. when Trevor Lawrence targets Brian Thomas, it's like 27% completion percent, some crazy low number.
Yeah, Brian Thomas has been a humongous fantasy disappointment. I think he had a big play finally the other day. I'll say it's not an overreaction because the Colts come back to earth a little bit, and the rest of the division is so crappy.
28% catch percentage for Brian Thomas.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh,
that's. I mean,
25 targets, 7 receptions.
I'm just waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day when you wave the Trevor flag. I'm gonna sit back and wait.
I've seen a lot of those were just bad drops, but he's not been good either. Like Trevor's not been good either. Like he's been pretty bad. So he is like the poster child for the risk that you would take if you were to be a team and you say, hey, look, we know what Dak is. We're going to move on from Dak. We're going to go get the quote unquote sure thing because we're seeing Lawrence and Stroud, they both have had individual good years.
Which I would
Lawrence had a good year, Stroud's had a good year, but
I would assume at this point, although I don't know, I saw an article last week that was trying to argue that somehow Dak's 60 is worse than Trevor Lawrence's 55, which I'd way rather have Dak at 60 than Lawrence at 55.
No doubt.
But that was the thing. At one point, there were people talking about that idea of just go get the number 1 pick and trade Dak and move on from him because that's certain that Trevor Lawrence is going to be a top 3 quarterback. And it's like, well, this is why you can't jump the gun.
Yeah, I do think it's a bit of an overreaction. All right, final one here. Overreaction or not, the biggest threat to the Bills in the AFC is the Chargers.
It's Bobby's MVP, so you can go first and say it's not an overreaction.
It's not an overreaction. It's at least they're one of the top contenders. I'm not saying that they are definitely the top concern. Baltimore's still really good, but they're one of the ones at the top right now. So yeah, that's not an overreaction to say they would be potentially the top one.
How did you phrase it?
The biggest threat to the Bills in the AFC is the Chargers. So you're looking at Baltimore and Kansas City and fill in the blank on who else. Denver, Colts.
The only question here for me is, separating them from it's not an overreaction. They're not better than Baltimore, but it's not an overreaction to have them in that discussion because I'm taking them over Kansas City because I'm starting to slowly bury the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't think it's an overreaction. But Baltimore losing to the Lions. The Lions don't win outdoor road games. Like they just don't win outdoor against good teams.
Yeah, you picked Ravens by 2 touchdowns.
Same teams 2 years ago. Like they wiped the floor with them. It's same situation.
The Chargers so far have beaten the Chiefs 27-21, beat the Raiders 20-9, beat the Broncos 23-20.
That's odd too. The Ravens and Lions have played 3 times in 4 years. Like that AFC to NFC, that shouldn't happen like that.
Gosh, that's weird. Isn't that weird that you open though with all 3 division games to start a season?
Who's that?
The Chargers. They've beaten the Raiders, Broncos, and Chiefs.
Look, I hate that because you should save these for the end of the year, right? So there's your overreactions or not.
RJ Choppy with it during the Hump Day edition in the commercial-free Expressway NFL Power Rankings at 8 o'clock, 1 through 5, 5 through 1. How much did the Cowboys fall? Well, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Question for you guys. How far after you pass a cop can you still flash your lights?
Oh, well, first off, I do it as soon as they're out of the rear view.
Yeah. Okay, so you do it.
Oh, I do it.
Yeah, all right, I do too.
I do it. The other day, I thought I was in trouble for some reason. There's this cop that turns around, circles around. I saw him in the rear view, and I'm like, I'm screwed. Races up alongside of me, and I thought he was coming for me, and then he got like a last-second call to go somewhere else. But there's been this police officer just sitting on our road, and every day he's just pulling the U-turn and going to get someone else. How long should you do it?
Yeah, so Sarah and I were driving, and there was a story. There was not a story. It was a post on TikTok a couple of months ago. We talked about it where they were like, "Don't flash your lights when you see a cop because that could be somebody who is a murderer that is on the loose, and they should get pulled over by the cops." And I'm like, okay, on the 2%, 0.2% chance that that's a murderer, right? But
I'll say half a mile.
Okay. So we were driving, and I flashed the lights, and then we drove a little bit more, and I flashed lights again, And we drove a little bit, and when I mean a little bit more, I mean like a couple 100 yards further down the road.
Yeah.
But then we were like 3 miles down the road, and she's like, "You should flash lights." I'm like, "That's too far.
That's too far.
That's too far." Is it a half mile? Is it a mile?
I've never flashed like lights to anybody because I don't like to me I don't want to get the dumb pullover for something like just like the quick flash or whatever. And also,
well, you got to evaluate. That's the other tough part of it. You got to evaluate who you're flashing is not an undercover cop.
I will report.
I think of that one.
Oh, you got to think of it.
I will report on the Google Maps and stuff like that. I will report like, hey, cop is posted up here.
So I've never done that. Do you think I wonder how many people actually do that?
What is going on here, Bobby?
This is what I was trying to look up a second ago. Apparently, there's an active shooter at I-35 and Empire Central, and they don't have a lot of details yet, but they're saying that
how many police cars is that?
That's 25 or 30. Something like that on Fox 4 right now that we're watching on the tech stock camera. But there's some reports on social media of people saying that it's somebody on the roof of the ICE building.
The ICE building?
Mm-hmm. Immigration's custom. Yeah.
Oh. And this is where again, so people know?
I-35 and Empire Central.
All right.
A lot of lunches there.
Be on the lookout. So be careful. We'll keep the local news on to continue to update you. There's 30 police officers with lights on.
That's why I've never seen so many squad cars. That's scary. All right, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan.
So why don't you be nice to other people and give them a heads up?
I reported on the maps. I don't do the flashing thing because I'm not gonna. If I flash and I happen to hit somebody who is a cop and I'm getting pulled over just for like I don't know.
No, I got the RJ Choppy excuse in my mind. Like I sneezed and I hit my whatever that thing is on the left.
The lights, the high beam.
I hit the high beams. Yeah, it just was momentarily. I wasn't flashing. I sneezed and I hit it. My knee hit it.
My problem, man, that's an aggressive sneeze to shoot your knee up that high to the steering wheel.
No, it was my left arm. I was like,
he doesn't know what kind of a sneezer we are.
Yeah, you can't sneeze profile me.
Exactly. There you go.
I will always do the report on the map. You get Google Maps, you pull it up, and you report.
What percentage of people do you think driving have the maps up?
What percentage of people driving do you think, as a general poll, I would go like, that's somebody I want to look out for?
Oh my God! Wow. Cynical. You're cynical. You're an a-hole. You called someone else an a-hole. You're an a-hole. Peyton, what's your answer to this?
It's not really distance for me. It's just how many flashes I give. Because it depends on people. Like people are on the road, I guess, at the time. But I'm like usually a 3 or 4 flash and then I'm done. So I assume if there's like 4 or 5 cars, like they all saw the first flash, I drive by them. I'll give them another flash. It's not distance for me. It's just how many flashes I give.
They're saying people are saying 3 wounded. Shooter is dead. That's what the people in the fan text saying. Other people are saying they can't do nothing to you. It's freedom of speech. So that's
it's freedom of speech
to be able to flash your lights. I guess.
Man, my car has more rights than Jimmy Kimmel.
I called that one.
You know what they'll do?
My vehicle has more rights.
They will.
The FCC chairman comes out. He's, I'm shutting this car down.
They'll pull you over. They'll pull you over for like. I got pulled over one time for the dumbest thing, just because they wanted to. They wanted to see, all right, what's in your car, young buck? When I was younger, they pulled me over for pulling too far into a crosswalk at 9:00 at night. And it's like, okay, you're just trying to pull me over to see if you smell something. That's what they do. What's going to happen is if you flash them, they will find whatever the smallest technicalities is. I'll ticket you for something else. I'll get you for something else, and then you'll get handled that way.
Chopping it up here on 105 The Fan. This I've been calling the participation trophy of parties. Dads and grandmas to be are now getting baby showers.
Dads and grandmas to be?
Yeah, so the grandmother of the bride or grandmother of, I guess not bride, the grandmother, mom or dad, whatever, they are getting baby showers now. And dads to be are getting baby showers now. I would have had zero interest in getting a baby shower.
Why? An event to praise you?
Yeah. Well,
it sounds right down your alley.
See, to me, it's not praising me. It's gifts for the kid. It's not gifts for me.
Okay.
I mean, how many diapers do I need to get?
No, but you get everybody focused on you for a day and probably get drunk. And
That's a fair point. I'm in on that one.
This cannot happen. Even though without us, it cannot happen. But the woman with all the that she goes through and hey, as I've said many times, it sucks to be a female in terms of the maintenance and all the crap, and then carrying around and all the pain and the discomfort. No. And what did grandmothers get? Why did grandmothers get praised?
They didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they're if they were lucky, they're lucky they live, 2 states away. They only see the kid a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah, my sister, she's a grandma now, and I'm a great uncle, which that threw me for a loop.
What are you so good at?
That's right. So my niece had a baby, and she told everybody you have to get a tetanus shot or Tdap, whatever it is, and no kissing the baby. And my sister, who's the grandmother, I was like, by the way, you don't have to follow this rule, right? She went in, she kissed the baby like crazy.
Good for her.
Good for her.
You are getting older though, so you being a great uncle is not too crazy. You got to think we are 5 years away from the decade where you're going to turn 60.
I don't even think you just disturbed RJ. I don't even think that guys should go to the baby shower, let alone get one. We're there just to pick up the gifts at the end.
I went, this is a deal that is going to be signed, and we have saved TikTok. So, Bobby, you get to have all your little TikTok things. Rapture Talk is saved now. Rapture Talk is saved. All the TikToks are saved. You get to have that. And Silver Lake will own 80% of the company. Oracle will own another. They will combine for 80% of the company, and that the Chinese parent company ByteDance will keep 20% control.
I don't know. New leadership, new ownership. How's that going to change my experience? How's it going to? There were a few years ago, people were like, "Oh, your favorite place to get wings, Bobby? It's been saved." But it's been saved by a place that makes roast beef, and it's like, well, this seems like it's changing the way things taste a little bit.
So my favorite TikTok, and this is the only one I could sit there and it makes me laugh the most. Sketchy restaurant reviews. This guy and his mom go around to the sketchiest looking places here in DFW.
Really?
Yeah, they put this creepy nightmare music when you're pulling in, like dun 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 dun, and you're like, no, you're not going to eat there. You're not gonna go. And they go in and they're filming like the broom closet on the side and the cobwebs hanging down. And they order these full meals from these restaurants and sit in the car and review it. And you're just waiting for them to get sick and start throwing up. It's sketchy food reviews, and I think it's based out of DFW. It's brilliant. It's hilarious. Props to you guys.
Had you heard of any of the restaurants?
No.
Have you seen?
I make up a few. I make up a few to try to get them out of business.
I was going to say, Bougie Sean is not going to show up at a sketchy looking restaurant.
Yeah, I'll nominate Wet Willie's on there.
Have you heard? Have you seen chef reactions on TikTok?
I've seen the guy on Instagram who watches you.
He's the chef who just basically watches like these what we're making today is Rice Krispie treats, and he spends the whole video going like, "That's stupid.
Yeah,
don't do that." He's good
funny.
too. I like him. He got started through TikTok.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. Do you have any interest in this ice cream? Carnival Cruise Line is making ice cream for their cruises that tastes like sunscreen.
Why?
Did anyone? Is this a thing when you're a kid when sunscreen accidentally hits your tongue or that you like it?
No.
I would lick it. I don't know that I liked it. But
Yeah.
I just would
I would take my nails and I would start scraping my tongue when that happened to try and ensure that there was nothing out because it tasted so bad.
I find it disgusting. Now I'm a spray sunscreen exclusively now, which is probably bad for me anyway. I have no idea.
Why don't you have her rub it on?
Well, because usually I'm sunburnt and that hurts. But the spray, it's just easier, right? You spray it on, but you got to hold your breath. It gets in your eyes, it gets in your nose. You got to hold your breath. But if it's on my lips, I find it disgusting. But I absolutely instantly lick them for some reason.
You're like a boogie eater.
Not a boogie eater. Okay, I don't eat boogies.
Yeah, I am.
Is that why the nostrils are so big? You've been digging in there.
Oh, I dig, baby.
I'm out on sunscreen.
It's disgusting.
I want to know which one.
I would eat the breast milk ice cream first.
I would too, and I want to know which one of these actually stay around. That becomes like this new discovery.
Yeah,
that people keep in market.
I just can't imagine why somebody would have this idea to begin with. All right, final one here, chopping it up on 105. I actually like this idea. A new trend in weddings. Couples are setting up credit card machines at the reception.
Here we go.
This is an idea
I'm writing it down.
Huh?
I'm writing it down.
All right,
like
so
it.
you set up a credit card machine at the reception to donate to the honeymoon fund. Okay? And I think this is a brilliant idea because this gets me out of giving you a gift. This is now your gift.
Okay.
I'm not going to bring you a gift and then throw $100 into the credit card machine. Too.
Right.
This way I just go there. I don't need a gift. Half the time I forget.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I gave you your gift a year later.
Yeah.
I just kept forgetting about it. But if you had a credit card machine, just swipe it.
Do you think that the couple has the understanding? Is there a mutual understanding you don't have to get me a gift on top of it?
Probably not.
See, that's why that's not the play. The play is in the wedding registry, like the gift registry, they have a honeymoon fund on there, and then you just click on that and donate, and it shows up as a gift.
But what Choppy's saying, and he's partially right, a lot of times you don't even go to that.
Right.
And you
show
definitely
up.
don't beforehand. That way you can show up, card swipe, boom, done.
Done.
I like it, but I'm not getting you a gift on top of it, Peyton.
But then do we count the 3% processing fee on top of that? Are we losing money? On our registry, like Bobby said, we McKinsey has put up the honeymoon fund as well.
And
so we have that.
That's what I mean. Like if you show up and you've forgotten, you just go pull up that URL. You just go pull up the registry.
Why can't I just tap my card?
You can, but I'm just saying, like,
go to a website.
The investment to put a credit card machine up seems like a lot more than just go click on this URL when you show up. That's what, when I went to the Tolo wedding of Kat and Sebastian, I went to the registry and I was in the parking lot, went to the registry and went, oh, boom, perfect, I'll do this, and just paid for it right there.
Peyton, where's the honeymoon?
We haven't decided just yet. We don't know if because I have my bachelor trip. She has her bachelorette trip. I have a wedding in Mexico next year, so we have a lot of traveling going on that we might delay it to December or something like that. We might not have it right after the wedding, so we're still thinking about it.
Should go to Vancouver. Seattle looks beautiful in December.
Yep.
1 through 5, 5 through 1. Your NFL power rankings and how far did the Cowboys drop after the Chicago embarrassment? That's next on the home of America's team with Sean and RJ.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so comfortable?
products. I got to remember that.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
It is now time for this week's edition of the NFL Power Rankings 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Text them in. We all took a beating, I believe, in last week's rankings. RJ Choppy's about to have the results. We need yours on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Random Wednesday wheel spin is coming up at 8:20. We have a lot of stuff going on, though, with an active shooter situation. And is he no longer active? Bobby, what's going on?
Yeah, it's not totally clear yet, as usual with these sort of things. Like you're getting different information at different points. The headline from WFAA is that two detainees were killed at the Dallas ICE facility, and one shooter has been found dead. And they are on the search for a possible sniper that was on top of the building.
So this
is two people being detained at the ICE facility that were killed.
They've closed 35 East northbound. Just know that if you're on the road in this already nasty weather. So they've closed I-35. So this is where you're going to get a lot of misinformation, and we'll just throw out like a bunch of the different reports. One is someone was shooting from the top of the building. Another report has people shooting at the building. Then you have someone dead. Then you have some detained. So these are all the different things that are being thrown out there. But one thing that is not indisputable, there's about 35 to 40 police cars at this building and at this site.
It's an insane site.
This is going to be national news all day long.
Yeah. I think Chop does too. I drive by there every day.
No, I take the left fork.
I'm driving by there every single day. So I know that area really, really well. So that's wild.
All right, Chop, how bad did we do?
Well, let's see. Shan Sharif, you had Baltimore number 1, Buffalo 2, Green Bay 3, Philly 4, Detroit 5.
No, that's Don't ring that up because he had Baltimore ahead of Detroit.
Bobby Belt, you had Green Bay 1.
You had Baltimore ahead of Detroit, and Detroit beat him.
So what? I can still have the credit for Detroit at 5.
We don't get the credit. We've been over this. Whenever you have somebody above somebody and they beat them, they win. That's what we decided. So you ranked Baltimore's better than Detroit. So because you had Detroit lower than that, it's still a miss. You just don't like it because it's going to make you 1-4 or whatever.
Wait till 8:20.
Oh, no.
Hey, I'm willing. I can't. I look forward to becoming a beauty influencer. Go ahead.
Bobby Belt, Green Bay 1.
Nailed it.
Buffalo 2.
Got it.
Baltimore 3. Chargers 4.
Got it.
Detroit 5.
2 and 3.
Peyton, Phillip, Russell. Buffalo 1. Baltimore 2. Green Bay 3. Philly 4. Chargers 5.
Ooh.
I had Green Bay 1, Buffalo 2, Baltimore 3, Philly 4, Detroit 5.
So Peyton wins last week.
3-2. I'll take it.
Ooh, that was rough. How far did the Dallas Cowboys fall around the country?
It was pretty bad. So last week they were hanging roughly around 19 or 20, depending on the one you looked at. Universally yesterday, you saw the Dallas Cowboys were firmly in the bottom 10 of the NFL. Most outlets having them ranked right around 24. ESPN even had them at 25. And it's not looking like it's going to get any prettier. But national outlets all pretty consistently between 24 and like 25, 26.
All right, last week we did 1 through 5. Let's go 5 through 1. Right. Peyton Russell, you get to start us off since you won the week.
At number 5, the new team in my power rankings, the Detroit Lions. Back-to-back impressive games by the offense, 52 points on the Bears, and then 38 on the road in Baltimore. They're starting to look like last year's Lions, a 15-win Lions team last year, so I have the Lions at number 5.
Bobby.
I got the Baltimore Ravens at number 5, who in their 2 big opportunities to win big games have gotten thrashed against Detroit and then collapsed against Buffalo. But I mean, I still believe in their talent, think they're a really good team. It's just these big games are starting to become concerning. So I got Baltimore at 5.
I have the Indianapolis Colts at 5.
Oh!
Whoa! I thought about Tampa here. But Tampa's 3-0 with a point differential of 6. 6!
Does not feel like that, though.
I know.
I feel zero amount of luck. They did come back last week. That was a crazy game. But I don't feel like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have gotten off to any type of lucky start.
I don't either. Indy is 3-0 with a point differential of 47, by far the largest in the league. Put it this way. If you took every NFL team's point differential and doubled it, only 4 teams would have a higher point differential than the Colts do right now after 3 games. So I'll put Indy at 5.
I'm going to put I thought about Bobby's Chargers. And this would be a tough game. I still got to see a little bit more offensively. I'm going to put Philadelphia at 5. I'm going to put the Eagles at 5. The Rams screwed it up. That was a sickening. That ruined my NFL Sunday for about a quarter even of the Cowboy game. But I'll go with the Eagles at 5. And let's see if they decide to unlock and unleash Jalen Hurts like they did in the second half. Peyton, 4.
Number 4, the Los Angeles Chargers. They're winning games early on. Nothing impressive so far, but look, they're winning games. Their schedule is really in their favor to win. I think 11 to 12 games. They've been solid so far. Bobby says Herbert's been the MVP. I agree with it so far. Well, Allen might be up there too, but I have the Chargers at number 4.
Before we get to number 4, I just had to look this up as we were talking about the Buccaneers. They have trailed with 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter of every game, and in 2 of them they've trailed with 10 seconds left.
In every game?
Every game they've trailed with 1 minute left in the fourth quarter.
Who are the other opponents?
Atlanta and Houston.
Okay.
Holy cow.
Maybe it should feel less impressive than I'm thinking.
Number 4, I also have the Los Angeles Chargers, who won a game against a strong defense in Denver. But I think the teams that I have ahead of them right now are stronger, more consistent. But the Chargers are number 4 for me.
Number 4 for me is the Green Bay Packers. They lost. I don't care. Everyone's allowed a stinker. They struggle with the Cowboys. We'll have a discussion about it. But that was an uninspiring performance. They go from number 1 for me down to 4.
I also have Green Bay at 4. Let's see if they unleash, if they're ticked off. Matt LaFleur went off on them, by the way, because they were talking undefeated. And one of their players, I think we can run the table. And Matt LaFleur, lost it, snapped. And he's like, game by game, we try to go undefeated, 1-0 each week. And this is what happens, I'm paraphrasing, when you start talking like that. So Matt LaFleur going off on his squad for getting a little bit too big-headed and arrogant, but I still have the Packers at 4.
Number 3, the Baltimore Ravens. I know another loss to a great team. Seems like they're in that hole there early on every season, but I love the offense. They finally got Mark Andrews involved on Monday for any of those fantasy football players that are thinking of maybe trading him or dropping him even. The defense is very concerning, though. That's a defense that, any legit offense can take care of. So I have the Ravens still believing in them, but at number 3.
2 spots ahead of the team that just went in there and beat them handily.
Yep. It's my power rank.
It's very interesting. On the road, yeah.
So tomorrow, Baltimore and Detroit played. You pick Baltimore?
I'd still pick the Ravens.
Okay.
All right, Peyton doesn't know what he's talking about. Number 3, the Detroit Lions. I've got it right. I got the Lions at number 3 because it was a very impressive victory, and I still think that week 1 game that they lost to the Packers is now, given some of the context that we've seen of what they've done these last 2 weeks, that was just you went up against a good football team. And so I've got the Detroit Lions as number 3.
I have Philadelphia at number 3.
Wow. Okay.
It's a good comeback. It wasn't a tremendous comeback. It was a good comeback. The Rams went all conservative. They went more conservative than Chiafalo on us in the second half there. But they won. And
where did you have them the previous week?
I had them at 4.
Okay.
So I moved them up a spot. But they won. They're winning now, and they're Drew Brees is right. They're boring. They're boring, and they're
They're boring. Oh my gosh! Can we even have you say that?
They're getting by the way the Chiefs did last year. The only difference is the Chiefs had a better quarterback. So I have Philadelphia at number 3.
Power rankings 1 through 5, 5 through 1 on the Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. I'm going to go with Baltimore at 3. You guys have talked about the losses. I get it, but I've never been more convinced on Lamar Jackson as a passer. Big time throws the other night against the Lions. Maybe John Harbaugh's seat finally realistically heats up, if these types of losses keep coming, this is a big one at Kansas City. A huge one. They have Kansas City, the Texans, the Rams, and the Bears on the way. So Chiefs, Texans, Rams. Let's see if they can get back on track against two disappointing teams that can't score in KC and the Armpit, but I'm going to keep Baltimore at 3.
At number 2, I have the Philadelphia Eagles. I know RJ's points were all correct there. They're barely winning these games. But look, when you're down 19 to the Rams, even if you're at home, that's an impressive comeback. That's why I moved them up there. The Eagles are 3-0 right now. It was very impressive. Tush push or no tush push, they're still extremely talented. I think they'll probably get exposed by the Bucs on Sunday, though. That's going to be a tough game for them.
Number 2 is the Green Bay Packers. They were up double digits with 4 minutes remaining. They were going up against the number 1 defense in the NFL. It was not a pretty performance, but to me, that's you're given a pass. I still would take them to beat just about every team in the NFL if they were up against them this week. So I get the Green Bay Packers at number 2.
At number 2, I have Detroit. That was one of the great statement wins of the year. Jared Goff is he's the smartest quarterback in the league. He's the closest thing we have to Peyton Manning in the NFL. This is, and I...
What?
Well,
Goff is Manning?
From a style of play. Just he's a brains guy, right? He's a brains guy.
Okay.
That to me is how the position is supposed to be played. I recognize that it's not, that it's gone a different way now. But he's a quarterback. The rest of these guys are football players. Josh Allen, he's a football player. He's not a quarterback. He's a football. That stupid play he did where he was running towards the sideline, did the shovel pass to the end. I hate that. That's not quarterbacking. That's football. That's not Jared Goff plays quarterback. Josh Allen plays football. I think we can all agree on that. It's different, but statement victory right there, Detroit number 2.
Even though Bobby insulted my number 5 of Detroit last week, I believe I was the only one with foresight to put them at 5.
I had him there.
RJ did.
Well, I was the only one in my own mind that had them at 5. I had the foresight along with RJ Choppy, so I'm going to have the Lions at number 2. That was freaking impressive. David Montgomery looks just as good, if not better, than Jahmyr Gibbs. That's not great for my fantasy team. They responded to the Packer game, and that was impressive. They did not blink. So we all have Buffalo at 1.
We all have Buffalo at 1.
Buffalo at 1.
Yep.
Peyton had Buffalo at 1 last week. Oh, I also had Detroit at 5. So Peyton was the only one who didn't have Detroit included.
They were number 6. If we did top 6, they were number 6.
Power rankings every single hump.
They go up one spot, though. They go up one spot in Peyton's rankings for thumping the Ravens.
It's the random Wednesday wheel spin on Sean and RJ. Let's see what we got.
Sports match. Let's go.
Here, Choppy.
Hello.
Otherwise known as I don't win anymore. I used to win.
A Cowboys-Packers version of high-low and an update on the shooter situation right here in DFW next on The Fan.
Get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, we have a developing story here in the Metroplex that's probably going to become national news. This is the latest from Fox 4. At least 3 people have been wounded by gunfire at the ICE building at 8101 North Stemmons Freeway. A man has been found dead next to a rifle on a nearby building rooftop. That is the suspected sniper. So it sounds like someone was on another building doing the shooting. He's been found dead. At least 3 people were wounded, and they have shut down 35.
Just incredibly scary. Like, you just go to work, or you're just driving down the street. You imagine just driving past this, driving down the highway, or exiting, or you are in the office building next to it, and all of a sudden you hear gunshots like from above, Like, that's like, okay, this is terrible.
All right. 877-881-1053. If there's anything that you think we need to go ahead and relay on the airwaves, be careful out and about. You already have to be careful with the bad weather today, and now you have this incident. No easy way to transition into it. Let's try to lighten the mood a little bit. We got Cowboys, Packers, Sunday Night Football, the main event in the world of the National Football League, and because of it, we play high-low.
Baby, we're back, baby. We are back at Cowboys, Packers, high-low. Now you have to listen to this. There are categories here in an era that you have to keep up with. It's the last 15 years, Cowboys, Packers, high-low. So 2010 to 2025, but it's Pro Bowlers only. No sucky players.
Pro Bowlers only.
Pro Bowlers, and they have to have been elected in the Pro Bowl with that team.
Man, I'm really bad with years. Choppy's an expert on years, so I'm going to be.
It's a long era here, but it's doable.
I just got to remember the year before we started together. Basically, the year we started.
And so there are some current on this then.
There are some current.
Okay, very good.
No coaches, though. There's no Mike McCarthy.
Thank God.
So, there you go.
Well, you said Pro Bowlers.
Now, who would like to go first? I don't remember who won last time. I think it was RJ, but I'm not sure.
It's not RJ. I was the defending champion.
It was Sean Sharif.
Yes.
High pitch, low pitch Sean.
Let's start off high.
He's not the cookie-cutter norm of quarterbacks and of people, which is why, so many people are gravitating, which is why I can't do an interview without being asked about Aaron.
I have no idea. Do you know, Bobby?
Mm-hmm.
Let me go AJ Hawk.
No! Yes! Thank God.
Not AJ Hawk. That's all right. We do clue number 1 here for 2 points, Sean. Many people don't forget his time in Green Bay, but some might forget he was on this very show earlier this year.
The person was on this show earlier this year?
Oh. Mike McCarthy.
Buzz me. Bobby smacked his drink bottle off the table already. You know it?
I think so.
You just went,
yeah, but now I'm having second thoughts.
Okay.
We still have one more clue, Sean, for 1 point. He probably plays better on grass than he would on clay.
Oh.
Clay Matthews.
There we go, Clay Matthews. Yeah, he was on with y'all in the Super Bowl, I believe, the Zoom.
Hey, that was good.
Was that a clip from our interview?
Yes, it was. It wasn't about the interview. Yes, Bobby, stop laughing.
You got a point. What are you upset about?
I hope you get destroyed.
Wait till watch it. I'm gonna be 9 God here. I'm gonna get 9. Is what I'm saying.
All right, we'll go.
Bobby, high pitch, low pitch.
Okay, I thought we were going around this way. Let's go high pitch.
I wouldn't necessarily say different things that we have to do. At the end of the day, you have to execute the call. So whatever it's called, you have to execute and, just play this game.
What? A booga. Make a booga.
We played the audio on the show.
Shut up, Peyton.
Amari Cooper. I have no idea.
No, not his audio. Oh, wait. No, that's wrong.
Oh, damn it.
Jeez,
Clue number 1, Bobby, for 2 points. This guy's nuts on social media after he's had a bad game.
challenging so far?
CeeDee Lamb. I have no idea. Nuts. Who's the nuts?
Clue number 2 for 1 point, Bobby. If you don't think he's better than his brother, you're kind of weird for that.
Trayvon Diggs.
The nuts thing, these nuts.
It was good. It was good.
Right.
I don't remember Trayvon sounding that unintelligible.
Well, that was one you should have picked a low pitch. Low pitch would have been the better one there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I will go low pitch just for you, Peyton.
Low. RJ Choppy.
Oh man, it's great. You know what I'm saying? Just to have a quarterback with his type of presence, his type of swag, to be able to, lead us on the field and off the field.
I don't know if he played this side. Greg Jennings.
Very close.
Good guess.
Clue number 1, RJ for 2 points. Guys, give him a break. He might be tired after a long season when the playoffs roll around.
Tank.
That's not a name.
Lawrence. It's a name.
Pretty good. It's a pretty easy clue. Pretty clues right there.
A solid clue.
All right.
That's a 0-point clue right there.
So after round 1, RJ Choppy leads the way for Cowboys Packers high-low.
That's okay. I'll find a way to choke it away.
With 2 points. Bobby and myself, we have a point apiece. Let me go low, please.
I'm very appreciative. I'm very appreciative for the time, I spent in Dallas. I'm very thankful for, Mr. Jones and the Jones family, drafting me and giving me the opportunity.
Zeke.
3 points, Sean Sharif. He's got the lead.
Recognize that breathing anywhere.
Oh, really? Was it the breathing?
that awake apnea that he's got?
Careful, Stacy be coming after you.
Let's go high.
Can you handle the success part with the same focus, the same mentality, the same mindset, the same energy when you're starting to get on a little bit of a roll?
No! Oh, my God.
He knows it. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Bobby Belt. Back.
That's not what I thought it was.
Oh, who'd you think it was?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to give you a free name.
A free name.
Big round 2 for me and Bob so far.
Yeah.
RJ Chopper to maintain the lead.
Okay, let's go high, Gene.
Yeah, those are tough to do day in and day out, tough on the body. So just got to keep myself healthy, keep recovery, make that a priority. And it's something in a dome I should be able to do.
In a dome? Well, that threw me off.
Please don't pull this out of your rear end.
Sean Lee.
Close.
2 points, RJ here. Clue number 1. He's not the coolest guy on the Cowboys, but he's definitely the smoothest.
You know it, Bobby?
Brandon Aubrey.
Smooth like butter.
Butter.
We have a 3-way tie.
Let's go. We're tied up.
Big old 3-way.
Across the board here on Sean and RJ. I am going to go. This is Cowboys Packers high-low 2010 to 2025 Pro Bowlers. They had to be Pro Bowlers. Let me cross a few names off this list that I wrote down. I forgot that clue. I'll go low.
I believe who I am. I'm a hell of a football player. I know that. I believe that. I let a lot of things get in the way that bother me mentally.
I'm going to lean towards Dez.
That's a good guess.
Yes! Got it.
Yes!
Oh, amazing. Was it the breathing this time, or was it the...
It was the early twang.
Oh,
The mentally.
Did
got it.
did Dez text you back yesterday?
He did not. No.
Okay.
Well, I should have let them
He was
off
in
then.
mourning.
One of my
Over
clues for Dez
Dundee.
was that he doesn't want to come on the show. So there you go. Bobby Belt.
I
you
would
need
have
us
guessed
to tie.
Jeff Passam. Give me, you know what? Give me low. I'm going to lose anyway.
Give me more.
Man, he's huge, man. Like I told you earlier this week, man, he's a strong quarterback, man. And, with the way you can go in, you can't really go in low and hit him low. So I took my chance high and I missed it.
Gotta be a Pro Bowler, Bobby.
Julius Peppers.
Good guess. That's what I was going to go with.
Quick buzz, I like it.
You gave me the two most impossible sounding people.
Well,
Don't you after getting 1 point.
Hey, we're all
Oh, go ahead.
Bobby,
Give me
clue number 1. He wasn't laughing as much as his days in Green Bay, especially after getting cut by the Cowboys.
Haha, Clinton Dix.
Oh, that's a good one. Wow.
Nice job.
Are you kidding me?
The laughing one.
You can't give Ha-Ha Clinton Dix.
Ha-ha, Clinton Dix made a Pro Bowl.
With the Packers.
His rookie year, I think.
This is
That keeps Bobby right in it.
No, I lost.
He's already over.
RJ has to get this one.
That's
correctly
why.
first
That's
one.
why if I didn't get it on the first, you got it on the 3. You got seven.
Yeah,
okay.
I've got to get this.
You got to get this to tie.
I'm gonna feed you names.
All right, let's go high, Gene.
We've been more consistent with it, just picking each other's brain, talking about different formations, fronts. Main thing with them, I'm trying to get all the younger guys to just understand formations and how to play the blocks.
Jordan Love.
Sean Sharif. By default is...
Not default, man. I scored 7 points.
I want a clue. Give me my clue.
Sorry, you get a clue here for
I got
2
a
points.
clue.
You can tie Bobby for second place
There
here.
we go.
Clue number 1, RJ 4, 2 points. He's familiar with both squads, but the expectations are high in Dallas.
Kenny Clark.
Congrats, Bobby and RJ. You have tied for second. Now, Sean Sharif, I will play the You Got It.
Hey!
There we
go. Do you have any leftovers?
I do have a sudden death. You want that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. We'll go high pitch here.
No, I mean, you still get that feeling. It's a little different when you're a little bit more familiar with it. It turns from nerves to just excitement. So definitely still get it.
Randall Cobb.
Okay, Jordan Love.
Amari.
Tyler Huntley.
Devontae Adams.
There we go. Devontae Adams.
Yeah, you guys get the ones that don't count. High low. Well done. Peyton, Phillip, Russell with the clues here on DFW Sports Station.
Just really terrible clues, mainly. Unintelligible voices. That was definitely set up for me because we're supposed to go around the horn this way. Choppy should have got those clips that I got.
Well, of course, in case you missed the beginning of the show, speaking of Oak State, Mike Gundy fired yesterday. He's gone. $15 million to sit at home, and John Mateer is out for a month with a broken hand at Oklahoma.
Yeah, I was thinking about...
That sucks, though. I know. I was wondering, as a Longhorn fan, I know that you immediately probably celebrated. Not celebrate injury. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
But does any part of you two be like, I would have liked to go up against Oklahoma at their best?
No. I want to win.
I would have picked OU to win that game, so, I mean, probably not.
You would have picked OU to win that game because you're a Red Raiders fan.
Who would you have picked?
Probably OU, but, I mean, it was close.
Yeah, I mean, he's played at such a high level.
Yeah, he's so fun.
Yeah, and that game is always one of the. It's a great game, but it's now it was going to be one of the games of the year.
He's played at a high level. He ain't seen Texas's D. We'll show it to him.
Is a Cowboys legend about to run the NFL Players Association? That's next in Below
the Belt.
Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ continuing on the Fan, but I already got a ton of Tolos saying they're going to meet up with me.
Straits has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
From one of the most expensive contracts of all time, historically adjusted for inflation, to the NFLPA president. It could happen for Emmitt Smith. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Got a couple different things to go through here. Let's start with the Emmitt Smith news. So Emmitt Smith was doing an interview on Tuesday with Front Office Sports, and they were going over a couple different issues. And we've had Emmitt on before. We're hoping to have him on again here in the near future. He had an event that we had him scheduled for that ended up having to adjust some things, and he'll be on in the future whenever that event gets rescheduled. But he had done an interview on Tuesday with Front Office Sports, and he's very passionate whenever you get him on and going about the Cowboys or league issues or the way the game is played. And a big part of that includes some of the issues facing the NFL Players Association, which obviously has been in distress and just all scattered about ever since their executive director was pushed out. And Emmitt Smith was asked, would you ever consider running for the NFLPA leadership?
Yeah, I would definitely take that under consideration. There's a number of things that I think that the players should do to protect themselves, and agents should do as well. But see, oftentimes it's like anything else that you see in the U.S. You divide and conquer. You keep people divided, then you can always manipulate one of the sides. And the one of the sides that's always getting manipulated is the talent side, not the ownership side, but the talent side. The talent has always been manipulated for the gain of the overall masses.
That's it. That's a nice thought that Emmitt Smith could be the executive director of the NFLPA, and that'd be a friendly face, I'm sure. Or as when I said that yesterday, Mac Engel replied, and he goes, "There's no way anybody could be a friendlier face than what Gene Upshaw was for them for years." Yeah, but as soon as I would imagine, as soon as something would come up like, "Hey, is Jerry allowed to circumvent the agents?" and Emmitt were to just kind of be like, you know what, it's Jerry, that'd probably be pretty quick that people would wonder if he's the right pick for the NFLPA head. But I'm interested by the concept because, again, he's a very passionate guy, and he's somebody who has experience fighting for what he thinks he deserves and going and getting it. So he could be a good voice for the players. But an NFLPA future potentially for Emmitt Smith. Now, when I said that he was one of the most expensive players in the history of the game, this was an interesting article I saw last week. Betway Insider had taken a look at what were the most expensive NFL contracts in the history of the league when you adjust it for inflation, and say, all right, the cap rose by this much. You were this much of the cap at the time. How much would it be applied to now? And everybody's always talked about how Jerry's so cheap and everything else. And then we've seen him pay top of the market on, at this point, guard, quarterback, in the past, running back,
wide receiver.
He's
offering it for DN.
He's going to get it for kicker. Like, he was offering it for DN. So he's paid near the top on just about anything. And if you look back, he's paid it just about everywhere else, too. The two most expensive contracts from the previous era, in the salary cap era, outside of the modern era, the two most expensive contracts signed of all time, Deion Sanders, his contract value in today's inflation, you would be paying a cornerback when in 1997 what he made would be equal to a cornerback today making $50 million a year.
Oh, gosh.
The San Francisco 49ers in The Gambler said it would have been financially irresponsible.
It was insane.
That's why Stephen Jones, put his hands on Pops.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, and they were concerned. Steven talked about it, that they were concerned about how it would be received by players. Like, this is a bad look. Like we could end up doing this and end up angering players because they're like, how are you going to pay that guy that much money?
Awesome scene though in Jerry's office where he's like, all right, you think the players will be fine? First off, Jerry stood up and said, raise your hand. How many people are honestly going to raise their hands? But he had Troy and Irvin in the room when Deion came in, and all they probably really needed was Troy and Irvin to sign off on it, and they both were like, yeah, I want to win championships. Go and get him.
The rank and file generally falls in line.
This is still odd to think about. The two highest contracts. Number one, and it was 99, not 97. 99, Deion Sanders, $50 million with inflation. Number two from that era is also 99. It's Troy Aikman at $46 million a season. So you're talking about the two highest adjusted for era inflation salaries were on the same 1999 Cowboys team. Those two combined took up 35% of the salary cap for the Cowboys.
Yeah, now that you can't insult Jerry or attack him or Steven for paying top of market, now it moves to when you pay them and why don't you spend the money in free agency?
Yeah.
So those are the two ways that they get criticized now.
Now, if you look at the top 10 on this list, the rest of them, they're all quarterbacks, so it's not a big deal, except there are two that stand out that are not quarterbacks. It's the running back position. In 1997, Emmitt Smith was paid $5.7 million annually. In today's NFL, Emmitt Smith's salary would be $38 million a year as a running back, which is insane to think about. The running backs now are generally 15 is kind of the cap, but even somebody like Saquon Barkley, before he got that extension done this past offseason, he was making $12 million a year. And it's not unusual. I think now we're up to finally like 16, 17. It's finally kind of broached it. But the Ezekiel Elliott $15 million a year deal like reset the market and then corrected it. And you never want to be the market correction contract. And that's the concern right now about Dak's deal is that did you issue a market correction contract? Speaking of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jason Kelce, the architect, the brains, the savior of the tush push, the one who went into the league meetings and gave his impassioned Gene Hackman speech to the group of owners there, enough that they were like, yeah, he's right. Let's save this play. He admits now, after the false start has been brought into this, that the play is over, which I love that. All it took is somebody pointing out, hey, they're breaking the rules. They're false starting every play. And Kelsey's like, damn it, they know now. So the play's dead because we literally can't do it without false starting. And so Jason Kelce told WIP this week, I think the play is done. I think that the play was going to be done last year. I think there's a lot of people within the league at multiple levels that want the play to be gone, which is fine. That's interesting, which is fine, because he's acting like unflappable. He says, I think we'll still go back to running quarterback sneak, and I'm sure they'll figure out ways to be successful. I'm not really that concerned with it, to be very candid. Why? You were concerned enough that you flew in on an emergency to go.
I think this is one of these things you have to listen to, and I think his tone would probably be, that's fine. We're still going to be.
Yeah, those will be right. He still squats 650 pounds. He'll be able to.
Yeah,
do
like rest of the league hating on us, we'll still be fine. We're good.
So
I don't think
you think it's Tom Herman. Okay, cool. Hook him. You think it's that?
Yeah.
Like, just like,
this
fine,
is not
fine.
admitting defeat.
Well, he thinks the play is over. That he's saying is like, he agrees it seems like that it's done.
And I bet his tone is because of all the crybabies out there, because of all the whining. He did have his counter argument. I wanted to get y'all's take on this. He said, my argument to the whole thing is the defensive line, when they gang tackle, they can push each other on top of a running back. Why can't I assist my guy? So I think there's an argument to be had there, and that'll fall wherever it does.
Because tackling on the offensive side of the ball is holding, generally. Like, you're not allowed to tackle anyway. Like, there's all sorts of different things the defense is allowed to do that you're not.
For like 3 tackles on the defensive line.
The defense doesn't have a legal formation like to where they could move, and it's like, your illegal procedure, you remove it. There are all sorts of rules that the defense gets.
Tolo Jake said, make false starts reviewable by challenge and referee review inside 2 minutes. Refs can say that they can see it. We used to do this for catches or whatever, but I haven't heard anyone suggest review for false starts. To me, then you open up Pandora's box again of, do you have to review for all the holds? They tried to review for pass interference. That was an absolute disaster.
Never worked. It never worked. It was an overreaction for one play. Right? It was an overreaction.
Yeah, they kept it for a year. They're like, all right, let me go again. We just needed to pass.
But I feel like they didn't do a good job of enforcing it. They didn't want to.
No. Oh, no. Yeah, the reversal rate on reviews was something like, it was ridiculous how infrequently they would do it.
Look, I'm fine with the play, but if they're going to fall, if it's a false start every time, then that's a problem. But the play itself, that's, man to man, man up, stop them, don't stop them. But you can't false start.
How frustrated would you be?
It's done. It will not be. It will not be here next year.
Thank God
we
for
finally
it.
won.
Hell yeah. Finally.
Although I do hate when I'm making an argument, my main initial point for the argument fails, and then I gotta try to create a second. Men do this all the time, especially everyone in this room. A secondary, a third to reach, to desperately search for the other reasons. So I first started off, and I believe this, just don't push, don't have the running back push from behind. And then it was injuries. And now finally the false start thing, which no one really talked about.
No.
It was always Lane Johnson false starting. No one for the past 2 years has brought up false starting as, okay, now we got it. Now we got the third reason, which will finally kill it.
Yeah, and when you're having to find other reasons, but the problem is that it hasn't. I don't even think it's necessarily like that it was proven wrong or anything else. It's more just like it didn't move enough people, like the tush push does, how it moves people.
Then you got Blandino saying not reviewable, right? So all these things have stacked up.
Now maybe that's the compromise.
What?
That on that play they can review false starting.
That seems way too narrow to me.
I will say this. I saw a radio guy suggest, and they should do this year before the play goes away. One drive, totally nothing but the tush push. just get the ball in the 30. Can you imagine? That would be one of the greatest FUs of all time. Get the ball in the 30, and every single play is the tush push. Would they score? I think someone calculated it'd be like a 9-minute drive, so a typical drive against the Cowboys defense. Would it be stopped every single play as a final FU send-off? That would be pretty badass.
It'd be funny.
It'd be funny.
I mean, what's the most yards they pick up on that play typically, though?
3 or 4,
Right.
3 tops, right?
I mean, so you get 4 downs. You just continue
they
to
can do it.
Now, the only
I would love to see him do it. Like, that would be funny. And honestly, it'd be like, this is why we're so good at it. Like, because other teams try this.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's funny. The Eagles were not called for a false start, but the tush push was called for a false start last week.
In New Orleans.
It was New Orleans. It was Kellen Moore, who's been with Philly and knows how the play is run.
Yep.
Goes somewhere else, tries to run it, and that gets it flagged. It does feel like the Eagles do feel very fortunate in that sense, that they do get the benefit of the doubt on some of this silly stuff.
Yeah, Medford was talking about Puka Nacua and the 15 yards for flexing, not on an Eagle defender, and how some of these referee calls, it sounds like we're bitching and whining, though.
It
but
does.
Alec was talking about it. He's like, some of these calls in the Rams game, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it does sound like whining. But look, they were the best team in the NFL last year. Like to me, so I mean, they deserved their title. I'm not saying they didn't, but like some of these other years where they're kind of paper champions or whatever else, like those instances I think are where their benefits start becoming a little more whiny.
Nick Eatman gets you set for the return of You Know Who Sunday night on this radio station. Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider from DallasCowboys.com, joins us next.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has closed.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lake.
Saffron Squad?
Not make mayonnaise? No. You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. The show seems to be flying by here. Hump Day edition.
Hey,
here
Hump
on
Day.
DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. I'm not going to acknowledge the other person.
What was that you just did, Bobby?
I was just fist pumping like I always
We got
do.
in the fan cam.
Peyton and Aiden in the back. We have Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. Man, after what Bruce Bochy said after that loss, their 8th straight, what is Brett Boone going to say after that as the Rangers were officially eliminated? Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, the update on the shooting at the Ice Building here in DFW, all at 9:40. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, what did you take from Jerry Jones on the show yesterday?
Well, I mean, he obviously I like the fact that he is like, you know, I have a little extra motivation for this one with Mike. I mean, of course, he didn't like run from it. We all know it's there. It's been the soap opera of the off season, and so you know, I mean, just acknowledging the fact that he still has those strong feelings towards Micah, but without a doubt, I mean, wants to win this one. This is just like Micah is probably doing the same on the other side.
Are you looking forward to this build up for this game or dreading it?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's a good one. I mean, I was looking forward to it, a little bit more. Now I don't think the Cowboys are gonna be able to really keep up. I mean, not with all the injuries and stuff like that. So you never know. Weird things happen. I mean, sometimes you get undefeated and lose to the Browns. I mean, so it can happen, but once that happens, I don't think Green Bay is going to be – I mean, not that anyone's overlooking this game or whatever, but I think they're going to come in here as determined as ever coming off that loss, and I think this is going to be a really tough one for the Cowboys. But, I mean, I'm looking forward to the excitement of it all, but just seeing – I just think Luka, what did he score, 45, 50 points when he came back? Like, I just feel like that's going to sort of happen with Micah.
Look, the offensive line's not in a great position right now, Nick, but here's the one thing that I've thought the whole time about the Micah thing coming back. Routinely in these big moments, haven't we seen him press, though? Like this would be like the first like center stage big moment where he comes out and he wrecks the game if he does it.
Say that this would be the first time that happened?
This would be the first time in a big time, like, prime time. I'm saying that what we've seen, one of the criticisms that came out here was prominent big time games that Micah didn't come in and do those things typically.
Yeah, true. I just remember training camp last year when he would kind of just be chilling over there with Dak, like after every play, beating Steele or.
I remember Azaraku doing that too.
Cool. I mean, yeah. Well, if he played for the Packers, he might be in this situation. I don't know. All I'm saying is that I think that Micah versus these two tackles, it's not really close. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't think you can really say, well, this has happened in the past. I mean, this has been a very ugly divorce. And so here he is coming back, and it just seems like the perfect storm. And you know what? If they get him blocked, well, the guy on the other side is leading the league in sacks, Gary. And so that would have been the one. I kind of wonder why that wasn't part of the trade, but I guess that maybe there was no deal on that one.
Are you worried more about the tackles or him coming up through the middle through that A gap when you got two guys out?
He's going everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Probably more on the edge, because I don't think he'll be messing with Tyler Smith. He might go on the other side a little bit there too, but I think that the problem. I mean, Hoffman. Hoffman will fight him. He's scared of nothing. It's the edge. Yeah. Him on the edge where he does most of the damage. I think that's going to be tough because how the Cowboys, are they going to take the guy that's got 27 catches this year and Ferguson and is he going to be there to try to help with the chipping and things like that? So the offensive line's been pretty good, I think. Now they've got another big injury, but I think the line's been okay to good. Especially with, opening up running lanes and things like that. They haven't seen a lot of guys having to stay home to chip, but this one might be a different story.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline every Monday and Wednesday here on Sean and RJ. That takes me to the question of offensive line or wideouts. which one are you more concerned about? Like the Lamb injury? I know Lamb's the bigger name and the better player, but Lamb or Booker, which unit are you worried the most or least about being affected?
Probably replacing Lamb, just because the drop off is just way bigger. In this case, I think that you just don't have a playmaker like that. Now Pickens is really good, but I think Pickens is good with the role he is. We're going to find out, and this is a big moment for him to find out kind of where they are. I still think they have capable receivers, but I think the drop off is just going to be much if it's Bass from Booker or however they decide to do it. There's different things they can kind of shuffle around there, but it's still I think the offense. When I look at this matchup and I think of for the last 2 years, it's been the big three, right? For this team. Like if you wanted an interview, if you wanted a really good sit down, if you wanted whatever you want to do, you want to put a guy on a poster, you got three really big options here. Dak, CD, Micah. And now here they are in this game against the Packers. You don't have CD. Micah's now on the other side. And then it's left with Dak. I mean, star power wise to go and play. And this is to beat a Packer team that already ended your season 2 years ago in an ugly fashion when all three of them were there. So this is just going to be a really huge challenge. And Jerry said it. That went out the first word out of his mouth yesterday. Challenge.
Yeah, Nick, I'm curious, when we look at where things are at with the offense, and you mentioned Lamb being out and the offensive line being out, there's obviously the question about George Pickens and his future. These next 4 weeks or so with CD out, is this where the determination on Pickens is going to be made, do you think?
I think so. I think that's a very good point. I think that was part of his frustration throwing his helmet down the other day. I mean, knowing that this is where he's got to prove himself, and he's got to show that when it's time, when he's the featured guy, he can get open, he can make a play, and he did score a touchdown, and it was an awesome catch and all that stuff. But I think dropping that pass and leading to an interception, I think maybe he was pressing a little bit, and we'll see here in these next 3 or 4 games or however many games that CD is going to be out. We'll see what this does for him and how the coverage rolls his way and how he handles it. I mean, we know he can make plays. He's going to have to figure out. He'll be on the same page with Dak more than ever.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, we asked Tommy this yesterday. When Brian Schottenheimer says personnel changes on defense are on the table or could happen, who do you think he's talking about there?
I think he could be talking about Leofau playing more. I think he could be talking about maybe safety, maybe Wanye Thomas playing some in there for, or at least rotating more with Wilson and or Hooker. You could maybe say Shamar James, but I wouldn't think he'd be ready for that. Clowney, obviously, jumping in there. That's an easy one. Maybe Houston playing more, James Houston. I don't think we've seen much out of Fowler and Sam Williams to the point where you couldn't rotate these guys in more. There's a lot of, I don't know about a lot. That's probably all of them, but there's quite a few that you could kind of do there.
Do you feel good about Deron Bland playing?
Sounds like it. 2 days in a row, Schottenheimer said trending up, and I don't think Jerry he was a little hesitant in saying that, but I think that it feels that way, that he's getting closer. I know that he was on the field the other day and, catching passes at least, kind of doing cornerback type drills. So I think that's a good sign to get him getting closer and closer. You certainly need that. There's no doubt about it. It's still a small sample size, but you can't get over the fact that you've got one guy, one game against the Eagles where 2-star receivers really were non-factors in the game. And I thought that they covered really well. Bland, Diggs, and Elam, for the most part, gave up that big play, but those three did a nice job. And then the next two, the bottom has just dropped off without Deron Bland. We're about to find out just how great this contract is for Bland. So far, it looks pretty good.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Give me the percentage prediction of cheers to boos the first time Micah's put on that Jumbotron?
Oh, boos are a lot louder than cheers. You know, like, I mean, you could be 10% of the place could be booing, and you'll hear that. So it won't be 10%. It'll be a lot more than that. I think it'll be very, very loud for the boos. I think it'll probably be probably like a 50-20. Something like that.
50-20?
You know?
I don't know. Is that Arkansas math? What are we doing here?
Can I finish my sentence?
Get him, Nick. Get him.
Wow. I mean, 50-20. The other 30% aren't even in the stadium yet because they're still at their tailgate trying to get in. So they're not even in there yet.
Would
the other
you
30 are empty seats.
Would you have said
Hang on. So 50% what? Cheers?
No, boos. 50% boos, 20% cheers for the Packer fans that are already there. And then the rest of the 30% of the people still coming in. Some of those will be Packer fans and not realizing that it takes a little bit to get into the stadium and for the walks and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, and it'll be loud. It'll be loud for Packer fans. There'll be a lot of Packer fans in there by the time the kickoff starts.
Would you have said the same thing right after the trade?
Said what?
It would be that many boos? Or do you think we've kind of changed our tune in the month and a half?
I don't think so.
No.
I'd love to hear your take on that. I don't know what has changed.
Well, I mean, I think most people were kind of upset at the time that they traded him.
No, I think it's still. I think it's still the same. I mean, you kind of listen to the things he said and all that, and I mean, I've got my opinions on the whole thing. I don't have to go deep into that, share and all that. I think you guys have kind of heard a little bit. I mean, he's an outstanding football player, and he's one of the best in the league, and that's where it ends with me. That's the only thing I really know about him, which is true, is when he rushes the passer, he's really, really damn good. That's the only thing that I know about him. Everything else, I don't know. You hear stuff, but you don't know what to think or believe anymore.
Nick, the Cowboys have had a lot of problems covering. Obviously, we've seen a lot of busts there. So I guess I would just ask you, I wanted to ask you really quickly, would you rather have a cornerback who just doesn't cover his area at all, or a cornerback who covers too much and commits a critical pass interference call right before the end of the first half against Memphis?
Dang.
Specific here and hypothetical?
Yeah, I'm just throwing out a school of Memphis. Was it? Are you still worked up about how bad that call was?
Oh yeah. One of the worst calls in the history of calls. And if you don't think so, just Google it. Just Google. Just all you have to do is just go to the dictionary of stuff, offensivepassinterference.com. There's probably a website and that play is going to be there. That play will be there. Absolutely clubbed the guy in the throat, and it changed the whole game. That's all right. But that's fine. I'm over it. Yeah, I'm going up there this weekend and watch them play Notre Dame.
Whoa!
Notre Dame, I'm in. Yeah. But I'm still a little upset by that. But I don't even remember the question. You got me so off.
It was just to get you. It was just to draw you off sides. We got Everson Walls tonight on Cowboys Crosstalk.
Sometimes that happens. Offsides will lead to a game-winning field goal. I mean, I'm just saying it happens.
No doubt about it. Everson Walls tonight on Cowboys Crosstalk, Nick, correct?
Do it, yes. Have fun with that.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Stay dry.
All right, see you guys. Thanks.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please, game responsibly. We've never heard Bruce Bochy sound like this. Brett Boone's reaction to the Rangers possibly quitting last night. They've been officially eliminated. Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, sums it all up next on 105.
shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. The best hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Rangers lose 4-1 last night on this station, 8th straight loss. And before we get to Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach every Wednesday at this time, we have to play Bruce Bochy after the game like we have not heard him this year.
I'll just talk about tonight. I mean, this is probably our worst game. We look dead. I know we got some injuries and things, but we just couldn't get anything going, made too many mistakes. We got to do a better job of hitting the field. We do as a staff to make sure they do that. That's not going to work tonight. So, sure, we've dealt with a tough week, with the play. And this is not how we want to finish. And so we're going to find out here in the next few games who's going to be out there ready to go. I just think the intensity's got to get up here. I really feel that during this game that maybe some focus wasn't there like it needs to be.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, joining us, brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Brett, what did you think of what Boch had to say?
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, good morning, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Good morning.
We're living this as a staff. This is by far. I know when I came on in May, we had some tough trails ahead. It's been such a roller coaster year. Some great points, some great stretches, some tough ones. But right now, behind the scenes, just because of the, 10 days ago, we were one game out of a playoff spot, and all of a sudden, this happened. So I've kind of been, as as a staff, collectively behind the scenes, we've all been living this right now. And so I've seen Boch, and I know the frustration with all of us, and frustration with the players as well. This is the tough time of year. Yesterday I talked to all our hitters, and I just, my message was, listen, all of us have been through seasons like this, and when you're on the outside looking in the last week of the season, we got to find a way to get up in the morning, come to the ballpark, and find a reason to play. And it's an integrity thing. It's so you can go into the offseason with your head held high. I know we have a ton of injuries. A lot of our big guys have been out for long stretches, and you don't want to use that as an excuse that the kids came up during those times. And I was, and I said on this program, I was very proud of the way they performed. We had that 16-4 stretch to get us back in the hunt. And, last night again, Wyatt goes out and with the oblique, Dolly's been banged up, and everybody knows the injuries. They've been documented. So you don't want to sit here and make an excuse, but to sit there as a hitting coach and watch that last night, it's tough because you live and die with these guys. You've been there with them all year, and they're not out there trying not to play well. I've been there as a player. I've been on the great side and the success side, and I've been on the side where, man, just as a unit, we're struggling. Nobody out there wants to struggle. It gets to a point where it's just, there's only so much we can do from a staff standpoint. This is in the players' hands, and they got to right the ship and finish this 5 games, hopefully in a positive way. My thought is, hey, let's go to Cleveland and do what Houston and Miami did to us. Let's not let them celebrate on our dime. Let's knock somebody out of the playoffs. You got to find something to motivate you to finish the season when you're on the outside looking in from a playoff perspective.
Brett, so when you say, it was tough to watch as a hitting coach or a manager, when you say that, are you referring to like a lack of patience at the plate, taking not having a single walk, only seeing 110 pitches in the entire game? Is it all that?
Well, that I mean, it's just, and I keep going through my head. I think 2 weeks ago I was sitting there thinking, wow, I'm wondering if we're going to score 7 or 8 tonight, and then all of a sudden you're sitting there thinking, man, are we going to score ever again? Jock leads off with the home run, and you're thinking, okay, here we go. We're gonna get it rolling again, and we just never got it rolling. And that's been the theme the last 8 days. Out of nowhere, we lost that game in New York. We won the first 2. We had some chances to sweep the Mets, 10 days ago, and we had the chances right in front of us. We had a runner on third, less than 2 outs 3 times. Didn't get it done. They ended up beating us, and from there we went to Houston and just got beat. And then we came home, and it continued with a scrappy Miami Marlin team. But, on paper, we should have handled business, and we didn't. They came in and whooped us. And then last night, we're facing a guy, and all due respect, but he's got a 5.97 ERA. Mm-hmm. And I expect my hitters, even though we're we kind of have half our guys out there, the regulars, I expect them to go out and at least, put up some runs, and we didn't. And I'm not sitting here. I don't want to get on my players and say, oh, they can't score and I'm disappointed in them. No, hitting is the hardest thing to do in sports. It always will be. So I feel for them. I know what it's like to go through that and struggle, but just so happens at the very wrong time, we are struggling team wide. And, that's the tough part to watch, but I'm going to get up today. We're going to go to the ballpark. We're going to get after it, and we're going to try to go win a ball game tonight. You got 5 games. You got 5 games left, and like I said, to go into the offseason, be able to hold your head high and say, hey, I emptied the tank. If you can say at the end of every year, I emptied the tank, I gave everything I had, and I didn't stop until the end, well, then you can hold your head high, and hopefully we're going to be able to do that and try to win some games here down the stretch.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. So, Brett, you were just talking about it. You still got to find something to tap into. You still got to find some motivation, even if it's just, hey, don't let them celebrate here. When you look at that, are there things that in these 5-game stretch where you're eliminated. Are there things that you can take and extrapolate into the future about guys when you say, hey, you're going to show me your character a little bit here. I'm going to learn about you as a baseball player and somebody who's really fighting to be a better baseball player. I'm going to learn it about you here in these next 5 games.
This is the time of year where your integrity is on display. Absolutely. Those, it's not only the front office evaluating these last week. We're all evaluated at all times, but this is a point where when times are tough, I played with a lot of guys that, when you win and you're getting hits, it's easy to celebrate and crank the music up. But I want to see the guys in the dog days when it's really tough and you're struggling. That's going to show your true character and what kind of a player and what kind of a teammate you are. I think teammates evaluate teammates. I know I did. I watched guys when times were tough, how they responded to that. And there were guys I wanted to be in a foxhole with, and there's guys I didn't. And I've emphasized that to the players right now. It's like, hey, we're all being evaluated, coaches included, in this final stretch to see how you react when things are tough. When it's not easy getting up and going to the ballpark. Back when I was in the beginning of my career, we didn't have all these playoff spots. So there were much fewer playoff spots. And sometimes if you weren't on a good team, you were eliminated, you're kind of eliminated a month, 6 weeks before the season ended. So for 6 weeks, it wasn't a week you needed to find a way and find motivation to come to the ballpark. It was 6 weeks. And whether it's personal numbers, and it's a team game. I always talk about that. You play the right way all the time. But if it's something that motivates you individually, it's a certain number you need to hit. Or, this year I got X amount of hits. I want to try to reach that. I want to try to reach this goal. You got to find something to add to the collective. And that's up to each individual. And yes, I think this last week when times are tough, and it's been as tough as it's been for us all year, it's definitely an integrity check right now and who's going to step up.
Brett, how did these guys mesh with what you tried to bring to the table? You come in, obviously not with the brand new start at the beginning of the year. You try to add your knowledge, your philosophies. How did these guys end up meshing with that, if you had to think about it at the end of the day?
I think really well. I think it hasn't been, when I came in, and I always said this is a process and it's not going to happen overnight. It's a different game than when I played. There's adjustments I needed to make, and there's adjustments they need to make. And I've talked to a lot, I talk to players daily, and I have individual relationships. And I think the best formula, going forward is listen, we can teach each other. I've got a lot of experience in this game. It's been my whole life. And I can give you the things I went through and the tough times I went through and how I countered those tough times, things that have worked, things that haven't worked. But I can also learn from the modern day player. I think sometimes the players of my generation out there have that attitude of, oh, the game isn't what it used to be when we played it, and I think that's normal. Each generation takes a lot of pride in their own generation, but I've taken the stance of, no, I can learn from a current generation. There's a lot of things in this generation that I really love and I'm envious about, that you have at your fingertips, the technology, the tools we have. But there's also some things I really liked how they were, in the early 2000s is my era. But I think the meshing of the two and the meshing of the modern day player versus the player of the past generation, somewhere in the middle there's that perfect formula. And that's what I try to do. I learn from these guys. I'm still, the relationships for me, they're a lot more concrete now. I've had almost 5 months with these guys, so I know them a lot better than I did when I came on. They're very open to a lot of suggestion, and I'm open to listening to them and what they think about. And hey, why are we going about the game in this manner? Explain to me. And sometimes I go, hey, that's a good point. So why don't we take this and this and mesh it? And the guys have been very responsive to it. Once again, I not to make excuses, but I look at our team, and we're used to having Corey Seager in that 3-hole, and all of a sudden he's not in the 3-hole, and we're used to having 100% Adolis that's ready to go. He's having a really tough time moving around with that hamstring injury. To lose Wyatt right now and at a crucial time when we've lost 8 in a row. That's really tough, and I haven't got to Evan Carter and Marcus Simeon and our Cy Young candidate and Evaldi who went down. We missed Tyler Mahle for 3 months. He came back the other day and was very encouraging the way they threw the ball. But for all in all, wow, there's been a lot of positive things. And there's been some tough things to handle, and it's all part of the learning process. This is the first run for me, the first 5 months on this side of the ledger. And I'll tell you, you think you know it all, and you think you've been around a long time and seen a lot of things. Absolutely. But man, has this been a learning process for me being on the other side of the curtain.
Who's the MVP
of this team? If I had to pick this year?
No. The league.
Man, it's awful impressive what Cal Raleigh's done. Setting the all-time record for catchers and home runs, and he just eclipsed Griffey. The catching position, the fact that he goes out there on a daily basis at a physically demanding position, all those points are absolutely phenomenal. Getting the Seattle Mariners, I think this is the second time in 20 some odd years they've gone to the playoffs. All those are great. At the end of the day, I've got to pick Aaron Judge. I mean, average to me is still a huge talking point, even though it's fallen out of vogue in the big leagues. It's a direct correlation to how good of a hitter you are. If you hit 320 when nobody else in baseball is hitting 320, you still have close to 50 home runs. The RBIs are there, the runs scored. The OPS is higher by far than anybody else. And today, that's what players are judged by, OPS. I don't necessarily, that's a topic for a different day on OPS and what I think it means to the game. Obviously, it's a tangible stat, but it doesn't tell the whole story. But if we're going to judge the modern day player on OPS, and that's a big measurement that's used in the game in 2025, Judge blows everybody else away. He's the best player in baseball. And everybody expects the Yankees just go to the postseason every year, and the Mariners is their second time in a while. So they take it for granted in New York. But for me, pound for pound, there's not a better player in the world than Aaron Judge. And even though Cal Raleigh's had an unbelievable year, I've got to give it to Aaron Judge.
Hey, man, today is the toughest interviews to do. We can't thank you enough for the class and all the time. Love to keep having you, and good luck finishing out the rest of the way. Thank you so much for the approach and the responses and answers, Brett.
You got it, guys. I appreciate it. It's been great. And, hopefully we can do some stuff and once the season ends.
The great Brett Boone, brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Think they're about to have a press conference for the very latest on the DFW shooting at the ICE facility. We will talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece. Crosstalk is next.
After we get you over...
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here, Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors. What is coming up?
Guys, at 10:40 today in studio, Baseball Hall of Famer Ferguson Jenkins will stop by and have a chat with us. We also have maybe Bruce Bochy at 12:30 today.
We're supposed to.
Yeah, we have no clue.
Did you hear that after the game?
Oh my gosh, dude!
Have you heard heard him sound like that?
No.
Or close to it with you guys?
No.
Not really.
No, never. Like he's mad at somebody right now.
Yeah.
And he tried to, he placed it on himself and the management staff and everything, but there are a lot of other people that he's not happy with.
Have you guys gotten a feel from him on whether you think he's coming back or not?
Kevin?
I think he is.
What are you planning?
Well, what I really want to ask him, I've decided to go about this a different way. Instead of being like, hey, do you want to come back? My question for him is going to be, would you like a multi-year contract extension from the Rangers?
Yeah, look, I thought...
I knew he's just going to come out and answer that with a good response.
But like, if he does,
like a big old
you're going to
contract.
lose Schumacher, would maybe be my guess there.
That's fine. You got Brett Boone to take over when he's done.
Fine.
Oh.
Oh,
I mean, we've made this guy we've just anointed Skip Schumacher into the second coming of Connie Mack.
The Cavante Turpin of
Again,
skippers.
Cavante's actually. I mean, skipped it a little bit, but we've just anointed him. Nothing to get. It's just okay. We're just gonna, anoint him.
He just has an IndyCar career, and then we're just like,
that is Michael Schumacher, I think. But it would be really interesting. I know I can't accomplish this all of the way, but to get a breakdown of what people in the building would vote if it was like Boach stays or Schumacher takes over.
Do you want the cobbler?
Really fat.
Do you think it's like Chris Young, like Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator, where he just holds up his thumb and then just like tells him either way?
What's the cobbler?
I've theories.
Shoemaker.
That's a cobbler?
Mm-hmm. Well, they were pair of shoes.
Cobbler, not cobbler.
I was thinking peach.
Yes.
Peach
I was
cobbler.
thinking the
peach
dessert
cobbler.
too.
My wife makes the best peach cobbler.
What else on the show?
At 1:20 today, it looks like Aaron Boone, Brian Callahan, and Bill Belichick will be joining the show.
No, that's for My Buddy's an Idiot.
They're going to be in My Buddy's an Idiot. Also,
Man, what a tough break for Belichick. He's got to share a segment with two other people.
FC Dallas's club ambassador Kenny Cooper joins the show at 1:30, and at 1 o'clock today, I tell what might be the greatest reason that baseball is the greatest game.
Oh.
RJ Chopper tuning in for that.
I will say this: at its highest level, there's nothing better. The problem is getting to its highest level.
Nothing better?
No sport. No sport is played at the highest level. No sport is better, but it's very difficult to get to its highest level.
Yeah, and that's why they have to have 162 of them.
Wait, like, do you mean from an entertainment perspective or like quality of what they're doing?
Quality with like not entertainment. No, not necessarily.
So like a pitcher and a like Barry Bonds versus Randy Johnson. There's nothing that gets better than that. Okay.
Oh
it's
yeah,
just very hard to
that's
get to its
interesting.
highest level.
Yeah.
And at noon today.
Oh my God.
Oh man,
a nooner.
What a show.
Forget using the extra draft capital. Who could the Cowboys realistically trade away for more draft capital?
Hell yeah!
Ooh.
That sounds like a very happy show.
Yeah, the question keeps popping up and you guys asked it to Jerry yesterday. Like, are y'all planning to use the picks right now to make this season better?
Oh.
And we're going to try and figure out how to make this season and next season and the next season better.
I like that topic.
You're welcome.
Well, we'll do it at 6 tomorrow. So thank you. Yes, thank you for that. But yeah, we haven't talked about who else you could get rid of
and would be willing to get rid of, because like I'm sure you could trade a couple players at the Cowboys. Like, there's no way we would trade that person.
You could trade
we haven't talked about it yet, but it is in our war room.
You could trade a guy that's not the coolest, but maybe the smoothest.
Look at the high-low reference.
Would you take a second-round pick for Brandon Aubrey?
Oh man, Kevin Hagelin. Don't do this to me. Let me go look up his age.
That's why noon is going to be such a difficult topic.
Second.
He's 30.
You know who his agent is.
No.
Oh, is it Mulligetta?
No, it's Todd France. It's another one who just gouges the Cowboys.
Dang.
Yeah, he's about to get a 5-year, $50 million deal probably.
Is France in the same company though?
Yeah, Athletes First. They have the Athletes First has a ridiculous monopoly. They have the 3 biggest agents in the sport.
You're usually
right
the best at making these cold-blooded decisions. Aubrey for a second.
Yeah. I think Aubrey is. There's no doubt he is the best at what he does.
Yes.
He's also a crutch when you need to get rid of crutches.
I don't actually. That is a really interesting way to put it. I don't think that is off base at all.
Bobby, you have to answer.
I would not trade him, but I'm just texting Sean something right now that'll make him say that he does want to trade Brandon Aubrey. So
Oh no!
I would not
don't know
accept
what
it.
that means.
I would not accept it.
This is insane.
Yeah, he's gone.
Man, I really want to.
He's gone. See you later. I'd do it for a 6. If he goes on with that kid. All right. Well, now this is interesting. This is going to be real fun. What other names can you throw out?
I mean, what about Turpin, Overshone? Then there's people like Schoonmaker and Diggs that you wonder what you could get. If anything,
I get a lot of Diggs stuff. But guys,
how many people do you think are going to text in to trade Dak?
A lot. Guys,
I mean, what percentage of people listening don't know how the salary cap works?
Guys, listen
There's
to
your
me.
answer.
Trayvon Diggs could not. All right, fill in the blank. The best round pick that Trayvon Diggs could command right now today would be best case scenario.
Conditional 6th.
Fifth.
See? Conditional 6.
Are you embarrassed? Yeah.
No one thinks of fourth.
And that's the thing is like I'm like, hey, I got to do anything I can to get this guy's value up right now. Like I have.
And
to.
is that playing him?
I don't know.
I don't know if
I don't know
playing
what
him
I can
increases
do.
his
I have
value.
no clue what I can do because it's not there right now.
You know what I mean?
But
So-
then
No,
if
I
it's-
know what
But
you
if his
mean,
value
yeah.
goes up anymore, the first thing, Jerry, why would we trade that guy then?
Well, I just wanted to
He's
do the
valuable.
exercise so everyone understands Trayvon Diggs could not come close to commanding a 4th round pick.
And the good news about trading him is you don't take a particularly big financial hit. Whereas opposed to Bobby's point about Dak, that would just be like impossibly catastrophic.
All right, Roberto, latest with the shooting that happened this morning at the ICE building here in the Metroplex.
Yeah, and we're at that stage of news where we get a million different reports. So we've got one TV channel in here that's telling us one bit of information, and then there's another channel that's telling us something else. So we're kind of getting differing reports on what it is. Dallas police have released a statement, though. They said at about 6:40 a.m., Dallas police responded to an assist officer call in the 8100 block of North Stemmons Freeway. The preliminary investigation determined that a suspect opened fire at a government building, which we now know to be an ICE building, from an adjacent building. 2 people were transported to the hospital with gunshot wounds. 1 victim died at the scene. The suspect is deceased. This is an ongoing investigation, and we will hold a media briefing later today.
All right, because then you see other things so detainees were shot. At first, I thought someone was trying to make a statement and shooting at the ICE building. But then it sounds like 3 people who were detained were shot at being unloaded from a transport bus.
So not in the building. They weren't in the building.
According to this.
They would have been in front of the building at that point, just being
So
unloaded.
is that someone that had it particularly out for these specific individuals detained?
That is a good question.
This is a hit? Is that what you're asking?
Maybe. Yeah. Because why else? Or are you just making a statement on immigrants? These are all just questions that will be thrown out there.
There's a lot of anything would be probably reckless speculation right now, but the idea that there's a suicide immediately after, leads me to believe this wasn't just I'm getting a personal hit out on somebody.
I'm really asking. I don't know the answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know that is factually accurate that the guy killed
some
himself?
of the news report, I think WFA was one of the ones who said that it was
okay.
It was
I did not know the answer.
Yeah, at least some of the news organizations are reporting that. I don't know that Dallas police have said that.
All right, let's lighten things up. Did you care? Pay attention to Jimmy Kimmel last night. I know
that's lightening things now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow, that is true.
That was the sarcasm.
I did not, though. I just want to make this clear. I didn't watch Jimmy Kimmel before, so I did not watch as a political statement.
Yeah.
I just didn't watch.
I was at a football game late into the night with my kid last night.
You're at a football game at 10:35 p.m.?
Yeah, they were still playing.
Oh
last
my
night.
God. What?
Yeah,
Rain,
it was
man.
a late game, and for some reason, these guys, I don't know, man. They don't. There's no play clock. It's like, what are we doing here? Why aren't you running the play clock right now? It's taking 10 minutes to set up. Yeah,
No play clock.
I was like, what is happening out here? So it was a long.
That's how
game
Mike
last night.
McCarthy operated. There wasn't a play clock.
I didn't see the joke of in the last 48 hours. What was weirder, me or the CEO of Tylenol? I thought that joke was pretty good.
Yeah.
Topical.
Was he sad, emotional? Did he apologize?
No, he clarified and then tripled down on the jokes.
He was emotional though. We just don't know if it was sincere or not.
Yeah, I don't know if it was actor emotional. But he basically went on a bunch of free speech, tangents.
Sure.
And clarified he wasn't trying to say MAGA was the shooter, and then just talked about how important it is to be able to speak your mind, and 17 minutes worth of that basically. But no, I apologize. Thank Disney for letting him back on.
Yes.
No conditions apparently as part of the return, except he made the joke of you have to subscribe or sign back up to Disney Plus.
There you go.
So that was basically it.
Nobody
And
canceled
there
it.
was nobody's upset that he's back on.
Well, the other networks though, they're not. These 2 major
Sinclair and Next Star.
They're still not showing Kimmel's show.
What are they putting in place? I'm not.
Family Feud.
Carson reruns.
I love Lucy.
Is it Family Feud?
I think
Family
so.
Feud
Oh, but
is
that's
good.
a better show. Objectively.
Family Feud is a great show to put on. And
That
that's
is, but whenever Steve Harvey sets it up and there's very clearly a bad answer that he's wanting from you, and then you give it, and then he acts like, oh my gosh, you just said that. That's what's ridiculous.
RJ, would you succeed in Fast Money on Family Feud?
You know, I think I'm better at Jeopardy.
Okay.
But yeah, I would love to do Fast.
120 easy.
That's our next game.
Fast Money.
You poll the rest of the station, and then we'll play Family Feud here on the morning show.
Oh.
And I'll see if I dominate that like I did high-low. The KNC Masterpiece is next. Hump Day Edition. Right here on The Fan.
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Miraculously, we're back!
What do you mean?
I don't know if you heard crosstalk yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I was there.
Mistakes were made.
There?
I will admit, I started the mistakes. Didn't really think that through. But we are back. And unfortunately, the Texas Rangers are not. I really was hoping we were going to use this segment to scout the Packers, and we probably still will to a certain extent. But unfortunately, the dream came to an end yesterday, kind of like we thought it would. Will you go ahead and give me cut number 3 as the Rangers were officially eliminated from the playoff race?
And the pitch. Young swings. It's a high fly ball to left. This should end it. Coming on is Martin. He takes care of it. And the ball game's over. The Twins win it by the score of 4-1. The Rangers have been officially, mathematically eliminated from playoff contention.
And the sadness demonstrated in Eric Nadel's voice right there, I think reflects what it feels as though Boch thought was the effort out there yesterday. We are scheduled to talk with him at 12:30, but then also don't forget tomorrow we'll still try to have some fun as we will be live from Globe Life Field from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. leading into the Rangers game. Look, I know it was trending this way for about a week and a half. Last night was still really tough for me as a Rangers fan, and I'm sure a lot of Rangers fans and Brett Boone said it with Sean and RJ, 30 minutes ago. You look back a week and a half, you're right there. You're like 1.5 games out, and now here you are.
Yeah, there was a moment yesterday where I was checking out the pregame show, because as we were getting ready to head to my son's football game, in-laws were there, my parents were there. It was a big festival at the house, and I was like, what better than to have the Rangers game on?
Right.
And there was a moment where Eric Nadel was interviewing Boch before the game, and even in the interview, Eric kind of made a joke, and Boch didn't want to laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's like, this is a serious moment in life. Then they mustered it up and had a laugh about the moment, but you could tell, man, like this is brutal for him. He knows it's brutal for the fan base. For the whole season, we were holding on to hope that something special could happen all year long, and it was just a constant tease. We were on the edge the whole time this year.
Did it feel like the almost miraculous comeback only for your team to just lose in the end? And you're like, man, I kind of wish. And this is probably not how I really feel, but there's like this morning.
You know what? No.
Okay.
I know where you're going. I know what you're going to say. You kind of wish that it had ended
There's like
earlier.
a little part of me that thinks that.
So you could just give up on it earlier. No, you know what, Kevin? A lot of times I say this and you hate it. It is the friends we made along the way. It is the journey.
That is the second person on this show that has said that to me this morning.
And that's part of what this season was I still enjoy. If it had ended earlier, I would have stopped paying attention. And there were other moments.
And I do love baseball.
There were other experiences that I had that I just absolutely love. And Kevin, at 1:00 today, I am going to share one of the reasons I think this is the greatest game.
Okay, great.
And it's because of something that happened at the game last night, despite what happened on the field.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, man, no, I don't wish that, because there are moments that happened that we were like, hold on, Cody Freeman did what?
Yeah.
Hellman did what? Like all these other little things that happened that now we can hopefully take over in the next season and see if we can make something better happen.
We got Ferguson Jenkins coming up in studio in about 40 minutes, 12:30. We will talk with Bruce Bochy, so plenty more baseball talk today from the 682. Hey, y'all, just broke up with my longtime girlfriend. Sorry about that. We were planning to get married, and it didn't work out, so I'm thankful for y'all being on the air and always putting a smile on my face, especially on days when it's hard to keep going. Toe low. I absolutely appreciate that. Story from my life, going back to Brandon's mom. We were about 3 months away from getting married, and she decided that she did not want to live up to those marital vows. So we didn't get married either.
Real life alert, 10:06:57. Kevin, will you also share with me what you got on the way home after your son was born?
Yes. Brandon?
Yes.
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 Okay.
My apologies. I know you have two children.
On the way home, we got a bucket of chicken.
I love it.
Because
I just love it.
This is our first kid, and I really didn't. I was like, we're never going to be able to leave the house again. So we got like the big old Mama Jamma family meal. So I was like, we need as many meals as possible. We have a baby. We're in our early 20s. We're not really prepared for any of this. And so we got a big old thing of chicken because, Alec, I really thought it was going to be impossible to leave the house. It took a few days for me to understand like how this system would work. But yeah, definitely. I was like, we need the most food possible in that moment. So we stopped and got chicken.
And chicken is delicious.
That's right.
Chicken is delicious.
Absolutely.
You forgot yours yesterday.
I guess what?
You got your chicken?
It's in the fridge right now, boys.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Really?
Lunchtime, 11:20.
Really happy for you. In your face, Alec. In the meantime, can you go ahead and give me cut number 4, and we will start scouting the Green Bay Packers.
Play action. Love on the roll. The pump. Pressure comes. He finds his open man, and it's a touchdown. John Fitzpatrick's first NFL touchdown.
Now, we can talk about Micah Parsons as much as you want. I did make note, scouting the Packers, parentheses, outside of Micah. I get it. I feel like we know him better than probably any other player on the team, but I wanted to go ahead and dive into the Green Bay Packers. Do you want to start offensively or would you prefer defensively?
It really doesn't matter because of what I think this team actually is all around. But let's go offensively. They're without Jaden Reed.
Yes.
Jordan Love can throw the S out of the ball, dude.
He can.
He can spin it. Romeo Doubs is a very, very good receiver. Dontavion Wicks is fantastic. They have other receivers that aren't even healthy, which scares me even more. But Kevin, Matthew Golden is a burner. Do you remember what Luther Burden just did to us?
Yes,
Why wouldn't you just run the flea flicker 8 times in this game and just be like, ha, you dummies. Matthew Golden has 8 touchdowns and has broken every receiving record known to man.
Look, and you might say, well, hold on just a second, Corey. Matthew Golden hasn't really done too much in his first 3 games. I think a very logical counter would be, ha 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 ha. What about Luther Burden, who in his first 2 games had made all of 2 catches for 2 yards, and that did not seem to negatively impact him against the Cowboys. So I think it's safe to say that that exact same theory could be in place right here, and you have to watch out for him. I guess I'm going to do my best to give you maybe one piece of good news.
I have a question before you do that. Will Josh Jacobs have 10 yards rushing?
Look, if I was Green Bay, the answer would be no.
Okay.
People will tell you need to establish the run, and I get that. But at this point, my first 15 might have one running play in it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm throwing the ball, and I'm throwing the ball at will until the Cowboys show me they can do any semblance of trying to stop it.
I'm right there with
you. And
you.
At this point, what has led you to believe that will happen? I'm not saying it can happen, but going into it, if you're like, I know the Cowboys are going to stop the pass, what is that based on?
And that's the other thing too, Kevin. Watching Green Bay so far this year, they've been using the pass to set up the run. They're just like, just throw it deep, and we'll set up everything else underneath that by just throwing it deep. Good luck if you can stop us.
Yes.
And the Cowboys are like, well, we'll try.
Now, I was going to try to give you good news, but as Corey pointed out, good luck trying to stop the pass. But their leading receiver so far this year is the tight end, Tucker Kraft. And you're like, oh, great. Well, we struggle with that. Well, here's good news, I guess. Outside of the Washington game, when he had a tremendous game, Tucker Kraft, who is their leading receiver, has just 5 catches on 8 targets for 45 yards. So if you're like, hey, I'm looking at it, and I think the tight end is going to destroy us all day long, maybe so, but it's only one of the 3 games so far this year that I think he has been like really destructive to a defense. I will concede all day long that defense wasn't this defense. So if you want to text that in for any other points, you don't have to. I hear you.
Yeah, it'll really be down to what Jordan Love finds as the poison that he wants to pick for it. And Tucker Kraft has been it before. Hopefully he won't be it too much.
Yes. And on defense, can we talk about Rashawn Gary and Devontae Wyatt?
Good gosh.
Okay.
And how much Micah actually helps them.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Look, we talked about it. Wasn't that one of the reasons that a lot of us were, we were stoked about Ezraku because he had a really good training camp. But you're also stoked about the prospect of Ezraku having Micah to play off of or maybe get eased up coverages.
Help other people.
Yes. Yeah. And now you're seeing that with Rashawn Gary and Devontae Wyatt. I know Devontae Wyatt is dealing with a knee issue, but him and Rashawn Gary have both been excellent this year. Rashawn Gary, and I'm not, this is not meant as a knock against Micah whatsoever, but he has been the player that has created chaos at the line of scrimmage, both in terms of getting sacks, in terms of stuffing runs. He has been phenomenal to start off this year. And then Devontae Wyatt, if you're looking kind of like outside, inside sort of vibe, he has been really good this year as well. And that's not, of course, to mention Micah Parsons.
Yeah, they haven't been moving on from getting Clark hasn't affected them tremendously.
It does not seem as though that is the case.
And Jair Alexander, they're still doing fine in that respect as well. So
yeah. Now,
team that had a lot of talent.
This is a possible positive that I want you to look at. The special teams for Green Bay is horrible.
Okay.
Now, is a counter argument, Alec? Because I can see your skepticism. Is a counter argument if you think that they have the advantage when it's Green Bay's offense against Dallas's defense, and you think it's an advantage when it's Green Bay's defense against Dallas's offense, and all I can give you is the special teams. Well, you know what, Alec? That's a fair-ass point.
Thanks.
But nonetheless, this special teams group for Green Bay is terrible. You go back, and I mean, you could just look at what happened in the last game. But if you go back and look at Rich Bisaccia's team last year, in the last two games alone, they gave up a 50-yard kick return, a 24-yard punt return, and they returned 3 punts for 1 yard and also had a missed field goal. They also fumbled a kick return and got fooled by a trick play, punt return, touchdown. Now, if you're like, well, that was last year. What about this year? Okay, let's talk about this year. Obviously, there was the blocked field goal that led to their eventual demise against Cleveland. But go back and watch that game all the way through. They almost had another blocked kick against Cleveland. So if ever
What's happening in the NFL?
I know, it really is. But I think Green Bay has shown, like for the last, probably going back to last year, 6 games, that they have a real problem with this. So if you're going to be able to gain any traction in this game, I think you're going to really have to dominate and probably score points or specifically stop points on special teams.
This is where one of the Cowboys' biggest MOs comes in handy.
True.
Having players with long arms.
That actually is true. I will tell you, you're going to need to come out with a point differential on special teams. And I don't just mean kick more field goals. I mean, I think you're going to need some magic on a return, or you're going to need to specifically stop a Green Bay punt or field goal to realistically stay in this game. Because when you look at offense versus defense, really both ways, it's a tough match.
Yeah, I think you're dead on right there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you know what? I hope it's okay with you. We're going to shift things around just a little bit because we've got Baseball Hall of Famer, former Rangers pitcher Ferguson Jenkins. He is in the building, and he's up next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, everybody. Best Buy.
And Ferguson Jenkins being congratulated, throws the baseball into the dugout. All of his teammates coming out to shake his hand.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we were going to say 1040. We could not wait. As soon as we saw Ferguson Jenkins, we demanded he come in the studio, and he said, could you ask nicer?
Yeah.
And I said, that's fair.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. But right now, we bring to you Baseball Hall of Famer, former Rangers pitcher. It is Ferguson Jenkins. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to you, too.
Man, thank you so much for having us on. And also, we've got Carl Marquardt and Tony Khan. Am I getting that correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because we also have a wrestling promoter from time to time that we have on named Tony Khan. I don't know if you have the same net worth as him.
I do not.
But that would be really awesome. So you guys are kind of, along with Ferguson, y'all help oversee the Texas Rangers fantasy camp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's our part of this puzzle here.
Okay, absolutely. Now, Ferguson, I want to get to that, but last night was a really tough night for Rangers fans. They were officially eliminated from the playoffs. What's that feeling like for a player when you know that there's not going to be playoffs for you that season? Your season is over, even if it's still just September.
Well, I think the most important thing is it's a lot of hard work. Starts at spring training, and then you got a 162-game schedule to work on, and then management wants you to get to the playoffs.
Right.
That's the most important thing. Get to the playoffs, and there's 3 wild cards now to get to that situation to possibly maybe bring another World Series back to Texas.
Yeah.
So the hard work that you put in, and then that last week can be a disappointment because you go into a losing streak.
How did you feel when you saw the Rangers win the World Series? Because obviously we all lost our mind.
Oh, I was there. I think the nice thing about it, going to the games and seeing these young men play as well as they did, good pitching staff they had, offense, and the manager, who I know. But I think the nice thing about it, that's the guaranteed situation. Once you get there, it's a lot of hard work involved.
Yeah.
You just mentioned the manager who I know.
Bruce.
We have Bruce Bochy on. Actually, we have him on at 12:30 today.
All right.
He's fantastic. What do the Rangers fans have in him?
Well, he knows the game, and he's had some World Series situation with San Francisco first, and then come to the Rangers. He knew that when he came here, he had the clientele that they could win. I think the stability part of it, that pitching staff they had, and the offense, he knew with hard work these guys could get there, which they did.
Yeah, it was an awesome moment.
Really,
I love this game. I grew up playing t-ball, played it all through high school. Unfortunately, the game was done with me a little earlier than I wanted it to be. But I still love it so much. And I'm always curious from players who played at the highest level, when you and the game are done with each other, do you reflect back a lot? Do you have in your mind that moment of the perfect strikeout? Do you think about those moments on the mound?
Well, the fun part of it, being a pitcher, you're in a lot of different situations.
Yeah.
Facing a lot of different well-known hitters. So you can reflect a lot of times pitching against Willie Mays in the National League, or Hank Aaron, all-star competition with Mickey Mantle, Rod Carew. I mean, there's so many things that you go through in the competition part of pitching against Bob Gibson or a Marichal or a Gaylord Perry, a teammate of mine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are a lot of fun to reflect back because it took a lot of hard work to get there. And once you're there, the competition, they're going to put you against other good competition.
Yes.
So they want you to win. And I was very fortunate enough to have some success.
Sorry, when you remember those moments, are you able to only think about the good ones? Like, are you able to go,
I've had some bad ones too.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm saying, are you like, hey, not today, thoughts. I'm going to just think about all the good at-bats that I had against
totally.
Willie
All
Mays.
the good things. So winning ball games, winning my first big league ball game with the Phillies, beating Bob Gibson in relief, winning my first 100th game, and then to finish out my career at 284 against the Phillies at home in Wrigley Field, and then getting the opportunity to get inducted to Hall of Fame. Those are really important moments of your life that you never forget. You never forget those.
One of our old coworkers, Mike Bassick, who is on the Rangers broadcast now, he left us to go pursue that, and we love him. But he always used to say that he talked to himself on the mound a lot, but he didn't talk nicely to himself. Did you have like your own dialogue with yourself when you were on there?
Well, the nice thing about it is it's all total memory. A lot of times of guys you faced and the meetings you went over to prior to the game with you and the catcher or your middle infielders. You try to understand that where they're at in a situation, a lot of times you got to look back to see where they're positioning. But a lot of times you and the catcher do a lot of work together because you're going to try to put that ball exactly where he wants it, inside, outside, high, inside. It depends on the hitter.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the nice part of knowing the game. It's all total recall a lot of times.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We're talking with Ferguson Jenkins right here on 105.3 The Fan. We had this conversation, I believe it was yesterday, maybe Monday. Being from Canada, at first, you'll have to forgive our ignorance. We were like, why didn't he play hockey? And then we did, of course, more research. Will you tell everybody about how you played all of the sports and were pretty much good at all of them?
I went to an all-boys tech school and 500 boys, so there was a lot of competition involved in that situation. Played a lot of hockey as a kid growing up. The scout that came to see me in my hometown, Gene DeJure, I was 15 years old at the time, and he wanted to find out what other sports I played. He came to the hockey arena, was watching me play hockey, juvenile all-star hockey. And I told him I'm a first baseman. They put the long, lanky kid at first base.
Yeah.
I love the game of baseball. Only play it in the summer months, May through September. And then as I progressed, he wanted to understand that with my arm, have you ever tried to pitch? I said, no, I don't want to be a pitcher. I'm a first baseman. I enjoy playing in the field and hitting. But he changed my attitude and my mind about the positioning of where I wanted to play on a field.
God bless him for that. Yeah.
Yeah, really. And he knew more than I did that being a pitcher was going to probably get me a little further advanced in the sport of baseball. And then finally to sign a professional contract with the Phillies.
What was baseball the sport you loved the most? Because I know also hockey and basketball. And what was the hierarchy of your personal enjoyment of those sports?
Well, as a kid growing up, I learned how to skate at the age of 4 years old.
Wow.
Hockey was my number one sport. I followed the Montreal
Canadians,
Canadians more than anything else because they won so many championships.
Sure.
There was only 6 teams back then in hockey. And then I followed basketball because the Pistons were really close. I was close to Detroit and followed a lot of those individuals that played with the Pistons. So, and then baseball in the summer was a lot of fun to play. I enjoyed it, but I didn't think I was going to really be that good an athlete at baseball until I turned teenage, until I really started to learn how to pitch.
Well, obviously, we have a lot of Chicago transplants listening right now who they're like, hey, he's a Cub. And I feel like it's a dual citizenship kind of deal with the Cubs and the Rangers. And I know one of the things that you guys are doing starting in January is the Texas Rangers fantasy camp. And I want to get all three of you guys involved because y'all help set this up as well. But if people
this coaches list is insane.
I know. Okay, so
this is insane.
I just want to know, I guess, kind of to start, what got you involved in this fantasy camp, because it sounds super fun.
Well, the first fantasy camp I did was in the early 80s.
Wow.
I shouldn't say that. Yeah, probably 80s. With Randy Hundley after I retired. 82, I think it was, in Scottsdale, Arizona. Randy was kind of the builder of the fantasy camps. And then he switched it off to a lot of different ball clubs. But I think the nice thing about it is the Rangers have so many good retired athletes that it would be ideal to do a fantasy camp and surprise to see so many different businessmen play against maybe your hero, Pete Incaviglia. I think Oliver was a pretty good. I played against his father.
Yes.
And Ruben Sierra. So there's so many different guys that had an opportunity to see their hero play on a playing field, and now you have the opportunity to maybe play against them.
I'm going to go ahead and
or have him as a coach.
Yes, I'm going to go and ask this question for you, Corey, if that's okay. Can Corey get a discount? Because I can tell that he's already ready to go January 7th to the 11th.
Yeah.
Is that what you were going to ask?
Well, yeah, that's partially what I was going to ask. One of the things we had Ruben Sierra on a while back, and he's got a couple of CDs, got a couple albums out there. So make sure you get him to sing for the group because it's always a pleasure. Always. How we get to go out to Surprise every year for spring training. It's my favorite. Like bar none, our favorite thing. How perfect of a place is that for baseball? The community and the way that it's all built.
Well, because of the fact that the Cactus League at one time only had 6 teams, and then they decided that let's divide it between the Cactus League, the Florida State spring training, and have 15 in each state. And believe me, because of the fact that these facilities are so well put together.
Oh, yeah.
6 diamonds, 1 main diamond. And a lot of the cities have 2 different Major League ball clubs. They have 2 teams in Glendale, 2 teams in Peoria, 2 teams in Surprise. And what's nice about it is that all these different ball players come to spring training. And people love to see, and spring training fans love to follow their favorite ball club.
Oh, yeah, they do.
So that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, I always say, like, you can hit 2, maybe 3 games in one day if you really want to. If you really want to try hard enough, you can definitely go see a bunch of teams play some ball.
Now, we're talking with Ferguson Jenkins, but also I want to include Carl and Tony in on this as well. So as far Fergie Jenkins, Ruben Sierra, Colby Lewis, Jeff Russell, Darren Oliver, Mark McLemore, Steve Buechele, Pete Incaviglia, and if you're like, hold on, I didn't remember all those names, there's going to be more as well. Can you walk us through like some of the logistics involved in this whole camp, besides just like getting to see and meet and play alongside or against some of your heroes?
I'll kick that off. I mean, I went to 20 camps as a camper before I got into running these things. So
is that what inspired you to run it then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's cool. What it is, you get from it, the first year you're really there, it's this wow factor. You go into a major league clubhouse and there's a locker with your name on it and personalized authentic uniforms with your name on them. And then you look to the left and there's somebody like Fergie in a locker just a couple away. And then you find out he's your coach. In fact, he was my coach my first year. And then I got to bat against him, and I grounded out to Ryan Sandberg. And I was so thrilled to be out because I had this story to tell. So, it was great. And that's what you think that's what your first year is. You go home, though, and you bring the memories and the camp friends with you and the bonds that you form with these other guys who you share this passion with, and women. It becomes a life-changing, a life-enhancing experience. You come away with this richer life afterwards. It sounds odd, but that magic that happens between the clubhouse and the ball field just changes something.
And every businessman's dream is to get on the major league field, put that uniform on, and play against your hero. Or
you
play
get
in
to
a
wear
major
the
league
uniform
ballpark.
too?
Playing against a major league ballpark.
Oh my goodness! Can I get a discount?
So that's the fun part of it.
Well, and I just wanted to go through because I want to make this clear. I hope we have. It's not just meeting the players and seeing them or being coached by them. Like, you're going to be out there. You're going to be doing the thing.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be out there. I want to go back to one thing that Fergie touched on earlier. He did his first camp in the early 80s, which meant there's people out there who got to hit off of Fergie or try to hit.
Yeah.
While he was only 2 years retired from the game.
Right.
That's a different perspective.
So not a lot of kids are getting hits then.
But here you start out, you have breakfast, you get into the locker room, you get that whole experience of, starting to communicate with your coaches. And you really get in the mindset that, hey, this is what I've always wanted to do. You play one game, you have lunch, you go out, you play a second game. There's 2 games a day for 3 days here. So you're playing 6 baseball games in 3 days. It can be tough on you. And we've seen people with, injuries.
Full hamstrings, bad backs, bad shoulders, because they haven't really prepared themselves to play. Basically, it becomes really competitive.
I was about to ask how competitive it gets out there.
It does,
It becomes pretty competitive. But you're serviced by we have professional trainers, umpires. We have the Texas Rangers clubbies in the clubhouse taking care of you, polishing your cleats every day, keeping your locker spotless.
This is amazing.
It's like you're in the major league clubhouse and you're treated like a pro. It's really a phenomenal experience from a service standpoint. and from a fantasy standpoint. But really, it does get down to the people and the camaraderie. And that's something that you just almost have to live through to really appreciate.
You know what? The other thing is nice is that a lot of times fans don't really understand what batting practice is all about.
Yeah.
Or infield.
Yeah.
So now that you get that opportunity to have the coaches show you what batting practice is all about, or how to field ground balls or catch fly balls, and you as maybe an athlete that's done it before, but you haven't done it in 10 years.
Right.
Now it's strange. It's like jumping on a bicycle, learn how to ride again.
Okay, every now and again, though, you have to really get on to somebody and be like, hey, we're not here to jack around, okay? Like, let me see some hustle.
Yeah, that's it. That's
okay, all right.
No smoking on the field. If you're a smoker. but that's the nice thing about it. You have that opportunity to rub shoulders with maybe your hero.
And from your perspective then, because I understand why this would appeal to the people who want to participate in the camp. From your perspective, how much joy or whatever is the right emotion do you take out of seeing these people kind of live out their dream?
Well, the nice thing about it, there's always failure. So you're going to see failure on a daily basis. But you try to rectify that by telling them this is what you got to try to do to correct that.
Right.
But the nice thing about it is they are out there to probably try to prove to themselves they still have a little ability left in that body.
When you were talking about you got thrown out by Ryan Sandberg, I know you were thinking, like, I can beat this throw from Rhino. Like, I'm going to leg out this infield single just a little bit, right?
Not realistically. not realistically. That fantasy is fantasy, but there's limits to the fantasy.
Yeah.
But
we had Tony on my ball club too. I coached Tony, and Tony's a pretty good hitter. So putting together that situation on try to get a base hit.
Okay. How
against other campers or against the pros. And that's one of your fantasies.
Yeah, absolutely. How tough is Fergie as a coach then?
He's a good coach. He absolutely is a good coach, and he's always out there giving tips where he can. And but like you said, when you're in the game, all of a sudden something takes you back to a different time, and where you think you in your own head you've told yourself, I'm not going to dive for a ball.
But you do.
I'm not going to slide. The minute you're out there, it just takes over.
Yeah.
It's another experience.
So wavelandevents.com or texasrangers.com/fantasy camp. If you've heard and you've been listening, January 7th through the 11th in 2026. And Corey, you brought it up just a minute ago. It's not only the experience and the uniform and everything. This is the Texas Rangers complex. Like, if you're thinking
so leaf blower guy might be there.
He
for
could be.
For our audience that knows leaf blower guy.
He could be.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to know to prep for your inevitable trip in January?
Wooden bats. That's what we're working with. All wooden bats here. So
you can purchase your own bat, or they have bats supplied to you.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is too cool of an experience.
Your own equipment. I mean, the nice thing about it is, if you think you want to be a camper, the relaxed part of coming to a big league situation can blow your mind from time to time.
Yeah.
Because now you're part of I think, a fantasy that you're trying to live out yourself, which is really nice.
Well, for our bosses listening, if you want to go ahead and pencil Corey down for being off the week of January 7th through the 11th, I think that would probably be
Might not
good.
come back after I prove myself.
Oh!
That's all I'm saying.
Well,
there might be some scouts.
Might get a contract.
Yeah,
Who
okay.
knows?
Might see some scouts out there.
All right. So I wanted to get just any more other logistical thoughts or anything you guys wanted to add, aside from, I don't know if this will be your pipeline to a major league contract. I'm so sorry,
never know.
Corey.
You never know.
But is there anything else you want to throw out there that, like, maybe we haven't gone over, or that maybe people should know about the event coming up in January?
I'll throw this out. The Kangaroo Court's one of the highlights. To have these guys, the coaches find the players for their, sometimes it's as silly as they run back out to the field still wearing a batting helmet. Other
okay.
Or
you forget your batting helmet and you're supposed to go to the plate to hit.
But any kind of jug-headed move that one of us is willing or inadvertently does during our attempts to be 12 years old again. But the stories these guys tell, and when the game's finished and the showering's done and everybody's still in the clubhouse, Fergie's one of the guys who will hold court. And we'll bring in some beers, and we basically just have happy hour and a bowl session, and let these guys tell phenomenal inside stories of of when they played. And in many ways, that is the absolute highlight for me, is some of the stories I've heard over the years. Some of Joe Pepitone's stories back in the day, Fergie, come to mind. But some of the stories that people tell, Tim Stoddard's a legendary storyteller. This is from the Cubs camp that we do. Some of these stories are phenomenal, and they resonate with you, and they just become, once again, it becomes part of the fabric of your fandom, your appreciation as a baseball lover, and to get that part of the. But go ahead, Tony.
I would just add, there are fantasy campers that come. Some have played college ball, and some never played organized Little League. And one of the great things is when you're out there, you've watched enough baseball, you know the game, and even though you might not be the best physical player, everybody does at least one great thing while they're there. And you see when they make that great catch or they get that big hit in the game, their personality changes and it all comes out. And it's just such an amazing thing to witness when that happens for someone else. Everyone is happy, coaches are happy, their teammates are happy, and it's just an amazing experience.
And one other nice thing is we're going to have a photographer there, and a lot of these games are recorded.
Okay,
so
cool.
you can keep them. I know they have a lot of times the company will put a cassette together, and you could see exactly, maybe brag around Christmas time to your wife or your friends, and hey, I got a chance to hit against certain people,
or your enemies.
Or I played
That's
these
what I would
games.
say.
But the photographer part of it, a lot of the pictures are listed in the clubhouse. And you can see exactly if you missed a ball went through your legs, or you missed a fly ball, things like that. But it can be a fun situation.
Kevin, as a child, I thought every time I shot a free throw when a car drove by, that scout was going to sign me for seeing me shoot that free throw. And I think that this is going to be my moment. So
all right.
I'm ready now.
Well, then, Corey, these details especially for you, but of course, everybody listening and streaming, January 7th through the 11th, 2026 at the Surprise Stadium Complex. And you can find more info at texasrangers.com/fantasy camp, texasrangers.com/fantasy camp. Guys, thank you very much for joining us, Ferguson. Thank you very much. I am also already hyped for this camp. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's dive into some baseball nuggets right here on The Fan.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats have groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What are you singing, sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Neighbours? No.
Nutmeg Neighbours.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for some baseball nuggets. And we're going to have to hustle this along because we were just having too much fun with Ferguson Jenkins. I hope everybody understands that. By the way, baseball camp, TexasRangers.com/fantasy camp. All right, let's talk playoffs. The New York Yankees clinched a playoff berth. That is their 8th playoff trip in the last 9 seasons via a 3-2 victory last night. I do believe Aaron Judge was walked not once, not twice, but thrice in that game. Unfortunately, we also have to talk about the Mariners making the playoffs because
they're a good team.
I said I would believe it when I see it.
Do you believe it?
Yes.
I mean, there's still a few games left.
I mean, they did make the playoffs, though. But this was amazing. This is only the 6th time they've ever made the playoffs.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
How long have they been around? Since like 1991?
It's since before that. But yeah, only the 6th time that they've made the playoffs. And I think that might feed into my idea of I'll believe it when I see it. Because, like, the Rangers don't have the most playoff appearances in the world, but also they didn't make the playoffs for their first 23 seasons. So it took a really long time. And then once they started making the playoffs, they still didn't make it, all the time, but they have done significantly better. So congratulations, I guess, to the Mariners. They have made the playoffs for the 6th time in franchise history, obviously looking to win the division. Now, this is on the opposite end of the spectrum. I guess they made history, so congratulations. And by the way, the Mariners are almost a lock to win the division. The Cleveland Guardians, they defeated the Tigers last night after a wacky 6th inning, which not only sees them get the win, but it clinches the season series and gives them the tiebreaker versus Detroit if they finish with the same record. So right now, even though they're tied, Cleveland has control of first place, which means that the Detroit Tigers become the first MLB team since at least 1900.
That's when baseball began.
It was even before that, but I don't know.
One of these days, I'm gonna
figure that out. But since at least 1900 to lose a divisional lead of 15 and a half games. The next team on there is the 1914 Braves.
Oh, my gosh.
Who lost, which that team wasn't in Atlanta. I'm assuming it's the Boston Braves. To be fair, I did not actually look that up. They lost a 15-game lead. So, yes, now it is a standalone comeback for the Cleveland Guardians. It is truly astonishing. They've been able to make up all this ground. And then on the flip side, if you're the Detroit Tigers, obviously a lot still to go in the season. They're only one game up on Houston for a playoff spot at all. So Cleveland or Detroit could still fall out of the playoff
Well, let's
race.
hope that doesn't happen.
No,
so
you hope it does
that
happen.
Houston
Oh, yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Out of the
100%.
playoff.
You're
and
right.
you can say, oh, you guys spend a lot of time whining about Houston. Well, I'm a fan of the Rangers. Hey, Kevin, the Boston Braves, 1941 to 1952. Then they became the Boston Bees from 36 to 40, and they were also the Braves again from 1912 to 1935.
Man, can you imagine if just like the Rangers just changed their name? Like, I know we've seen it more
Well, hold on.
contemporarily with like the Washington Bullets and the Hornets.
They
and
were
stuff.
the Boston Red Stockings for a few years,
Right.
the Boston Red Caps, the Boston Bean Eaters, the Boston Doves, Rustlers. Then they went on to be the Braves, Bees, Braves, Milwaukee Braves, and since 66, they've been the Atlanta Braves.
Okay.
So now you know the facts, and that is the rest of the story.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Corey Majors. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. You know, I was listening to you on the way in, and I agreed with everything you said, so I was going, well, what am I going to do on this?
So,
especially when you got me to. You said if I'm the Packers, I'm passing at will.
Yes!
And I said, well, who's that? They got everybody else you should pay. Oh, he meant at will.
Yes.
He was like, oh,
I thought I missed somebody in the secondary.
Yes, no, I did. Look, somebody did text in, which is the will on this? And I was like, no. And then also, I know that you're a White Sox guy, but did you also hear we had Fergie Jenkins in studio this morning?
I heard you were going to have him on.
It's been
or you had it already?
Yeah, it's already happened.
I must have when I got here in the building. Darn it.
That's,
even if he played for the Cubs.
Yeah, I figured you would.
Was awesome.
You would allow that, and guess what? He signed a couple of baseballs for our charity auction in 2 months.
Way to go, Fergie.
He is awesome. Now, for the Cowboys, I know we talked with Steven about this. Jerry mentioned it. You had talked about it last week, the ramp up for Jadeveon Clowney with the expectation that we'll see him this weekend. What are your realistic, both short and long-term hopes and expectations for him?
I'm hoping he can recreate 2023.
Okay.
He had 9.5 sacks.
That would work.
For the Ravens.
Yeah.
But then maybe playing with a very quality defensive front helps you out on the edge, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works here. I'm thinking 20 snaps maybe somewhere in there for this first game. I don't know that you want to overdo it. I think you have to kind of keep an eye on him and how he's doing out there on the edge. But as a maybe designated pass rusher, maybe we get a better idea. Although by the time they get into practice when it's really significant and that we don't get to watch, but we'll see how much he's able to do. You know, he's tall and lanky. He's not like this big sturdy stop the run defensive end.
Right.
Although Schottenheimer, he had him in Seattle. He was with him in Seattle. Said that he played the run and he can make a difference on the line of scrimmage. So. I'll be interested to see. I'm not sitting here going, okay, he's going to come in and replace, Parsons' 12 sacks. But can you give me a half a dozen? And create some pressure where the quarterback is just not sitting in the pocket, tapping his feet and his arms going, well, I guess I can't show you. Like he's cocking it, and then go, okay, let me throw there, because you got time to read everything. So if he can just help with that, and he's tall, so maybe he can get in the eyesight of nothing else. I'm not acting like he's the savior, but I can't imagine it'll hurt.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times having a veteran around that knows a couple of nuances.
Yes, sure. And I saw him already talking to some of the young guys even last week. So this will be 2 weeks of practice. I'm assuming they're in pads today. So it'll probably be the first time he's had pads on since the first week in January.
Okay. All right.
So take that for what it's worth.
Yesterday you had mentioned, and this was after the game, you'd mentioned that you talked to Kenny Clark about a couple of things regarding that game. Have you talked to him any more about how he feels in this defense and how, what their plan is heading into the Green Bay?
Not going into Green Bay, but I think he feels very comfortable on what they're asking him to do. I think he's feeling more comfortable here in the locker room and even in the city, right? He's got his car now. He felt like he just got let out of jail. And he's got his own house now instead of living in the apartment or condo, whatever he was doing, and the fam moved in. So from a life standpoint, he's kind of a little bit more settled in than when he first got here. But yeah, he seems to be enjoying it. And boy, does he play hard. And so, between him and Osa up the middle, if they can just get something off the edge. We've been saying, can you get some push in the middle to help the guys on the edge?
Right.
Well, I think they're sort of getting that, but now the edge guys have got to step up, and I need to see Dante Fowler do something.
Man, I'm with you. I know we talked about this earlier in the week. I was pretty stoked about that signing, especially, for the cost, and he has been non-existent so far this season.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the deal is, if they're using him differently, if they're so paranoid about making sure they set the edge that guys aren't letting it fly off the edge. But I was thinking, man, he came in here with 10.5 sacks last year.
Yeah.
Because I counted out everybody that left with sacks. Did I tell you that yesterday? Yeah, maybe. And it was 38 sacks went out the door. 12 by Micah, right? But other guys had sacks. If people needed a reminder, Golston had 5.5, Carl Lawson 5, Overshone 5. None of that's in the building right now. So they need some of these other guys to figure out how to get to the quarterback, but without vacating the edge.
Now, we've talked numerous times about how the pass rush and the secondary work in cooperation. What do you think about Zion Childress being picked up by the Texans? Yesterday, a lot of people were asking us about getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm just kind of bummed because we saw him in training camp.
Yeah.
He looked really good, but I know, history says there are lots of players who look good in training camp who don't ever have, a productive NFL career. But at a time when you can't really cover anybody, I was disappointed by this.
Well, they haven't used him.
Right.
Now, he's on the practice squad.
Right.
And like this last elevation, so he's been elevated the last 2 games, right? And I looked, this past game, he played 5 special team snaps. But it erodes what you perceive as your depth at that position, right?
Yeah.
Because behind Reddy Stewart, who's starting in the nickel when they go 3 cornerbacks, now who? Because he was the guy. That's why he was being elevated, right?
Yeah.
So they don't have another ready-made cornerback unless this is an indication that they feel maybe strongly that Bland gets back this week.
Right.
Now, I don't know. I still think that's iffy. I haven't seen him on the resistance cords yet. So usually we see guys before practice, working with Britt Brown, but I haven't seen him do that yet. So I'll be interested to see what, if anything, he can do today to potentially say, well, at least I can come in on nickel downs or something like that, or maybe I can give you 20 snaps on the outside. It'll be interesting to see exactly what he can do, because losing him, that was a guy that was basically playing 2 positions for you. Not at the same time, but you understand.
Yeah.
If you're going 2 outside corners, then he's one of them. If you're going 3, he can move into the slot. And so it'd be interesting to see what happens there. And then one more week when they can get some of these guys back off the reserve list, if indeed they're ready to start practicing.
The lion's share of targets and first looks obviously go to CeeDee Lamb. Is that going to be the same now? Is it going to be lion's share goes to Pickens, or is it going to be a little bit different of a passing offense?
Well, a lot of that with the looks depends on the play call, because I don't think every time they call a pass play, the first place that goes is CD all the time, right? There's some plays called for George Pickens, so now maybe he gets the lion's share of the looks or the calls that might have been the CD. So it's not like you call a pass play and the quarterback's going to go eeny, meeny, miny. It's like you know where the defense formation before you even take the ball tells you, okay, my first look is going to be here. So I would imagine that he'll be a more integral part of what they're trying to do. But to me, the other guys have to step up. They've got to produce. Tolbert's got to produce. Cavante Turpin, don't ignore him. Get the ball in his hands.
But don't ask Turpin to be something that he's not.
No,
right?
no. I think he's a wide receiver. I'm telling you, when we were watching training camp, they were throwing the ball to him. And it wasn't just 9 routes. He was running curls over the middle, comebacks. They were treating him like a wide receiver. So get him the ball. Get the ball in his hands. Speed. Now he's got to have a responsibility of getting open and
Absolutely,
running the right routes, right?
Yeah.
But use him as a wide receiver.
Yeah, he's. I'm not sending. For me, I'm not sending him and saying go high point. I'm creating.
Well, the high point's not very high.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and that's why I'm not doing that. But I do feel like there's all these other. I saw it too, Mickey, when these slants, these drags across the middle, where he can create space with his speed.
Man,
too.
if you can get him the ball on the run, where he's not just settling down, turning, and catching the ball. If you can get him the ball on the run, I think he could be awfully, awfully valuable, and they're going to need that because you know darn well the Packers are going to concentrate on Pickens, however they choose. Do they have a cornerback they trust going man the entire time? Okay, fine, George, let's go. But if they're going to have a safety hovering over the top at all times, then you got to run shorter routes and figure out how to get him open underneath. And it would be really good if they continue to run the football to occupy the linebackers so they're not just dropping into zones and clogging things up. Make them respect the run. Make Micah Parsons respect the run. And just make sure that it's not 3rd and 9 a whole bunch of times where he comes flying off the edge or he's looping inside and you got to figure out where number 1 is.
Now, I had another question for you this morning that has nothing to do with this Cowboys team.
Wow. Uh-oh.
Wow. No, but I think
trusting my memory.
No,
huh?
you will definitely remember this player. So, and we look at this every single year. The NFL releases all their modern era players nominated for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I feel like we have talked till we're blue in the face about Darren Woodson, and we should continue to do so because he's awesome. What I was curious about this morning, though, is I feel like we don't ever really hear much of anything about Eric Williams advancing in these things. And when we talk about the Great Wall of Dallas back in the 90s, I mean, they don't have real Hall of Fame representation outside of Larry Allen. And it feels disingenuous to be like, oh, yeah, they were the best, but just because of that one guy who wasn't even there for the first Super Bowl. Well, what do you think about Eric Williams as a potential Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I don't know if longevity gets in his way because he had really 2-3 good years before the accident, and it kind of diminished somewhat of his skills those last few years of his career. And I think maybe that's the way it's looked at, like you were really good in let's see, his first year would have been 91, but 92 to start.
And he was first team All-Pro in 3 of the next 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah, I think he got back into one of them after the near fatal accident that he had, which, by the way, when I take that exit ramp off of 635 onto the North Dallas Tollway, I think about it all the time.
Yeah.
That he missed that turn. And it's a really bad turn, by the way. If anybody can fix it out there, that's my opinion, right?
Yeah.
I like it.
It's been that way for
but
a while.
no, he was really good, but I just think it sort of diminished, his physical skills diminished after that. But he was really good, and I remember the story about, he was kind of the backup, and then in 92, Jimmy told Tony Wise that, well, Eric Williams, our starter, right tackle. And Tony was like, well, yeah, but I got it. And Jimmy was like, there's no well buts. Figure it out, right? And so I think at that time, if I remember, they were using a little bit of Nate Newton outside at tackle, which Nate was horrified by because he knew he was going to have to face either Reggie White or Clyde Simmons, right? So they finally moved him inside, and then Kevin Gogan became kind of a swing guy. And then Nate had to deal with Jerome Brown, and he hated that, right?
Yeah.
Jerome Brown. But think about that front that they had with Clyde Simmons, Jerome Brown, Reggie White, Mike Pitts, Pitts and Golick in the middle. That was the team that sacked Troy 11 times in 91. 11 in one game.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's Micah's goal for this weekend. So we'll see how it goes.
Not going to happen.
We will catch up with you again tomorrow, good sir.
All right, we'll take a look at as much of practice as we get to watch and report back to you.
Thank you very much. There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus all-star baseball players are just like us. Next on The Fan.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak. A little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan reminded you not to write yourself off yet. Just take some time. You know? A little bit of everything. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Because everything will be all right.
Everything
will be all right.
It just takes some time, little girl, you're in the middle of... That's one of my favorite bands,
hates
dude.
us so much.
I'm sorry, I can't resist.
You know, maybe I should come back with Rock Lobster every single break. It's time for AM on the FM.
You hate the middle that much? I did not know that.
No, I'm just saying.
Singing.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't like
politics.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got confused.
I don't hate the singing. I just hate the song that got overplayed and overplayed and overplayed for about a decade, coming back into my life at a time that I did not realize. But my name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, all-star baseball players are just like us. What do I mean by that? Logan Webb, the all-star pitcher, is going to tell you here in just a few minutes. A story from the all-star game here in Texas. He had some great memories. Or maybe he doesn't actually remember much. You'll find out in just a little bit. But gentlemen, we're going to play off of yesterday's question of the day. I asked you guys yesterday, what was something that you collected and you thought it was really going to take off and it was going to send you into retirement whenever you sold it 20 plus years from then, and it just ended up being a total flop. What is something that you collected or something that you saved that you're really proud that you collected and that you saved over time? It could be worth a ton of money, or maybe it's just something that's still relevant. 877-881-1053. What's your biggest success story of, I know this is going to be worth something one day. I got to keep this.
I really thought he was going to ask, what's the thing that you threw away that you wish you hadn't, because my He-Man toy collection is the one that I wish.
Yeah.
No.
But this is a good question too, and Kevin appears as if he has the answer already.
Oh, the answer.
The only
I'm not going to say that. I have my answer.
I don't know. I think you feel like it's the answer.
Yeah.
No, I think we
looks
should
like
all be willing to listen to other people's thoughts and opinions.
Very interesting.
Controversial.
Is it? That doesn't feel like that should be controversial,
Politics.
but all right. That's fair.
The thing that I'm very proud that I held on to is my grandfather's watch.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
It's one of those old-timey pocket watches.
Those are so cool.
And he's still with us, mind you. But my other grandfather also had one of those old-timey pocket watches that as a child I would play with it all the time. I don't know how my dad left it out for me to you guys are ridiculous.
We did not say
anything.
Never say a word again on radio.
What?
But it was hanging up on my dad's keychain area, and I was like, all right, this is a watch that I will enjoy. So I have 2 of those pocket watches.
Oh,
and they could be from Sears, and be worth zero things.
Yeah. Sure.
But for me, it's a really, because like you said, they're so cool looking.
Yeah.
They're timeless. And Avery and Carter both have had suits that they've had to wear for some event, and they've had a vest, and then they put the little pocket watch in their little vest and walked around with that little.
Icy.
And they just
that is fancy.
And so it was really cool that I was able to have that for them. But yeah, that's one of the things that I thought whenever I was a kid, this might be worth something one day, and I've never gotten them checked. Still have never gotten them checked. But it's really still awesome to this day. And my dad's coin collection.
Yeah.
My dad gave me his coin collection a while back, and he's got a few coins in there that I went and priced that are very, worth a lot.
See, and that's the thing when I, think about some of the struggles that people have with cards is I look at, some older coins, and I'm like, this is the same as that one that sold for $8,000. And they're like, no, it's really not. And I'm like, why not? And it's the same thing. I'm like, and this is just how I feel in conversations when I'm like, no, I saw somebody trying to sell us on eBay for $12,000, and you're like, I'm so sorry, it is not worth anything.
Valid. That is valid.
Anything like that. So for me, I was going to say one of the things, and I think you'll get a kick out of this, Alec, is I have been really excited to see the rest of the world catch up in interest of wrestling cards.
Yeah.
Because I was collecting wrestling cards long ago in the Attitude Era, and even some old WCW cards that are worth a lot more than I ever thought they were going to be. I just open them for fun. And that is one thing that makes me kind of sad about the card game now is I would love opening wrestling boxes and Star Wars boxes just for fun because I love those two products. And now everybody else does too, and they cost a gazillion dollars sometimes.
Yeah, and we got Topps Finest WWE dropping this week too.
Yes.
Gonna have to hit up some of our friends, maybe RJ Dukes. Go head out and see what they've got.
By the way, we might need to make a announcement about
whenever it's ready
upcoming event.
You know what? We can do that next week.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I missed you say this.
Yeah.
Did you see the Disney characters cards that they're dropping?
Yeah, Topps Chrome coming out today.
Did you just say this?
No, but
Okay.
I mean they've had cards in the past. I haven't seen the new version.
They're wearing baseball uniforms, like MLB uniforms, and I just think that's like a Mickey Mouse. Wearing,
Okay.
I think it's cool.
So back in the day, I think they were called comic ball cards. It had Bugs Bunny.
Sounds very generic.
No,
Comic ball, like Adrian when she's like, "Oh, they're playing the sports ball today."
You're right. But they had Bugs Bunny, and then Nolan Ryan would be in the set, and
yeah.
And I just thought that was super cool too.
877-881-1053. The question of the day today, Tolos, is what is the one thing that you held on to for years and years and years, and you're glad you did? Remember yesterday, we did the opposite. The one thing that you held on to, you thought it was going to be the next big thing, and it ended up being worthless. And I said yesterday, my Funko Pops, but I will say 2 or 3 of them that I have today worth a few $100s. So some of those were good investments. I mentioned.
Are you going to sell?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm torn because one of them that I have, and probably my most expensive one, is the AJ Lee first edition from WWE. And now that she's back, she's probably going to get more. They're probably going to make another one, but I don't know what it's going to do to the value of that.
I gotcha.
I know my dad has a super rare CM Punk one. That was one of his last print runs before he left and, disappeared for a few years, tried out UFC and everything. But I'd say for me, outside of that, I do have a bunch of early or late 2000s, early 2010s Star Wars toys. That, the Clone Wars era, a lot of that stuff is super coveted now.
Oh.
And I never really realized that there's a Star Wars themed shop out in Fort Worth called Holocron. And I went out there with my sister when she was visiting one time. And we were like, this stuff that we used to break and just absolutely use until the wheels fell off of these little vehicles and stuff. People are paying, $20 for a single action figure and $250 for a vehicle that, we paid $50 for back in the day. This is crazy. So looking at some of that stuff, and then probably one of my most prized possessions ever, I didn't know we were going to lose him so quickly. I met Peter Mayhew, the original Chewbacca. And I met him at the studio. That's actually good. I met him at the Studio Movie Grill in Arlington at the Highlands when I was 5 or 6. Barely could understand what was going on, but my parents took us there as a surprise. Got to meet him, and I've got a signed 8x10 that he wrote to Alec and everything. So I'm like, yep, That's going to sit on my desk wherever I am in the world.
Yeah,
it's always going to exist right on my desk because that is the coolest thing. He was like, anytime with kids, like he was super good with the kids. Like he would give everybody their moment of what's your name, and he would actually write their name for the kids. He wouldn't do that for everybody. That was really cool. He asked us who our favorite character was, and we couldn't say anybody but Chewbacca.
Of course you can't. That'd be a bold move to be like, I like Wicket.
Yeah.
You'd be like, what?
And this was before he got the knee surgery, the knee replacement. So he walked around with a lightsaber cane, which I thought was the coolest thing ever.
Gracious.
It was awesome. And I think, don't quote me on it, I think it was Yoda's lightsaber is what it was themed like because it was a green blade. But he was the nicest guy, such a gentleman. I know he lived in the area at least for some time. I don't know if he was a native or not, but he lived in the area, so got to meet him before he sadly passed. Seeing lots of different cards and stuff, Garbage Pail Kids from the 817. I know that's something that's still popular to this day. Topps is still releasing those. It feels like every few months or so. I know my dad would be in the same boat. The 817 says, I wish that I still had my 1970 Dodge Challenger. My dad grew up with a 1969 Camaro. Nice, I know. And that's one thing that he regrets selling to this day because those are making a comeback, all the resto mods and stuff. But from the 682, I still have the Ken Griffey Jr. Hologram from that set, Kevin, from the 682. Let's see, lots of good stuff coming in here. This one's really cool. Another card that they still have from the 817. My 65 Malibu SS that I got for high school graduation.
Heck yes.
That's really cool. If you were able to keep a car for that long, one, good for you for sticking with it. Because one, takes up a lot of space. Two, takes up a lot of money to keep up and everything. So good for you for keeping that. And from the 817 OG Lego Batman minifigures. People will pay an arm and a leg for Lego minifigures, I've learned.
Yeah, my older son was looking through some of our Star Wars stuff, and he goes, oh, yeah, that minifigure's worth $80. And I was like, $80? I was like, can you go sell it for me? I like the sets more than the minifigures, but I get it.
Me too. I'm the weirdo. I like the diagrams and stuff that Lego puts out more so than the actual minifigures themselves. So appreciate the interaction there on the question of the day today. And gentlemen, this is from On Base with Mookie Betts, because everybody has a podcast nowadays, and Mookie's is actually fun because he gets people in season to sit down and talk with him when he's on like road trips or they come to LA to play the Dodgers. And he was talking to all-star pitcher Logan Webb, and Webb was talking about his first all-star experience, which was here in Texas last year, and he might or might not have had a rough night before pitching.
It was my first all-star game, and I had a couple teammates on the Giants that had been to all-star games before, and they were like, enjoy everything. Go to the parties, do all this. And I did. I enjoyed it all. I had fun. I had some older guys that were kind of feeding me some drinks. I woke up the next day, I instantly regretted everything that I did the night before, but man, I got through it. I know I didn't pitch that great, but kind of felt like I made up for it this year. So,
did you know you were going to pitch?
Oh, yeah. But I'm like, all right, it's one inning. I can get through it. It was not easy. Texas, it was hot.
Did you almost throw up?
Multiple times. That was my first time actually running from the bullpen to the mound, and it was actually Will who was warming me up, and I think I threw it 55 feet. I felt really bad, but I was out of gas. I'm like, do not throw up. There's so many people watching right now.
That'd have been a viral moment, though.
It would have been, but I'm happy I did not do that.
So a hungover Logan Webb in his first All-Star appearance here in Texas. Didn't pitch too well, like he said, and his main concern was go out there and do not throw up. That was his one goal because he partied too hard after the red carpet event and everything the night before. So baseball players are just like us. They like to have fun.
Man, what an excellent edition of AM on the FM. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, would any team actually want to trade for this player? And Penei Sewell makes history next on The Fan.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3rd and 7. Wilson deep drop. Shot downfield towards Wendell Robinson. It's picked off. Running underneath to Kansas City, Chris Roland Wallace. And he's out of bounds right around midfield.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip and rip it.
And let's start with Pro Football Hall of Fame nominations. Now, I know frequently this is agitating, but I'll at least let you know the Cowboys that I saw while kind of flipping through the modern era nominations. There's 128. It's a long process. You probably won't really care about it until we get to like the end of the year, and then obviously right before the Super Bowl. But I saw Leroy Glover on there. I know he's not like identified specifically as a Cowboy, but then Eric Williams, who we talked about with Mickey, Jason, we'll get to Jason Witten, Darren Woodson, who we've talked about a million times, and Jason Witten now on the list as well.
I want to ask Broadus about Leroy Glover, because I wonder if whenever he was involved with that part of the process, if they were kind of thinking that would be the same Reggie White type effect.
Yes.
Because Leroy Glover was a super talented defensive tackle, man. And one of the nicest dudes. That's the one right there, Kevin. When Larry Allen said, "What are you talking to me for?" Leroy Glover laughed and said, "Sit down. I'll answer some questions."
So he should be in the Hall of Fame, if nothing else, for that.
Protecting
for really,
me, yeah.
really helping you out. All right, I like that. Now, we talked about this yesterday. Terry McLaurin's not going to practice today, so that could potentially be bad for Washington. We told you to keep an eye out on that, but good news for Washington, Jaden Daniels will.
Okay.
So moving in the right direction for him there.
Okay, so they get a win with Mariota, right?
Yes.
And I'm not saying, like now Jaden Daniels' job is in jeopardy. But what does that say about your team when you're clicking, dude? Like that team right there is clicking.
Right.
I know they didn't fare well against the Green Bay Packers, but that says something about what you're capable of doing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, Washington clearly has really high expectations for this year. Unfortunately, the expectations are a bit lower for our Dallas Cowboys. Caleb Williams won his first ever NFC Offensive Player of the Week award after going up against the Cowboys.
Did Russell Wilson get one 2 weeks ago?
Ooh.
I think he did.
I mean, that makes sense, right? He had an insane game.
Did Jalen Hurts get one the first?
No. So what I think Corey is saying is look for Caleb to get benched next week. Is that what it is? Okay. Now, yeah, if you're playing fantasy, I do not think that is a bad idea to go all in for Jordan Love. Jordan Davis was named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week, which, again, that makes a whole lot of sense. Not only was he involved in the play that won the game in terms of getting the block, but then rumbling on down there for the touchdown. That makes a lot of sense. Derwin James, AFC Defensive Player of the Week, and Jonathan Taylor, AFC Offensive Player of the Week, after scoring 3 touchdowns this past week. All right, let's go from, and by the way, in case you're curious, Isaiah Rodgers, in what was probably the easiest decision ever made, won Defensive Player of the Week for the NFC. Me. Yeah, he did something that had never been done in the NFL, and he accomplished it in one half. Okay. I think anybody who voted for anybody different should never be allowed to vote for that award again.
That's all right.
All right, so Russell Wilson got benched, and I saw an article on Fox Sports that said, should the short list for the Bengals begin with Russell Wilson?
Okay.
And I guess my question for both of y'all is, does he have trade value? And do you think the Bengals look at him and they're like, we can win with him?
Mr. Unlimited.
I don't know if that helps his case or not.
Actually, that might hurt his case.
For sure.
Just based on how he did that. I I understand the idea and concept of adding another one after a pretty bad outing against the boogeyman, mind you.
I agree.
As Brian Flores was rolling out, he was like, you know what, bag of tricks, getting every single one of them and going after it. I'd roll with Jake Browning again. I don't know that Russell Wilson, you're going to make a trade for him and within a couple of weeks turn yourself back into a contender. The Giants just cut him. They're 0-3. They had him already and they're cutting him. So why do you want him? I wouldn't do it. It just wouldn't make sense to me. He didn't have a camp with you.
Right.
He didn't know any of these players in that way, so I would avoid it altogether.
Alec, same for you. If you're a team that is quarterback needy, short or long term, does Russ move the needle at all for you?
Moves the needle in a long-term situation for me, maybe, if he has time. But at that point, for the Bengals specifically, you're expecting him or you're hoping that he does what Baker Mayfield did for the Rams a couple years ago, where he just magically steps in and wins a game for him without knowing half the playbook. That's just being dumb at that point. Stick with the guy that knows the system, has been there, and just hope, again, like Corey said, you're going against different defenses every single time he plays. So maybe he gets a matchup that's more favorable for him and Jake Browning.
Now, this is potentially good news not potentially, it probably is good news for the Cowboys. There's reports circulating out there that Zach Tom, the right tackle for the Packers, he has an oblique issue that he is going to miss the game this weekend. That's the report going around. And I know the right tackle, Zach Tom, and then the left guard, Aaron Banks, who's dealing with a groin injury. There had been some thought among Packers followers and fans that their bye is next week. Mm-hmm. And so that maybe you would kind of err on the side of caution and both of them would sit out. But there is a report this morning that Zach Tom, at least, is likely to miss the game against the Cowboys.
So you think maybe Anthony Belton is the replacement there, the rookie draft pick, and then they're already light across the offensive line. Their depth is not very strong there.
And probably because of that, we saw this with the Cowboys a couple weeks ago. They have made at least one signing, maybe another one, and brought people in to kind of...
Could be beneficial.
Yeah.
It could be beneficial.
Absolutely. See what it looks like. All right. Let's go from that to, let's see, where should I take you next? How about, do you have any interest in C.J. Gardner-Johnson? We talked about, you lost a player this morning. I think I see Alex shaking his head, no. We got asked this a lot yesterday, and you saw that the Texans obviously just picked off a player from the Cowboys practice squad. That was a cornerback.
Yeah,
this
that's
would be
tough.
a safety.
I don't love losing him, by the way. He's one of those players that plays tough, plays good football.
And it's just like, I don't know. I go back to it, and I know, and Mickey pointed out that he'd only played Childress only played 5 special teams plays in the last week, but he's at a position where we liked him in training camp, and it's not like you look good at that position.
Right.
So even if Deron Bland comes back, it's not like you're like, oh, we're set.
I'm with Alec on shaking my head no on Gardner-Johnson.
Okay.
Already this team struggles with communication and knowing what they're supposed to do. Okay.
Word was he struggled to pick it up.
He didn't.
Yeah.
I'm watching a video right now of him not picking up this defense well in Houston. The other thing though is like his problems with teammates and he might not be welcome back in Philadelphia for various reasons. This is a dude that's made some enemies along the way and maybe doesn't quite have that skill set to go along with it anymore.
Let's give a shout out to Penei Sewell. He, the 5th-year tackle, set a record for Pro Football Focus, the highest single game grade by a lineman in the history of the tracking site.
Wow.
He also, and this is probably how he got here, registered the highest run blocking grade of any player with 10 or more run blocking snaps in a game ever. He had a 99.3 run blocking grade in 37 running snaps. That breaks an 18-year-old record. I know we've had the discussion about the grades of Pro Football Focus, but it feels like most people could probably agree, holy crap, that's amazing.
I feel like the first game he was not that good.
And
then he was like, I'll show you.
Right.
Because he legitimately is
He's
that talented
yes,
of a player.
agree.
And they ran the ball so effectively.
Now, I had a couple of other notes yesterday from the Giants that we didn't get to, and one of these is really in Bobby Belt's face. But first, Malik Neighbors, he only had 2 catches for 13 yards and no touchdowns this past weekend. So I don't know if he is excited about the new quarterback change, but then again, if you go back to last year, he's like, it ain't the quarterback. Thus insinuating, if not flat out saying,
Dude,
they have many other problems.
It's got to be so difficult to go from a really good program where things are a certain way,
yes,
and then going to a place where you're like, this is the pros. It should be better than what I was dealing with in college.
Don't you think he thinks, and I'm not saying it would actually play out like this, he's like, I legitimately think my old team offensively was better.
Yes. Dude, yesterday I think Sean was like, all right, you take Texas Tech and you take the Cowboys defense and you take some high school around here. Who knows their defense better? And I thought he was going to say which one. And I was like, don't do this. Maybe, though. Maybe.
And the one that's in Bobby's face, Cam Scattaboo had 3 explosive runs over the weekend, 10-plus yards, and forced 7 missed tackles against the Chiefs.
Did he not like Scattaboo?
I think he said he wasn't going to make it in the league, and he wasn't that great. And a lot of people thought it was because he was mad about what happened against Texas. Just theories. All right, and then also insult added to injury. The day that Russell Wilson got benched, so yesterday, he was at a Children's Hospital of New York.
When he got the news?
Yeah. So he's still trying to help out and do good stuff, and there you go.
That's why he is Mr. Unlimited, though. He has an unlimited amount of things that he can do to help the world.
Okay, I
Just
like
not
that.
football.
Oh my gosh.
Anymore.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, forget using the extra draft capital. Who could the Cowboys realistically trade away that you'd be okay with for more draft capital? Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Oh, man, I love to feast. I really do. I enjoy feasting more.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. There's been questions asked to Steven, to Jerry, by us. Would you use that extra draft capital? Maybe get the Cowboys something else and like help this team out. But let's go entirely the other way. Forget using the extra draft capital. Who could the Cowboys realistically trade away for more draft capital? That's what we're going to do today. And Alec, I am going to go back to you with a question that I asked you yesterday, and I gave you plenty of time to think it over. Would you trade Brandon Aubrey for a second-round pick?
I almost cussed just now.
So did I, but my mic was off, so I was safe. Yeah, I think I was at a place yesterday, like in the late afternoon hours, where I was okay with it. But I think I talked myself back out of it today.
Oh.
And I'm going to say no. I need a 1.
Wow. Oh.
That's how good he is.
All right.
I need a 1.
Okay. Corey?
Kevin.
The only offer available is a 2 for now. Would you accept a second-round pick?
Yeah. How often are you going to get a 2 out of a kicker? Probably never.
Never?
Like, obviously, I want
Jankowski. Did Jankowski get a 1?
Okay. Obviously, I never want to trade Aubrey. And
For sure.
if I did, it'd have to be a 1.
For sure. Okay.
But the value versus what I have, I absolutely would do that because I can go out and find another kicker, and maybe I'm not getting the same results, but I'm going to be able to have a pretty good kicker out there. But a second-round pick is huge.
Right.
Now, a lot of people, that's their favorite player right now.
I get it.
He represents them. Or, hey, he's the only good one is what a lot of people are saying.
Right.
And he's the best in the league at what he does. How much separation is there between him and everybody else?
See, I think there's a lot because not only the accuracy in terms of regular field goal kicking, but it's the distance. The distance is just madness.
Okay, but the percentages are still kind of close except for the distance, like as far as...
Yeah, just because, and I think one of the issues there is because last year he had 3 block kicks, and it was I probably would have made it. That's at least that's the way I think about it. Yeah. I don't know if that's exactly fair, but that's what I think about it.
And if there's a kicker that for 6 years he was hitting 100%, you'd be like, oh my gosh,
sure,
this is the best ever. He's just separate from everybody else. There's a 94%, 93%, 92% for 3 different kickers. I'm like, okay, so it's not that different, but I agree with you. Patrick Mahomes could throw a way that nobody else could for a while, where you were just like, he can't out throw Tyreek Hill.
Right.
And so this is a combination you do not want to let go. Guess what they did? They let go.
Yeah.
So I think for number 2, because I don't think you're going to get that value anywhere else, I would, but I don't want to.
And this is where I think we have the conversation. Because somebody said, trade everybody except the kicker. And I think that's what makes this conversation interesting, is that, you got to figure out players that you're going to be able to get value for that you would be willing to let go. So if that's how you feel, fair enough. But then somebody texted in, you got to trade Diggs. And I hear you on that. I just don't know what kind of value that you would get. Like Sean asked this morning when we teased this segment, Bobby said best case scenario, I think a 5th, and I said a conditional 6th. And if you're okay with that, then you can do it. You're not actually going to have to eat as much money as I would have thought, but you're going to have to eat some money on that. Is it worth it just to not have Trayvon Diggs out there and you'll take a conditional 6th or maybe a 5th?
I don't think it's worth it.
Okay.
For me, I'm trying to figure out how to get his value back up. And I think it's possible. His defense is bad across the board. And I don't know if it's individual player or if it's just the defense itself isn't totally working. Communication's poor. That means a guy's getting beat whenever he shouldn't be, those kinds of things. As you were saying, Donovan Wilson, there was a point where he had to choose a player.
Yeah.
And if they had the right communication before the snap, maybe he didn't have to choose the wrong one.
Yeah.
So that's the case. Maybe the player still has something there. Maybe he's still recovering from this injury. But a conditional 6th right now is not enough for me.
Okay. What about for you, Alec? Realistically, that's probably the best I'm going to tell you that I can do is a conditional 6th for Trayvon Diggs. Is that acceptable to you?
It's all got to be in context for me. If you're punting on the season, I'm taking anything I can get.
And
hold on. I'm glad he said this.
Okay.
Because my perspective here, and Kevin, now this is where I'm sending you out to go make these deals.
Okay.
I want you to find me, if I'm getting things in return, if I'm trading picks for players, I want players that I have control of for a couple of years. Very similar to what they did with Mingo. They were like, look, we liked him in the 2nd round.
Right.
We can get him for a 4th, and we have a couple of years to see if he's the right guy or not. That's what I want you to do with the picks that I'll give you to trade. But for the players it's that you're sending out,
yeah,
I'm if I'm doing that, I'm looking at rebuilding right now and making a big bold move to rebuild this thing entirely.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and tip my hand all the way then. I feel like if you've been listening to the show, you already know how I feel about this. Personally, I would stockpile assets the rest of this season and next season until you can figure out a way to wiggle out of Dak's contract. And even then, you might have to wait one more year. That's just me. I know that is soul-crushingly boring for the fan base to have to be like, hey, we get to watch not so good football and everything like that. And I'm sure, I know Jerry said numerous times, I don't have time for a bad time. So I am not insinuating that they would do that whatsoever, but that would be my strategy. I know what you're doing now does not lead to a Super Bowl. I think if you just rebooted the thing, which you kind of already started to do with the Micah trade, that I think that's what you should do. So I'll just, from my perspective, if you hate that standpoint, I understand. That is what I would do because I think that's the route to a Super Bowl.
You can hate the standpoint, but not the man.
I hope not. Even earlier today, somebody said they hated my voice and inflection, but they liked my information, and I was like, I'll take it.
That feels like a compliment.
Kind of.
Fair
All
trade.
right. Overshone and Schoonmaker. Now, the reason why I brought up Overshone, and I know people are going to talk about him being hurt, but one valuable tool that you did see from ESPN in the offseason is they interviewed and took votes from people involved in the league. And Overshone, I think, was the 8th ranked off the ball linebacker. So there is value there. I know he gets hurt, and for people like me, I still think he's going to be awesome. But you've had injury problems. Anything for Overshone and Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker, I don't think is going to bring you much at all.
Give me a 7th.
Yeah. And I maybe make it conditional to potentially. By the way, conditional, if you're not familiar, whenever we say that, that means there's a certain set of parameters that if that player meets it with their new team, you have the potential to bump up one round.
Okay.
Usually just one round.
If I can get something for Schoonmaker right now, dude, absolutely.
Okay.
I have my long-term tight end already. He's not going to replace that guy.
Okay.
So I feel like I'm pretty, like, you signed him to an extension for a reason. You were hoping you could kind of do what you've done and just be like, okay, we'll get another one and we'll replace them every
Sure.
time their rookie deal's done and move on. But here we are with this. So that one, well, that was a miss. Maybe that was a McCarthy pick anyway. So if anybody out there liked him before, I'd be selling absolutely.
What about Overshone then? Because I feel like Overshone is more complicated.
Let's have a talk. I'm glad you're at the table today.
Tell me about it.
What are you thinking? How valuable is he to you?
Okay.
This player that I have on my team that you might want.
Okay. See, and obviously if I'm on the other side, I'm going to be like, not that valuable. He's always hurt. But, and this really pains.
And why did you get to this restaurant where we're at right now?
You know what, actually, that
Came
is
all the way from New York.
That is a really fair question. So to me, DeMarvion Overshone is creeping significantly closer to Sam Williams category. And what I mean by that is lots of potential, but also you're running out of time for his cheapness. So like, let's say, and I know it's been a terrible start to the season for the defense across the board. Let's say Sam Williams all of a sudden magically flips a switch and just kicks all of the ass this year. He ends up getting 11 and a half sacks and you're like, what? I know, not based on what we've seen in the first 3 games. Great. That's great, right? Except his contract is up. And so what are you going to do now? So DeMarvion Overshone, let's say he comes back around Thanksgiving. All right, he looks pretty good. And you're like, hey, that's great. I still need him to stay healthy for an entire season. Then next year, he comes out there, kicks all the ass. He's the magical off-the-ball linebacker that you always needed all along. Hell yeah, he's out of contract. So, like, that's one of the issues, whether it's injuries or whatever. You also run out of the time that these players are really cheap and really a great value. So I would absolutely listen to trade offers for Overshone, even though I still want him to be so good.
Okay. Second?
I don't think so.
Third? Because here's what I'm thinking now, Kevin. If I can collect a bunch of 7ths, how many? I can get 3 7s could get me a 5th?
Theoretically, it would depend on where you're in the round and everything. But yeah,
let's say I got 3 7s and that gets me a 5th. Well, now I got 2 5ths to work with in this draft. Maybe I can do the same thing for next year. 2 5ths to work with in the next draft.
Yeah,
and I already got 4 1s to work with over the next 2 years. I'm trying to get some 3s now. 3s could get me some 2s. 5s could get me some 4s. Do you understand what I'm trying? I'm trying to trade up from paperclip to Lamborghini.
Sure.
And it's going to take a lot of work, and I'm going to have to find people to dance with me on this. But I'm trying to figure out what I can do here. A third is too much for you for Overshone?
So in my head, and I should have checked with a couple of other people for this player, and specifically, I wonder about a third or a fourth. Maybe this is a conditional situation. I'll have to go look more into that.
I don't think, Kevin,
I think you get better than a 6.
I think both of us are in the same boat where we're trying to stockpile.
Yes.
This player might not be the one I sell.
Okay.
And here's one of the reasons. I think when the Micah trade happened, they envisioned this is the one we're going to build around. Now, unfortunately, this is a dude that's injured.
Okay.
But this is an electric defensive player that can do a lot of different things on the field. He's got great speed. He's got great closing ability. We've seen the flashes. We hope we can build around him. He's in Eberflus's ear. He's going to be the future of the team. Now, we need to keep him on the field. That's the first thing. But I think that they envision that this is a guy that they can build their defense around.
You know, and I did think about this name. I saw somebody texting in trade resurgent Javonte Williams. I thought about that. I just don't think the value is going to be there or particularly existent. And I wanted to know what y'all thought about these 3 players because they all picked up contracts. Osa, Turpin, and Tyler Smith. Are those all part of the untouchable group for you? Now, they're probably untouchable because you just gave them extensions and the complications of the salary cap with the NFL. But are those untouchable players for you?
They are in that range, yes.
Okay, same with CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah. CeeDee Lamb, I'm not doing anything with.
And then for everybody that says Dak Prescott, and Bobby said it this morning.
CeeDee Lamb's the one dude, Kevin, that I think, I personally think that's the guy that I want the team to follow too. He does things the way I like them to be done.
I gotcha.
And I appreciate the player he is. Some people don't.
Yeah, just logistically for people that say, Dak, I promise, I hear you on that. Your salary cap would be murder, death, killed if that happened. And you know the Cowboys, there's no way they would do any of that. But then again, maybe they've changed our minds with Micah this year. I just want to say, I think you're 2 years away.
Do you think that that's real for you?
No.
That one trade has now changed the way that they might approach things altogether, and this might be a new leaf they're turning over?
The only reason I say maybe is because they talk so much about the salary cap and taking up a specific portion of the pie. Now, I frequently dispute the numbers that they throw out there, but that's neither here nor there. They've at least shown they can. For Dak, you're like 2 years away from even being able to realistically have that conversation. And that's why I wanted to bring up those players like Overshown, Schoonmaker, Brandon Aubrey. The unfortunate part of it is, and this is probably why you find yourself in the situation you are right now, how many really tradable assets do the Cowboys have that you're willing to trade?
Probably 3.
Yeah, not very many, right? Because if you're a no on Osa, Turpin, and Tyler Smith, putting aside the nature of their contract extensions, then no CeeDee Lamb. You can't realistically do it on Dak. Now all of a sudden you're talking about Trayvon Diggs, who's at a wildly diminished value. Overshown, who's hurt. Schoonmaker, who the rest of the league knows hasn't really done anything. And Brandon Aubrey, who we all love. Like, you're probably in a position where your most tradable asset that people would consider is your kicker, which is an unfortunate reflection of the setup of the team right now.
It absolutely is. Because you want to be the team that people are begging to get your second, third guys.
Sure.
And they're willing to offer you more because you have that guy and you're like, you know what? We'll take that draft pick. We're still good. We're still deep.
Right.
Now, I didn't have to trade my starters. I was able to trade depth pieces because I know my depth pieces are better than the pieces that most people have out there as starters.
And I just wanted to throw this out there real quick because somebody asked about this, and I just want to throw out like the reality of why you don't see more moves like this. Somebody asked if you would trade CeeDee Lamb for 2 first-round picks. So the whole issue with that is you'd be facing a massive dead cap hit. And so you would absolutely be saying my team will not be competitive for the rest of this year and maybe next year. And you've heard Jerry and Steven.
It's a big Band-Aid to rip off.
Yes. And I know they're trying to spin, but you've heard them like, oh, we could still be competitive. But like if you did that with another big name player.
That's part of the sell.
Yeah, I don't think you could sell it anymore. If you're like, we're going to trade CeeDee Lamb. Sure, we'll
be fine, guys.
Yeah, we have 6 first-round picks in the next 2 years, but then you couldn't realistically be like, we're a serious football team that wants to win right now.
Right.
You just couldn't. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, by the way, we didn't mention George Pickens because he's under a 1-year deal. You're really hamstrung with that. And if he balls out, you're going to give him a big, giant contract, and then
it would need to be a team that's contending.
Yes.
And lost their top tier receiver.
Look, if you think that we should make some moves, what you should really want is George Pickens in these next 4 weeks to have 56 catches and just go insane, and then we can maybe do something.
Or win all the games and then win the Super Bowl.
You know what? It's sad that that's not what I thought at first.
Okay.
But that's probably just a reflection of how I feel about this team. But you're right. That is, of course, the number one thing that we should do. Coming up next, the Cooper Flag hype train is officially kicked into the next gear. Plus, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Shot clock at 15, plenty of time. Flag again. On Hill, pulls up and pops. Knocks it down.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a couple minutes. But in the meantime, the Cooper flag hype has gone to the next level. Not courtesy of me, though that is fair to wonder.
I feel like you've been very realistic with the expectations of him.
Sure, thank you.
A lot of people would assume just because you're a Duke guy that you wouldn't be.
Right.
So
Tim McMahon is ranking the top 100 players in the NBA entering this season.
He's number one and MVP. I'm guessing.
Okay, that feels
Tim
like
McMahon always source of very good basketball knowledge.
that is true. But for the record, the top 10 won't be out until maybe tomorrow.
And Cooper Flagg's already on the list.
Which means he's not in the top
What does
10.
Tim McMahon know? You know, like what's he ever known? Honestly,
you better watch out.
No, I liked him.
So PJ Washington goes into the season ranked number 95, 95th best player in basketball. And we could talk about these players specifically in just a second. Derek Lively is 73. Cooper Flagg is 52. Just think about that. He has not stepped on to an NBA court for real play, and he is ranked 52nd.
Wow,
that is the NBA.
That is very impressive to already be at that spot.
Absolutely.
And that tells you that his skills go beyond just whatever offensive skill he has.
Yes.
It is everything encompassing what the player actually is.
Absolutely. And Tim McMahon wrote, the 18-year-old who might be the most anticipated American prospect since LeBron James arrives in the NBA in a distinctive position of being a number one pick on a veteran-heavy roster with playoff aspirations. And he'll have plenty of opportunity to thrive and prove he can be the point forward. Now, Tim McMahon pointed out that Wemby was ranked 47 in the NBA prior to him ever stepping on the court. And clearly, injuries aside, he has been fantastic already in the NBA. But what do you think about the fact then this would seem to lead me to believe that the Mavericks will have 5 players in the top 100, unless I'm just totally spacing on something. PJ Washington, Derek Lively, Cooper Flagg, and then you'll get Anthony Davis and Kyrie. Although I guess because of the injury, maybe that could change, but I would assume Anthony Davis and Kyrie would be in the top of the list.
You forgot about Luka.
Well, Luka doesn't play for us anymore. I hope you didn't miss that. That was a really big story back in February.
I just ignored it for a while.
Okay.
And just kind of was like, nah, this isn't real. This is just a bad dream kind of thing.
Okay.
But you're telling me it's real.
I am
actually happened,
so sorry to be the one to tell you that, yes, that story was real and that happened. Does that change your hype level at all for Cooper Flagg, knowing that like somebody who is not affiliated with the organization, I know he used to cover the Mavericks, is that high on it? We'll get back around to your thoughts about that a little bit later. But right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting, start winning, and book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon.
So I just wanted to tell a positive story. Earlier, we had the opportunity to have Fergie Jenkins in studio, and he was great, and he mentioned how much he liked you. Do you have any particular memories, fondly or otherwise, hopefully positive, of Fergie Jenkins?
Yeah, just times that we crossed paths. I did do a cruise with him. It's a baseball cruise that we were on, and he's just a classic guy. He's got, of course, all the credentials, Hall of Fame and everything, but he just got a very, very nice way about him that, kind of puts you at ease, because I really looked up to him. I got a chance to face him in the big leagues, and so, I was looking forward to spending some time with him. And did do that, and just a really nice guy that had a tremendous career.
On that cruise, you didn't happen to try and drop a fishing line into the ocean, did you?
Yeah, I was trolling back there. They didn't know it, but actually, I did. We did have one stop, so I did go out on the boat and have those excursions you could set up, and I did do that, but didn't have very much luck on that one.
Even with the playoffs now no longer possible, how important is it for the team, for the franchise, to finish at or above 500?
Well, that's certainly a goal. It does mean a lot of things, I think, to everybody, because we fought so hard to get back in this thing, and we had a tough, 8 games here, and you put in all that hard work, and, the finish, the way we're finishing right now, it's hard on these guys. I know personally it would mean a lot. I think with the coaching staff, I can speak to them. We talked about it in the meeting yesterday that we have to play it out, but it also would mean that we played pretty good baseball from this point on. Even though we're out of it, we owe it to our fans that are coming out. We talked about that. Continue to play well. And sure, we're shorthanded now. But, yes, at the end of the day, if you play over 500, it makes you feel a lot better about your season.
You were fired up last night after the game, though, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting this, but you felt like last night was not your team's best effort by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I probably did let some frustration come out there. I do think they're trying. We did make some mistakes that we're just not accustomed to making. And, 4 hits again. We're not swinging the bats, and I get it. We're we're missing our core players, but we were playing good baseball without them. And now all of a sudden we're just not doing much offensively. We're stuck on 4 or 5 hits, it seems like, every game. And of course, make some mistakes in defense. We pick a couple guys off. We couldn't get them out. And it's just those things that probably got to me. But I do think everybody's out there trying. We had some guys that were playing hurt. I'll talk about Langford. This oblique thing's been with him. I talked to you guys last week, and I mentioned the name, and that's who it was. He was trying to play through it, and man, what a warrior he was, trying to continue to play. And then Garcia, he's had that grade 2 quad strain. He's just not getting around like we're used to, and it's not a good look for him, because he's out there trying. But it's hard to play this game when you're not 100%. So I probably did let some frustration come out last night, but it's in all of us. We're doing what we can, but we just got to keep fighting. That's the only way we can go about this.
I know you probably can't or don't want to project into the future or future seasons, but is Adolis going to be able to play today or tomorrow? And if so, how important maybe is it for the home fans to be there to give him perhaps one final big ovation?
Well, I would like to get him out there. I can tell you he's not going to start today. It's bothering him a little bit more. I just got a report from our trainer, Lucky, who just let me know. So anyway, I'll try to find a pinch hit appearance, but he's not able to go today. If he's able to go tomorrow, he'll be out there. For the very reason he talked about, that's why I wanted him out there this homestand. This guy's done so much for us, helped us win a championship, and I know the fans love him, so that's why I wanted to play him this series. And so we'll see where he's at the next day, I guess, or tomorrow, because that's their last game.
Boach, a lot of times we talk about in like a specific game, there was a turning point in that game, a moment that really stood out that you're like, okay, that's where the game kind of shifted. This season, can you pinpoint a turning point for the year when things kind of changed? Because I'm having a hard time. It's felt like it's kind of been like right there all season long.
It's hard to pinpoint one part of the season. I mean, with what's happened here recently, I can see the game in New York. We had a chance to sweep them. We had a man on third 3 times, couldn't get them in before we hit into Houston. That seemed to kind of help put us in a spin, but on the wrong note there. But during the season, I mean, losing Nate, that's a big one. Nate was one of our guys. Of course, what a great job he did as far as stopping any streaks or anything. So I'd say that on the pitching side. But anytime you lose, your top guys, Marcus, Corey, those guys, it's a lot to overcome, and we did for a while. Mm-hmm. Those guys came up and they brought a lot of energy, but it's just hard to replace guys who have that resume on a baseball card, and when you get down to the last 2-3 weeks, they seem to get better, and so we did miss some of those guys. But we can talk about so many. I mean, Carter, that was a big loss. We lost so many guys at different times on the IL, and so I can't think of one game or anything now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You'd think this guy's going to inject a little juice into the club, right, and then the injury happens, and then you're like, oh, maybe the next one. I know you believe this team before the season, we talked about it multiple times, would be a better slugging team. Do you think that philosophy will change heading into next season, or is this just a sluggers league, and how do we find and add sluggers?
Well, it is something we've talked about. I can tell you, CY and I have had those conversations, and the front office has to see what we can do to get better, get more consistent. I think when you're talking about just being a slug team, I think that's hard to do, especially in our game. And I think if you look at some of these other clubs and the success that they're having, for example, Milwaukee, although we end up sweeping them, but their success has been team at bats and those type things, including speed, playing the game. We just played a team that has played great baseball, the Marlins. Yeah, they look bad. We got swept by them, but they won again last night. They beat Philly. I love what they're doing there. And I thought their hitters really worked our pitchers very well. They worked them hard. And of course, they have some really good pitching, too. So that's a team on the upswing that they played a slug game, but they also give in and, put the ball in play. So these are things we're talking about.
When you talk about some of your interactions with Chris Young and the future of the team and everything, would you welcome a multi-year contract extension offer from the Rangers?
I'm going to keep with what I've been saying. We got 5 more games, so that conversation will happen later. I'm trying to finish this thing up on a good note. That's been my focus all year, and so I'd love to talk about it, but I'm going to stay with and it was my choice. Let's just wait and see where we're at the end of the year.
Well, with the focus then on the final 5 games, aside from the discussions we had about finishing at or above 500, anything in particular that you would like to see in these last 5 games, like, continued hot streak from Osuna, or what do you want to see in these last 5 games?
I'd like to get some wins. Yeah, you touched on it when we started the show here with playing over 500 baseball. Yeah, that means that we finished up pretty strong and overall kind of bad season. Sure, it's not where you want to go or get, but it's a team that has had to deal with a lot, and finish over that mark would mean a lot to everybody. You always continue to evaluate. We get some young guys that again getting more playing time because of the injury. So this has been an invaluable experience for them. And as you move forward, it helps any decisions that need to make on what you need on the ball club, whether it's out on the field or on the bench, and same on the pitching side.
You've told us a lot through the years about how important confidence could be for a player out there. I was hoping you could kind of go over why that is so important, especially in baseball again. And then if you can tell us anything about, and I might just be like projecting here, what happened to Josh Young's confidence along the way?
Yeah, such an important part of a player's success is that confidence. If that gets shaken at all, you're not going to see the same player. We've seen it, and Josh Young is a really gifted player. But like anybody, when he started having some struggles, he lost some confidence. He started expanding the zone. He wasn't seeing the ball as well. I think you lose that maniacal focus that you need to be really good when you're either hitting or pitching on either side. And you see with a lot of, most players, almost all players, and it's a separator in between the average player and the good player, the great player. And you get better with it, I think, with time, as far as handling, the ups and downs. And, I've talked about how you need talent, but you need that mental toughness, which they have, but at the same time, it just sometimes takes some guys a little bit longer. Right now, I mentioned Berger. When you can see a difference when he's confident, but he's dealing with a wrist thing that it's there, and he's trying to fight through it, and we appreciate it. He's doing all he can to play through this, but sure, that's going to, shake your confidence a little bit as far as what you normally do at the plate.
Boach, we got to see it a little bit at spring training. They discussed it yesterday. ABS going to be there next year in baseball. Do you like that? And how much closer are we to robots taking over as the umpires?
I really do like it. I originally didn't think I would like it as much as I did. When I did in spring training, I thought it went really well. It's fast, it's quick. I think it's entertaining. I think the fans got into it when they showed up on the scoreboard, whether it's a ball or strike. I think the players liked it, and I think it's going to be good for the game because I had a couple of reasons. One, you're going to stop some of the complaining, whining, even on calls when guys will come back to the dugout because you can challenge. And if you use both of them up, then that's on you. You have nothing to complain about if you challenge and you're wrong. Also, I think for the umpires, they want to get it right. They're human, and they're going to miss some calls. It's just going to go with the territory. We talk about this. We're not the only team they're going to miss calls with, and you just hope it's more on the other side than yours, I guess. But so I think it will take a little bit off them, maybe. And the last thing they want to do is go home and end the game on a bad call. So anyway, I like it. It's really, really, I think, going to work well.
Well, last year after the season was over, we had you on the day before Thanksgiving for our charity marathon show. So I just wanted to put that bug in your ear. Think about it in a couple of months. We're raising money if you want to talk whiskey, fishing, and all kinds of other fun stuff. Maybe we would love to have you on the day before Thanksgiving.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'd love to do it. Yeah.
All right.
You can't, if you catch anything or if you lose one, you can't question me, all right?
Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Thank you very much, good sir. Best of luck today. We'll be out at the ballpark tomorrow as you guys shoot for finishing above 500.
All right, guys. Always good talking to you. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
There you go, Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes,
dude,
I know.
I want to cry.
I know.
I just want to cry right now.
I know.
So bad. I've never wanted to cry about baseball like this. Like I had happy tears,
right?
And Mike was eating popcorn,
right.
During those happy tears. Mike might eat popcorn during these sad tears too. That's the guy right there that you're just like, I'll follow through whatever. And right now he sounds like he just is so sad. Oh.
Yeah, that was, look, I bet a lot of Rangers fans feel that same way. And we talked about this before the show started. You just think about where they were, like 9 days ago. And you're right there.
You're so.
And now here you are going into the final, or in the midst of the final homestand of the season and wrapping up the regular season, and you're not playing for a playoff spot anymore. I saw all of the text. I understand he sounded very, very sad to me as well.
Kevin, I know specifically you wanted two questions answered, really. I feel like you kind of got the one about Adolis. There's a reality there of, yes, this is possibly his last at-bats as a Texas Ranger. And as Rangers fans, I know the last couple of years have been tough for us, but we did win that World Series with him, and we'd love to give him a salute on his way. I don't know if we got an answer in the other one.
The other one was probably a long shot where he's going to go, guys,
you know what, guys?
I'm glad you asked.
I want a 10-year deal. I want to be here for the rest of my life. I would love for him to come back and have the talent and shot to go do it one more time.
For sure.
The bats to be able to be back in it, man. But sure. We'll see. I guess we got to finish the season first.
Yeah. Sorry, Corey. I know it is very sad. By the way, I just want to update you real quick on the rankings for NBA. Anthony Davis came in at number 14. And as I said, was maybe be the case, Kyrie Irving is not going to be on the list because of injury. So theoretically, otherwise, the Mavericks would have had 5 on the list, but with Kyrie not being on the list instead.
And Luka's still not a Maverick?
Yes, Luka is still not a Maverick. I'm so sorry, Alec. Right. PJ Washington, 95. Derek Lively, 73. Cooper Flagg, 52. And Anthony Davis, 14.
You don't see Gafford moving it up in, the top 10. Like that's
that would be shocking to me.
Would you expect any of those guys that are lower to move up this year? And who would it be for you? Other than Flagg.
But I absolutely see a lot of upward mobility then for both Lively and Gafford, because that feels like if you really saw.
Kid wants that to be their focal point, is the bigs in the middle.
And unfortunately, if you ran into injury issues with Anthony Davis, that would suck. But if you got Gafford and Lively picking up the slack and showing to be that terrifying two-headed center monster that we've seen, I could absolutely see both of them move up on the list. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll give you an option. Got random sports report, or I have Micah Parsons prop bets.
Let's go random sports report. I want these Micah prop bets tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Unless you were planning on using them later in the show.
Go for it. Random sports report. Go ahead and give me cut number 11, if you will, Alec, because tennis is even more expensive than I thought.
In a sensationally bold and brawny performance.
Yeah. I know what happened. Carlos Alcaraz.
All right.
The final point of his win over Yannick Sinner from a tournament that was over, 3 weeks ago. How much do you think that tennis ball sold for? It's not from 1912 or something. This just happened.
$6,000.
All right. Alec, would you pay more than if you had all of the money, would you pay more than $6,000 for this?
Yeah, that's a lot of money for me. I probably would. That seems very historic and important.
It sold for $89,000.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
It is the highest price ever paid for a tennis ball at a public auction. I don't know if they have lots of backroom tennis ball dealings and whatnot, but that tournament just ended. And they're like, man, I'll take it. Here's $89,000.
And that's not just any tennis ball that was used throughout the last one.
Yes, for the final point.
What about the one that was the turning point tennis ball? Do we have that one? This was the one that really, I know this finished it. This is a turning point.
Corey, I know it's not Friday. I'm going to put you in Forgiveness Friday.
Okay.
You asked Bochy the question about the turning point of the season, and that felt like the question.
It broke him?
Yes, it did. He was sad already.
That was it.
But then when you asked him to reflect on the whole thing, he's like, man, I don't want to do that right now.
Yeah.
So, no, we don't have the turning point.
There wasn't a turning point this season, Kevin. He was right whenever he answered the question. It felt like the whole season had turning points that just kept falling apart. This is the one that you hope might be the moment. And then it's like, nope, it wasn't. And it's just what it was all year.
Can I show you why I'm a professional
But the season's not over.
broadcaster?
Yeah.
Speaking of turning point, Charlie Kirk was the head of Turning Point USA. And did you know that Cubs player Matt Shaw, he missed a game with the Cubs so he could go to the Charlie Kirk Memorial? He said that Charlie Kirk was a friend of his and would text him all of the time because he was a big Cubs fan and everything. And their manager talked about hey, this is a friend of his and it was really important to be there. And so there's my attempt at that transition. Now to golf. Scotty Scheffler and the U.S. Stars are going to donate their Ryder Cup pay to charity. And I know we joke about this, but I just think that's a delightful story. When they don't need the money and you're representing your country and they're like, you know what? I'm going to help my country out even more and donate to charity. They voted to donate all of their money to charity.
Do you happen to see the picture of the Ryder Cup American team and the European team?
I don't think so.
All together.
Were they?
The Europeans are all wearing suits and ties, and the Americans are wearing suits, no ties, no shoes, or they're wearing tennis shoes.
Oh,
do you feel like we're going to get chumped out here because our guys aren't prepared, or they're so relaxed?
See, because depending on your narrative ahead of time, you could spin it either way, right? Like the Europeans are all business and we're in a lot of trouble. Or you can be like, look how relaxed the Americans are. They're ready to just go out there and play. Like that
just cup, baby.
Yeah, that just depends
Maybe
on your
three
narrative.
whiskeys in and they're ready to go.
I can feed that into whichever narrative you want to go with before the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, it's always the outcome that you're like, okay, now let's look back and see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Yeah, we got a little bit of discussion about the running back situation and why baseball is the greatest game. Next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be live from the ballpark doing our show from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., leading you into the Rangers home finale. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I do need a little bit of help from the Tolos out there. And this is one of the great opportunities we have to use our platform. I think there are a lot of people that use their platform for lots of different reasons. A lot of times I'm glad that I get to use it for this. I tweeted and I Facebook posted a picture of a man. He did something that I'll get to in just a minute, and I would like to thank him.
Okay.
And if anybody out there can go to my Twitter @InTheMajors or check it out on Facebook, and you know who this guy is, I'd just like to say thank you to him because he did a good deed. I'll get to what that deed was in just a moment. Okay. So I appreciate anybody out there or if you want to share it so that we can find out who the guy is. He's a Rangers fan. I do know that. So I'll explain. And that's one of the reasons this game is so great. It's not just what happens on the field. It's other things as well. I wanted to kind of look at Javonte Williams a little bit, Kevin.
Sure.
Because you have not been a fan at all of the way he runs the football this year. You basically were
False.
like, why did we even get this guy?
Lies.
And I have made it my mission to just...
I was not a fan before the season started. I did not think this would work out. He has been way better than I thought.
How many fumbles in 4 years with Denver did he have?
8. I don't know the answer.
6.
Oh, okay.
2 his rookie year, 1 the next year, 1 the next year, 2, and 1 now.
Okay.
I do not suspect that he's going to be a fumble machine.
Okay.
Would you agree, or do you think fumbles are weird? Or
no, I don't think fumbles are weird, but I will admit the one where the person was able to track him, stay inbounds, and rip the ball away from him was pretty impressive.
Impressive by the player?
Yes.
The other
by
player?
The defender.
Yeah.
Not
that was
by Javonte.
I look at that. Did you see the Mahomes strip fumble that he had where he lost the ball and then he was like, I gotta go make a play. I was like, that might be the greatest play I've ever seen a quarterback make ever in the history of sports. Because usually quarterbacks, whenever they either get trucked by some defensive lineman trying to make a tackle, or they just walk the other way and they're like, I'm not getting involved in this. And Mahomes was like, I got to do it. That was almost as impressive as you just said on the one against Javonte Williams. I don't quite know how rushing success rate stands for you.
Okay.
Here's the definition. A successful rush gains at least 40% of yards required on first down, 60% of yards required on second down, and 100% on third or fourth down. The denominator is rushing attempts.
Okay.
So that's the math that we're doing
Gotcha.
there. And I know everybody out there is like, I did not sign up for math with the KNC Masterpiece. I keep telling y'all this. And Kevin's like, force math. And then here I am throwing math out. I know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
In his rookie season, his success percentage was 46.3.
Okay.
In his second season, his success percentage was 48.9.
Oh, okay.
The next year it was 40.6. And last year it was 46.8.
Oh.
So I would say that it was all right.
Yeah.
He was all right. Right now he's at 67.4. And now I don't know if that number will stay that high all season long. But it does appear that he is the run game at least is having success. Would you agree that what we've seen is a successful running game from Brian Schottenheimer?
Absolutely. And can I give you one more number to be pro Javonte?
Oh, look at this. Now he's coming around to my side.
I mean, before this, look, yes, when presented with new information, you are allowed to change your mind.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
I appreciate it. Actually,
yes.
I totally agree with Kevin on that.
I actually think society would be a lot better place if, when presented with new factual information, you would reconsider. Anyways, Dallas running backs they lead the league in, now this is a good and a bad stat. They lead the league in 4.41 yards after contact per carry. That is the best in the league. So even after they get the initial hit, to your point, they're gaining a lot of yards. Now, I know some people are going to use that statistic as potentially an indictment on the offensive line and getting hit early, and I hear you on that. That's another conversation. But I think that backs up your point for sure.
Also, he's never had more than 4 rushing touchdowns in a season.
Really?
And he's at 3 right now.
Wow.
According to Pro Football Reference.
Okay.
His rookie year, he had 4. None in year 2. But he only had 47 rushing attempts that year. Year 3, 3. And then last year, 4.
Okay.
And right now, he currently has 3. Kevin, we might be seeing a career year for Javonte Williams. Now, where that stacks in the grand scheme of how that compares to other Cowboys seasons, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know where to predict this is going to end up. Is he going to be, for this year, better than Emmitt Smith at his best? Maybe not.
Probably not. Feels like
but averaging 75.7 yards per game in this era, where it doesn't seem like 100 yards is an attainable thing anymore, for whatever reason. And the reason is because the passing game's so effective in the NFL. It's so much easier to move the ball up and down the field by pushing the ball down the field for a 40-yard reception. But right now, it does look like he might have a career year for himself with the Cowboys if everything continues to go the way that it currently is.
Look, I know a lot of times we're talking about the negative aspect of it, but if we're talking about one of the things that has really surprised me this season from a positive is I definitely have to eat my words about the Cowboys not using Javonte in the preseason and stuff like that. He's looked good to start the season for sure.
I am kind of curious when it comes to if he has a career year, does that change how you look at him next year? And you're like, okay, this dude's probably 26 years old. Because sometimes something like that happens and we get caught up in, well, that was the career year. He's going to be that again.
Yeah.
Or he's going to be that every year from here. And I'm trying to, that's the hardest part. And I think brought us in every scout out there, the hardest part is projecting.
Yeah.
What a player is going to be down the road. And I want to know what traits I will see this year that I think will carry over. Because there are moments, Kevin, when we watch him, he will lower his shoulder and say, I'm getting extra yards. And I don't know if that's I'm playing and trying to earn something here right now, or if that is this is just how I'm going to be for the rest of my career guy.
I would consider having a discussion about like maybe a 2-year deal. I don't want to franchise him because that money is locked. But then I know a lot of people are just like, hey, let's just turn to the next running back. Just draft the running back. Next one. Or there's probably people who think Jaden Blue might be good to go by that point. So I guess that would kind of depend on him. But I would at least have that conversation.
The targets per reception, targets and receptions, 13 of 15. He's a reliable receiver for Dak right now as well. So that was kind of what I wanted to dive into a little bit. I'm making jokes about Kevin's not been that mean to Javonte Williams. I really dramatized that, not traumatized it, but I definitely did dramatize that a lot because I like to give Kevin a hard time. Because, some people want a heel turn. It's wild.
Man.
Some people do.
Okay, and so like earlier, and I responded to that person, and they said, y'all are homers because you said Brandon Aubrey is the best kicker in the league. As if that's a fringy opinion. And they were like, Cameron Dicker is obviously the best. And it was like, homers. And I just responded, and I was like, are you kidding? And because they said Dicker the kicker has the best percentage, and I was like, that's great. He's a great short field goal kicker. But if you look at their long field goals, he's 76%, whereas Brandon Aubrey is 90%. And also Cameron Dicker has never been picked as an All-Pro, and Brandon Aubrey's been first and second team All-Pro the last 2 years. If you go around the league, for non-Dallas places, Brandon Aubrey will easily win that vote. And
I hope Cameron Dicker has a phenomenal season.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
Yeah.
Brandon Aubrey's been fantastic.
Yeah. So I don't even know what we're doing. And then they were like, Homer. And I was like, okay, so you don't have any real.
Maybe they just love The Simpsons.
Opinion. Maybe. Simpsons is great.
It is a really good show. All right. Now to one of the reasons that this game is one of the greatest. there is a lot of good that I think I have memories from in baseball. And 877-881-1053. What's your favorite? It can be on the field, it can be off the field, but your moment that you saw an interaction happen that you were like, that's what humankind should be like.
Okay, this isn't going to be quite that, but I was hoping I could shout out Bobby. Remember, I told my favorite birthday memory was being at the Marathon Rangers game with Jim Sundberg, hit a home run. He sent me an article from like the game story, which I actually think was written by John Heyman.
Wow.
And it was just really cool to read and talk about like, well, the game could have been over 3 hours earlier, but Jim Sundberg. So I just like, I wanted to shout out, that is always a special memory, though I think we're going a different direction.
And John Heyman wrote, and this kid, Kevin Hagelin, was sitting in the stands, and you were like, oh my gosh, that's me. So like, obviously there's a lot of bad stories out there. But there are so many uplifting stories that happen at the ballpark and around this game. I mean, you can say how great. Every time I see a player toss a ball to a kid, I'm just like, awesome. I really legitimately am like, that is awesome. A memory that sticks with me, Mickey Tettleton, foul ball down the line. He comes right up to us. I thought he was going to take our popcorn. He did not. He just said, how are you guys doing? And we were like, oh my God, it's Mickey Tettleton. Like these things. Maybe your team, everything lines up and you win a World Series.
Right.
My sister called me last week, and a kid in their neighborhood, a kid at one of the schools, lost his father and now has no parents. Moving in with grandparents, him and his sisters. And that is it's a strenuous situation.
Yeah.
He also had broken his leg, and there's a lot of other like you know when you feel like life just keeps throwing things at you.
Yeah.
I was able to come up with I was like, let me see if I can figure something out. I was able to get some tickets for him to go to the game last night. And he took a sign that said, it's my birthday and it's my first Rangers game. And at the pro shop, a guy saw a sign saw that sign and said, hey man, this is great. Pick out whatever you want in the pro shop. I got you.
Oh.
And he ended up getting a baby blue Rangers hat, and he was just so ecstatic about it. And
cool.
By the way, listen, the only reason I wanted to really do this for this kid was, we know that when you're in a place where you're just, I need a respite. I need a place to go. Yes. I need a moment of, I don't have to think about anything else.
Yep.
Later in the game, the same guy found him at his seat and brought him, it was one of the All-Star Game American League jerseys, brought him a jersey and handed over to him and was just like, hey man, this is your first game. I just wanted you to have something extra to go along with it.
That's nice.
And like, these are the kinds of interactions that only we are able to do in these stadiums and provide for other, like, no animals got something like that on us. We're humans, dude. We can do stuff that's awesome like this.
Yeah.
And this was a tough season. I know for a lot of Rangers fans, that moment right there for that kid is going to stick with him forever. So again, I did post, I grabbed a screenshot of a picture of the guy that brought the jersey to him. If you look at In the Majors on Twitter or on Facebook, I'd love to say thank you to this guy because that was an awesome thing to do. He didn't have to. He didn't have to go make that a special night for him. And you know what? He probably doesn't even know the story of why that kid was there in the first place last night.
Yeah.
And so for him to just out of nowhere do an act of kindness like that,
that is a nice
That
story.
is what makes this job, this thing we call sports, this whole thing so much better and so much cooler. And that's why also I think that baseball is one of the greatest games because of things that happen just like that.
That is delightful. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for my buddies an idiot and also FC Dallas club ambassador and former player Kenny Cooper joins us next right here on The Fan.
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those. Nutmeg Lady? No. Said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What's the stuff I'm called?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The count even here at a ball and a strike. The pitch. And that is floated out into left center field. This could be trouble. It falls for the base hit. Outman hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. Here's Osuna's throw. It's a little late as Outman dives across the plate to make it 3-1 here in favor of the Twins.
And the Rangers would lose that game to officially wrap up their playoff contention for the season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Kenny Cooper coming up from FC Dallas in just a few minutes. But right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they have to have hand surgery? Now, I'm not going to call him an idiot, but college football injuries, really all injuries, continue to be idiots. As Johnny Mateer, the presumptive Heisman favorite, is going to have to undergo hand surgery for an Oklahoma Sooner team that looks like they have the defense ready to go. Mateer has been playing really well, and that sucks.
See, the thing about Mateer is, like, he's got this attitude and personality that the guys respond to. Very much like Baker, right? Where it's like this full go, pedal to the metal kind of vibe. And then that dude completes more passes after he has this injury.
Yeah.
And now he's having surgery instead of just finishing the season out. I don't understand why doesn't he finish the season out, Kevin? He could finish the game.
I feel like maybe once that adrenaline wears off and possible future medical problems if you continue to do that. Plus,
live in the now.
Do you think this is really breaking the future headline writers who were already thinking he would win a Heisman and say we're living in a material world?
Yes, they got to go back and delete those stories now. I see what you did. I hate this for OU, obviously, because I'm a fan.
Right.
But I also hate this for the Texas OU game. Because is that thing going to, is it going to turn now in a completely different direction? We already thought it was going to be a low-scoring game because two good defenses and so forth. But is that going to turn that into drastic favor for UT now that that's happened? Have you looked at the spread on that, future spread?
Ooh, no, I haven't.
Me either.
I will.
But I will.
Do you feel like you should take the under in that game?
I would.
Not even knowing what it might be.
Just based on the way these defenses roll.
All right. Now, my next question is, am I an idiot or is Aaron Boone an idiot? So Giancarlo Stanton the other day, he hit his 450th home run. And one of the things that Aaron Boone said is he's still going in what's a Hall of Fame career. And that really made me pause because there were times...
Like Martin pause?
No. FC Dallas coming up in just a minute. But there were times when I thought Giancarlo Stanton was going to be a Hall of Famer. But unfortunately, he just ran into a plethora of injuries. And I think this is where I get caught up on some things like that. I get it. 500 home runs usually, or assuming there's no steroid accusations, there's a rubber stamp into the Hall of Fame. But you look at Giancarlo Stanton. He won MVP in 2017. He finished second in 2014, and I think that's the year he probably would have won if he wouldn't have gotten hit in the face with a baseball, if I'm remembering that year correctly. But outside of that, he's never finished top 10 or even top 15 in MVP.
Yeah, he had a 2-year window that was exceptional, and we thought he was the future of baseball.
100%.
I can't say that the injuries are... They have plagued him so much that you haven't been able to get good, consistent play from him.
Yes.
And so that's been one of the factors there. I think this falls under Hall of Extremely Good.
Okay.
And dangerous and all of those things, but I don't think that this necessarily puts him in the category of well-deserving. We can all just say, yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Like Aaron Judge, the way he's been playing, you're like, yeah, that's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani, that's a Hall of Famer. And you know what, Kevin? Because the way he played it for a short period of times, we all looked at it at that time and we were like, he's a surefire Hall of Famer. The rest, did he play himself out of it?
Okay.
Or not play himself out of it because of injuries?
I mean, like to your Russell Wilson thought he played himself back into the Hall of Fame just in that game against the Cowboys.
He's like, I did it, guys.
And then he played himself back.
Y'all remember all the moon balls?
Yes. Oh, I'll always have the nightmares.
Not from that game specifically.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is Bill Belichick an idiot for coming back and thinking this college football thing would work for him, at least in the first year? They lost to the University of Central Florida 34-9, but most people just want to talk about his, I don't know, granddaughter, girlfriend walking around the sidelines in F Me booths. And I don't know, like what are we doing this season? Do you dispute my description of that footwear?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You are a liar. You know what that term means.
I know of 2 boots. Actually 3. Work boots, cowboy boots, and the silver boot.
You know what? Just text in what you think that phrase means then. We'll see if Corey can learn along the way. Plus, Corey's a liar. He knows what it means.
I don't appreciate you saying that. But
Do you think I'm wrong?
I wanted to answer the other question first, Kevin, about Bill Belichick being an idiot.
Gotcha.
On the front of just going to a college and thinking you can do it. It does take some ego to do that. And not every, like Kurt Cinetti, didn't he show I can just go to Indiana and win?
It feels like
I just
that.
need the money and I'll get the players. I'll make this a winner. This is a different game. Bill Belichick is learning. I'm sure he knew it was a different game before too, but there are a lot of other things that fall into it. He thought scheme is the baby, and that's the thing that's going to win everything for me. Yeah, maybe he is an idiot. Do I think that he can still work his way into being a winner for him? I do, just because history tells me that, but I could be completely wrong. I think there were a lot of other people that thought that Bill Belichick was going to be really, really successful, and now it's looking the wrong way.
From the 214, Kevin, can you please explain to me your F boots comment? My 6-year-old niece is in the car with me. Yes, I will, via what somebody else texted in from the 940, friend me boots.
Or find me boots. Find me on the sideline.
Because they were sparkly too and stuff.
Okay.
And then there's Brian Callahan. Is Brian Callahan an idiot? Well, first of all, he said he's not going to call plays anymore. But then he also followed up and said he felt fine about the way he was calling plays. I hope that press conference that I wasn't in, the follow-up question was, yes, why are you giving up play calling duties if you're fine with the way that it's been going?
Because somebody made me give up play calling duties.
Okay, well, there might be a good reason for that. If you combine his record last year of 3-14 with his 0-3 record thus far this year, that puts him at 3-17 for his coaching career. That is the lowest winning percentage of any coach with a minimum of 20 games coached in the history or since the merger.
Is that good?
That is not good.
Well, then.
In fact, that is the worst.
Well, Kevin, you know what they say then. It can only go up from here. Those numbers can't get any worse than that, obviously. Or can they?
I mean, they definitely can. Now, I do not think that this... They definitely can.
Kevin lies to children and no one holds him accountable. Outrageous.
That is a fair point. That is a fair point. You know what? As long as we're going down in flames, let's make it worse.
Oh, no.
From the 404, I want to make clear, I do not think that this is political at all.
Oh, no.
My buddy is an idiot because he couldn't pronounce acetaminophen during a news conference. Look, there's been a couple of occasions on this show where I've thought, I need to name check that and find out how to pronounce it correctly. Then we've started the segment and we're up on that bit of information. And I was like, oh, crap, I didn't prepare for that. But if the primary word that your news conference is going to revolve around is acetaminophen, you need to have it. You need to have it on lockdown or postpone the press conference until you've got it.
It's a really fun word to say, honestly. Say it.
Acetaminophen.
It's fun to say. It really actually is. Acetaminophen's fun thing to say. It's a word worth learning and remembering. I definitely agree with you on that.
And I want to make clear that is an apolitical statement that I would say about any candidate. If you have a press conference that revolves around one word, you need to get that word right.
Yeah, it's kind of like, let's say you want to ask a question about Christmas. You know, what kind of research do you do before you ask that question?
That's a great point. I am definitely an idiot for asking a question to an FC Dallas player who made very clear after the fact that they did not celebrate Christmas.
That was the turning point in the Rangers season, because then we told Marcus Semien that joke, and it blew his mind for the rest of the year.
He thought it was amazing, still responsible for one of my favorite responses. Probably not getting him back on the show then. And I just thought that was so freaking clever, but it also really hurt my feelings. But he was right. I did not do the proper research for that.
Still to this day, the fact that he was walking ahead of us, and as we're telling the story, he turned around to get in the group. He was like, I got to hear more of this story.
Yes, he did.
Tells you everything you need to know. Kevin.
Yes, he did. And Mike, that might have been the happiest I've ever seen him. Sprinting through the parking lot to go tell Marcus Simi. He goes, oh, Marcus, you got to hear this. And like, he thought it was the most amazing story that one could ever hear in their entire life. And so that was sad for me. What is not sad right now? We bring on FC Dallas Club ambassador, former player Kenny Cooper. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Man, we're doing good, and I have to imagine that you are doing pretty darn good as well. Over the last month and a half, 2 months, this team has gotten on a roll, and I have to say, y'all have put yourself in playoff positioning that at the end of July, I would not have necessarily predicted.
Well, the team's flying at the moment, just as you said, and it's the best time to be flying. So 6 games unbeaten. We found amazing form, and as I said, it's the perfect time of year, to find this quality. So I'm really proud of the boys. We're in a great position. 4 games left, and we got it all ahead of us.
And the 6 games unbeaten, I think we all understand how important that is, but specifically the Austin and Colorado matches, these last 2, to get the win and to get the 3 points. How much does that just change y'all's fortunes? Because there were 3 straight ties, which is great because you're not losing, but you're not necessarily gaining ground in the standings. So how important have these last 2 results been?
Yeah, I mean, they've all been important. I mean, every point is important. And, come the end of the season on that last day, it might be 1 goal, 1 win that makes sure that you qualify. I'm thinking back to the Premier League season years ago. I think Man City won it on the very last day, the last kick of the game. And so, yes, every minute matters, every goal matters, any point that you can get. But I think that, we've gotten big points against good teams. So there's a lot of really great confidence that we can take from it. The guys are scoring. Petar Musa is, he's on 16 goals. He's really close to the club record. I think he's going to fly past it, and I hope he does. And it's just a really exciting time for our club, and it's a good time to get behind the team. And we got these huge important games coming up.
A couple weeks ago, Farrington, I think it was Musa also, he had the behind the back flip with his foot to score the goal. How does a goal like that come together? Is it just luck, or are you like, no, we've done that before?
I think those 2 just have a special chemistry. I mean, I get to be around them on a daily basis, and you can tell they have a friendship there. And I think there's some different nicknames for the 2 of them, Parrington or Moosington, flying around.
I like that.
Yeah, they have a special chemistry. You can see it on the field and off the field. And personally speaking, I played that same position. I know what it's like when you have someone by your side that you respect, you love, and that you can make magic happen together. And the 2 of them, they're just a joy to watch. This past weekend, Logan just lofted this beautiful cross in, and that Musa slam dunk home. And, they're fun to watch. And really the whole team's flying. It takes everybody. Through the season, we have an all-star goalkeeper in Martin Poss. Michael Collodi has stepped in and done really well. Jacob Jackson recently has stepped in and has been doing amazing. You never know when your name's going to be called. And, I give Eric and the staff, and everybody just so much credit, because everyone's playing their part, and that's what it takes.
Now, you mentioned Michael Collodi. We had him on at the stadium immediately before y'all's first home win of the season. We've had 2 other players who, after being on our show, have made their debut with the first team. And then we had Nolan Norris on last week, and then he immediately gets selected to the United States U20 World Cup team. What amazing thing do you think is going to happen in your life this week for coming on the show?
I expect great things. Just as you mentioned, the goalies have done so well. And I want to point out our goalkeeper coach, Drew Keeshan. He has been here. He's in his 18th season. The guy is a machine. You should see him work on a daily basis. And he does such a great job getting these guys ready. We're so fortunate to have him here at our club. Amazing guy. 18 years. I'm going to say it again. It's amazing to be at the club that long. And anyone that stepped into, that goal has just done so well for us. As you mentioned, Nolan was selected to go to Chile for the U20 World Cup. I mean, what an honor. This is a kid that's been at our club for a long time, come through the academy. He's such a big part of the FC Dallas family. And there's just a lot of great storylines out there. Bernard Kamungo, whose story is just incredible, coming through our second team and now flying. I mean, he scored the other night. I mean, there's a lot of great storylines, and I think there's going to be a lot more as we wind this regular season down.
Well, Bernard was one of the players that we were talking about that moved up, so I love that. Now, I know the team is getting ready for Portland on Saturday, but another cool thing that we really enjoy is we do a lot of work with My Possibilities. And on Saturday, My Possibilities is going to be teaming up with the FC Dallas Foundation to host a community clinic at My Possibilities. Right. I just wanted to know, because obviously you get involved in this stuff all the time. What does it mean to be out and about in the community that you've spent so much time in and give back to people?
Well, I mean, I just feel so honored to be in this role, and that I still get this, to wear this crest, on my chest and be out in the community. And, our community, they support us in such an amazing way. You just have to come to our games on the weekend and see just, the numbers and, in the seats, just how many people are here, the you feel the energy, the noise. And, so when we're doing community clinics or watch parties, it's our opportunity to give back. But as you mentioned, we have a clinic with My Possibilities. We actually, and I'm going to be there. I can't wait to be there. We actually our foundation built a field out there a couple of years ago. Our Special Olympics unified team actually have a game tonight versus the FC Dallas staff, which is going to be amazing. I can't wait. There's so much that happens up here in the FC Dallas world. I mean, it's a huge ecosystem with the academy, about 300 youth boys and girls club, the first team, unified Special Olympics team, watch parties. I mean, there's just so much that happens out here. And, I feel honored, as I said, just to still be a part of it and to still wear this crest.
And thank you very much for joining us, for helping do all those things and support all things FC Dallas. We appreciate it, good sir.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. There you go. Multiple-time guest of the KNC Masterpiece, Kenny Cooper, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the FC Dallas on the road against Portland this weekend. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the Gbag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. How much do you guys, if you could project to tomorrow morning, because I don't think he got to it today, how much do you think RJ is going to go after Sister Jean the morning? She announced her retirement due to health concerns at 106, which makes sense. And he just does not seem to. He
hates Sister
stand
Jean.
that lady. Yes,
but it's a bit now that he's got to lean into, so he's probably going to go after her pretty hard in the morning. I mean, she's 106 years old.
Do you ever see those articles when somebody who's like 98 and famous died, and they're like cause of death revealed, and you're like, because they're old,
old age.
Like I don't need to know why they died. They're old.
Something stopped working.
Now on the sports front, we talked about this earlier in the show, not having Zach Tom out there for the Packers on the right side.
Fake name. Still don't believe that's a real name.
Okay. Well, I could have, because of Tom Zach. I get you.
Yep.
How big of a deal is that for the Packers and a team that seems to have a pretty big advantage going into the Cowboys game?
I used to work with a guy in Portland. He worked at the oldie station, KISN, called Scott Tom, and his name was totally made up.
2 first names?
So that's all the evidence I got there. It doesn't matter. I mean, Cowboys might get shut out. If the Packers have to, they could win this game 3-0.
Yeah, there are a couple of different ways you're going to play this thing, and we'll work with the Packers offensive group today at 3:40. But I think that the Packers, they're going to have problems on the edges, but your edges aren't good enough to take advantage of that. That's a real issue. Now we'll see what happens with Clowney, but where the Packers have to be a little bit concerned is like, okay, what about your defensive tackles? Because those guys have struggled with when you look at like Sean Ryan and the guys at the right guard spot, he struggled with like guys that are really, really quick and kind of explosive. And that's one thing, if you start to have the Solomon Thomases, the Oso Digizuas, guys like that can kind of give him problems. But teams have now started to double team your tackles and let your edges get single blocked. But the Packers will also keep 12 personnel in, and then they'll chip your edges if they feel like that you're a problem. But man, they've had some problems. I think the different line combinations they've had through 3 games is pretty crazy. And another one's gonna happen this week. But their offensive line, you could talk about all the issues and stuff that they have. But are you good enough to cause them problems in the last couple of weeks? You haven't shown that at all.
We were looking at this list earlier. They always put out the list of all the modern era Hall of Fame candidates. What do you think about the candidacy, because he never advanced as far, of Eric Williams? Sorry, Brad, I say just kick the mic over, and I'm going to send it right back to all of y'all.
Yeah.
But it seems like he doesn't get a lot of conversation. I know his career was shorter, but
if he would have not had the car accident, I think he'd have been a Hall of Famer. He's the only man that I've seen Reggie White not want to face.
Yeah,
and Reggie White was one of the greatest ever to play, and Eric Williams just neutralized him into just a pretty average player. That's the way. But if Eric doesn't have that car wreck, I think he could be considered one of the best tackles to play in the league. Unorthodox the way he played, but his demeanor, his toughness, all those things were top shelf.
I wasn't scouting at that age. What was the difference of the player that gave Reggie White such a hard time? Was it
he hit Reggie White in the nuts?
Okay,
and he poked him in the eye.
Donkey.
He poked him in the eye. He hit him in the ribs.
Unorthodox. I got you.
No, seriously, he would pee on himself, and he'd play the game. He's dirty. He's literally dirty. He's
unhygienic.
Yeah, but
that's for competition's sake.
But that's what made him.
Right.
That's what made him so tough, because he just didn't care. His demeanor, his attitude. Reggie hated this. Like, seriously, Reggie would get punched, in the eye, in the face, and like he would try and fight back, and Eric just kept doing it every play. It was amazing to watch play, and it neutralized Reggie White. Yeah, punch him in the nuts, and it works.
Punch him in the nuts and pee on yourself, and Reggie White becomes a shell of himself.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that alone gets him in the Hall of Fame. Seriously, the fact that he peed on himself and was so stinky doing it, and then like he was
an
wet.
asparagus guy.
He's wet, and he's playing at a very high level.
Was the peeing on himself specific to when he was going up against Reggie, or was that? I think
it was every game.
Right.
He played at a high level,
Creature
peeing on
habit.
himself. Yeah.
He wanted all the advantages.
Imagine how free you'd feel just not having to take a break to use the restroom.
Yeah. You're like, bring it on. Guess what I just did?
Do this all day.
Yeah.
Dak played with a loogie on his jersey, and Reggie White was playing with another dude's pee on his.
All over him,
It did look like at training camp, Trayvon Diggs enjoyed going for Micah's groin on at least one occasion.
Yeah.
So maybe that'd be a good job for him. If he can't cover.
You shut your mouth, Eric. You shut up. I heard what happened yesterday.
I thought we couldn't top yesterday's crosstalk. Yet here
what
we
do you
are.
guys got coming up on the show today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Definitely going to have to take a stroll through more of Broadus' football memories.
Yes.
It's outstanding stuff. John Oding,
level
Pro
peeing
Football
on
Focus,
himself.
is coming up at 3 o'clock.
All
Pure
right.
Gold, as always, thanks for asking.
Love it. Roll home with the Gbag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Tomorrow we'll be out at the ballpark 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Patriots has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel, oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one. Gbag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the broadcast here on a Wednesday. We have 4.5 hours of sports coming up, and then Rangers baseball at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7 o'clock. I guess the sports will continue at that point. And hopefully the losing does not continue.
Yeah.
At risk now of giving it all back and maybe finishing the season under 500, which would be a little depressing at this point. So we'll hope for the best here tonight with the Twins in town. A couple of more home games before they head out to the road to finish it coming up this weekend. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout. We do have a lot of Cowboy stuff to talk about with you. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and fit 2, keeping the Gators down best he can in his rain slicker. You need your rain jacket on today out there in DFW. Very, very wet day as the fall is arriving.
It looks like Lucius is getting ready to get on a Skeeter bass boat and do a little fishing there. Got the lid, got the rain jacket on, ready to roll, man.
Competition ready.
He's got the arsenal of democracy.
I wish I were on a boat right now, fam.
Got about 3 of the rods loaded up with some worms and a couple of spinner baits. What's up, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. My nice little Patagonia jacket on, there you go. Feeling good, bro.
'Tis the season.
It is the season.
Of course, you got Woolchuck and Chia following the house, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. If you're watching on YouTube, like that video. Subscribe, hit the bell button so you never miss when we go live or upload a vid. So much to talk about. We do have John Owning, Pro Football Focus, coming up at 3 o'clock, a guy that knows the film and the numbers.
Good at it.
Very interesting guest. Thanks to Woolchuck for booking him. Brian's going to preview the Packers offense here coming up for you at 3:40.
Yeah.
Let's start with a positive, though. Is Jason Witten among the nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame? Been 5 years since he shut it down already. 11-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro selection. 13 are making their debut on the ballot, including Jason Witten. There are 3 first-time quarterbacks, Breeze, Rivers, and Alex Smith. I mean, obviously Alex Smith is not going in, but Breeze should. I don't know about Phil Rivers. That'll be interesting. The highest number for any position is quarterback. Larry Fitzgerald's in there. Greg Olson is in there. Frank Gore, LaShawn McCoy highlight the list of first-time eligible members.
LaShawn McCoy.
They booed him at the fight, man. When they put him on the screen.
Wow. Not likable. That's crazy.
And then they'll show Shaq or something like that. And yeah!
I wonder if that's Cowboys country there. Whatever the case, LaShawn McCoy's been very polarizing, hasn't made many fans with his television performances. You do have Eddie George, the former Cowboy. You have Leroy Glover, Jay Ratliff, and Dat Wynn. So a number of Cowboys things. It'd be a surprise to see Witten get in first ballot. It might be a shock. But he'll get in there eventually. Next couple of years, Witten's going to be in.
Absolutely. I mean, like, he should be in over Greg Olson as much as I think Greg Olson's awesome. Much better broadcaster. Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Olson will get in over Witten. There's no doubt about that. But as a player, Witten absolutely is deserving. But this is a tough one for first ballot guys. Like Fitzgerald and Breeze probably locks.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how many you're going to be able to get first ballot every year. I think the one guy that we're just hoping and praying would be Darren Woodson. But every year that goes by, I just feel less and less likely that they're going to do right by him.
Yeah, and the other thing you're hoping for, I think, as a Cowboys fan, is that Eli Manning has to wait a little bit.
Yeah,
be awesome if Witten could jump in front of Eli. Eli eventually getting in there with the 2 Super Bowls. I don't know how close it'd be if he didn't have those, but Super Bowl matters in a big way here for this conversation and one's fame.
Okay, we should have an idea. This is not we're not trying to get like John Mackey in the Hall of Fame here as a tight end. Would you rather have Antonio Gates or Jason Witten?
In their primes, I thought Witten was a better all-around tight end.
Yeah, talk to me about Antonio Gates as that all-around football player. Guy could help you in the run game, do all the little things. Was he? He wasn't that guy.
I don't think he was.
No.
Really good receiver and an amazing red zone threat.
Touchdown machine.
Yeah, but isn't Witten your all-time leading guy for touchdowns here?
Yeah, but he's not
Catches.
sniffing Gates. Gates with 116 touchdowns in his career.
How many Witten have?
Let me see.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you.
Witten was the catches guy.
Witten was the catches and yards guy, right?
Let's see. Witten had 74 touchdowns.
Okay.
And Gates had 116.
Catches?
Antonio
Sorry,
Gates.
Dawson, I don't mean to take you out of this.
955 catches for Gates, 1,228 for Witten. Compiler.
Antonio Gates was class of 2025.
Yards per reception, 2.5 more yards for Gates.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion just because of how much Witten helps the running game. And, you can see it right now, like how much of an impact a guy like Brevin Spanford is having.
He is having an impact. He sure is. I worry about that a little bit. Worry about him, and I worry about what's going to happen to Steele with no Booker run blocking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They were working really well against Chicago.
I worry about that.
Yeah, you're in a situation now where your passing game just took a major hit without CeeDee Lamb. You're worse than it was last year with Lamb and what you had, and now the running game. I don't know how alive it is. It kind of depends on how much you can get cooking over there on the left side, but not against this Packers defense. I mean, this Packers defense has a lot of guys. I think you're hoping, like Jets and Panthers, we'll talk about a little bit later, that these are going to be your best 2 chances at victory, and you're going to have to do them without Booker, BB, and Lamb. I don't know. Looking at the schedule, I'm having a hard time finding anything other than those 2 games where the Cowboys should have a degree of confidence. New power rankings are out. I think the only team worse than them right now in the power rankings is the Giants, Jets, and Panthers.
Yeah, they're 25th. I think we're 25th. I think the Dolphins are behind you too.
Okay, there you go. All right. Doesn't look like the Packers are going to have starting right tackle Zach Tom, as KNC told you about there during a crosstalk. He re-injured his oblique. Same problem that had him out in week 2. So I guess Green Bay's a little bit compromised as well. But
a couple of spots. Yeah, and the receiver, I guess Tucker Kraft did make it back. He didn't have to go on the IR or miss any games, but he wasn't the same player. I think he had 15 yards receiving. So, I mean, I don't think it's impossible, but the deal with Cleveland is they just might have the best defense in the NFL. They do.
Do they?
Yeah, I mean, I throw that. I did that quick jump in there thing, but watching them
points
play,
wise,
just watching them play last night, holy jeez, they get after you. I mean,
good team.
Yeah, and the Packers were a little compromised with their offensive line, but that's what good teams do. When you're good at something, they take advantage of your bad players, and they went after Green Bay. That's the one way that you have to affect this quarterback, and we'll get into that 340 today.
340 is going to preview the Packers offense for you. Zion Childress is headed to the Texans' active roster. He was poached off the practice squad. I don't know if that's the change his shot he had in mind, but he did say we've started the process. We've had those discussions. We'll see how today goes. He was talking potential roster and personnel changes for the Cowboys in Week 4. There will be some things that feel different. I think simplifying the defense is one thing, but there's just only so much you can do when you're working with the resources that the Cowboys defensive coaches are.
I just hope they don't look back at Zion Childress and that's like Charvarius Ward, 4 years from now.
I would play him at safety myself.
That was his natural position in college.
They moved on from that Gardner Johnson yesterday.
Yeah.
I would turn around and play. I would just immediately start him at safety. Or not start him, but I would start playing him to see if he's got the safety tendencies. When you watched him in preseason and stuff, how he played down as a slot, but was willing
physical,
to tackle,
physical
play. And you could cover with him. I think the Cowboys might have made a mistake in not trying to play him at safety.
Yeah, that's a loss that could be big for them.
So much of the discussion around Micah Parsons, I'm sure a lot of reasons for moving him went into it, but after seeing these first 3 games, I do wonder if at some point at training camp, maybe after the joint practice, after a first of the couple of the preseason games, if they were like, hey, how much better is Micah going to make this when he comes back? And Eberflus and the defensive coaches were not at all. We're not going to be able to stop anybody. We can't tackle anybody. He's the only guy that can rush the passer. We can't cover anybody. Diggs is coming back from micro and ACL.
Yeah.
We don't have a third corner. Our safeties aren't good. Like the defense is so bereft of talent. I think if you're coming in from an outsider perspective, like we can't do anything, and Micah Parsons isn't going to save us, just like he couldn't save the team last year. So are we going to end up throwing $45 million a year additionally on this roster, costing us a bunch more depth, and we're not even going to be an above 500 team? I think that might have played a bigger role as anything, just how pathetic they looked, especially in that joint practice against the Rams. That was the first eye-opener where it was like, holy cow, they're not good. It's just the offense can't make them look bad right now.
Yeah, I had an NFL coach yesterday tell me quite the opposite.
What's that?
That they
how so?
They're
like overvaluing their own.
They overvalue. They inflate their players.
They actually think they have good players.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I believe it.
I mean, he was very clear about this. He said, "Listen, they think way too much of their players." He goes, "You can watch them. You can watch the way they have them on the field and all that, and the way they use them in scheme and stuff. You could tell that the front office and the coaching staff way overevaluate their players."
That's pretty par for the course.
Yeah.
I mean, Jerry always feels like he's got a great roster.
That's one NFL coach's opinion. That's one coach's opinion right there.
Well, he's probably trying to do things with the scheme to allow those inferior players to have a chance to make a play. I think the overrating would have been from the front office in the offseason, and then the truth would have been coming in from Eberflus and the coaches like, guys, you haven't given us anything to work with, and Mike is not going to make it much better.
I would love to walk into that building and go from office to office on the defensive side of the ball and tell me, which way did you vote? Because Jerry's going to give you a vote. Which one of you voted to move on from Micah, and which one of you moved and said, no, we don't need to move on from Micah? I'd like to know that vote.
Yeah.
Because they said it was unanimous. I don't know, and this is where the over-evaluation of your players come in, that they thought that they had the defensive ends to make up. The reason they go get the tackle is because they think they have the ends.
Mm.
That's the problem. They over-evaluated what they thought with Ezeraku, with Fowler. And I know Ezeraku is making some strides, but the Fowler one,
right.
Sam Williams,
I don't think Jerry would have moved him if he thought this team was capable of winning it.
I think again, you could very well be right. I think Jerry got mad at Micah. I just think he got mad at him. And Zach makes a really good point. We did, this morning, Eric and I did Love of the Star. We were kind of talking about Micah and stuff like that. And Eric brought up the point, and I think Zach's brought up the point too, is he said, I don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy anymore. I think that pissed Jerry off. I think that was okay, fine. You don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy anymore. No video tributes, none of this. We're not going to celebrate anything. And then the fact that then he goes, I don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy, and now I'm going to try and screw you out of money, and I'm going to get another opinion. I think that that was just kind of the cherry on top of this whole thing.
Well, the cherry on top for Micah, I think, would be a big win, a couple of sacks on Dak. He did say it's going to be hard to play against him. I don't know. I think I would relish this opportunity. If you didn't want to pay me what I was worth, I would relish the opportunity to go wreck a game plan. He said it's going to be painful to play against Dak and to possibly sack him. I think you got to do everything in your power to try to neutralize Micah just so it's not an embarrassment in the game story, in the highlights, and then he doesn't injure Dak. That would be the worst possible thing.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, is if you end up losing. I mean, I think, let me just say this. The best possible scenario for the Cowboys for the rest of this season is to lose every single game and have a chance to get a blue chip tackle edge corner on a rookie contract. That is by far the best thing. But if it meant losing Dak Prescott to another injury and putting the future of his career in doubt, then obviously that wouldn't be the case. Okay, Bochy said last night that it was maybe the worst game of the season, says guys were losing focus in their 8th straight loss. 5 more games to go. Some fans are asking, that they at least win 2 more to finish the season above 500. That would, clearly feel better. But I fear it does not matter until their draft picks start showing up in the big leagues in a massive way. And right now with the 19th best or 26th best farm system, the prospect rankings, depending on who you look at, it does not appear that there's relief in sight for this Rangers, especially with what CY told us 2 days ago, that they're going to end up not being able to spend as much as they have the last 3 years. He tipped his cap to ownership for being committed up until this point. But I think that's story of the year. That's story of the year for the Texas Rangers, that ownership has decided this team is not worth spending as much money on as they have been. I think Ray's going back into the mode of shortly before he opened the stadium, where we're just going to draft and keep our fingers crossed that all these players end up great, and then at some point when they do, then maybe we'll start spending again. But he did the same thing after they acquired Prince Fielder and Shin-Soo Choo like 12 years ago. 11 years ago, where when those didn't work, he was like, well, I don't feel like, I should trust spending money on this because these ones haven't worked out. Okay, it is the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Gbag of the Day champ coming up on the other side, and Wolchuk's Top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's take a trip down memory lane. The top 10 most heated revenge games in DFW sports history. That's next.
All right, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we'll get the champ here in just a sec. Then Woolchuck's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels that go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your champ.
All right, this is day number 3, going for 4 for this champion audio right here. It comes from the Fan After Dark, but it happened on a weekend show. Our very own Fred, he just kind of forgot where he was, you know what I mean?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in H-Town. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on a Sunday morning.
H-Town.
Oh, my God. Did I just say that?
Stop staring at your tattoo. You want to start that from the top?
Run the intro. Run the ID.
Wait a minute.
Oh, my goodness. I'll tell you what.
You just made Gbag of the day.
It's been a rough morning.
CA is hilarious in the background. I guess, I would chalk that up to a hangover on an early Sunday morning, but Fred's with me. He's over here. He's a long-time member of Team Sobriety. Yeah. So
you would know
it by the sound of his voice.
You would not know it.
Sure he is.
He's drunk on some, isn't he?
Something's going on there.
He is a wild one. That Fred Davis. You'll
just
get
high off of life. Yeah, right, bro.
Yeah, charged up over something. He is. Okay, I guess Fred and Blake will be back tomorrow night rocking with you. We'll have day baseball as the Rangers will wrap up with the Twins tomorrow afternoon. We'll probably take the air 4:35 or so. Here's the Wooly Bully.
All righty, we got the top 10 most heated revenge games in DFW sports history. We got Micah coming back to town. Now, what if we just went full petty and just leaned into a low-light type of promo video for Micah Parsons? Because it's been in the news. Obviously, Jerry said, we're not doing one of these welcome back montage videos.
Oh, more kind of like a Bleep You video?
What if you did, we're just focusing on, hey, you're saying he couldn't stop the run.
Missed tackles.
Yeah.
The run coming right at him and him tripping over
the low lights. Yeah.
The one-trick pony, Micah Parsons.
All the low lights. That's how you welcome him back to AT&T Stadium.
Space.
I heard Micah Parsons being compared to TJ Watt. You know what's funny about what's happening in Pittsburgh right now? Every Steelers opponent is running away from Micah Parsons 95% of the time. They only run towards him as like a misdirection thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, TJ Watt.
Yeah, he's
a
good
JJ.
You said Micah.
Oh, okay.
But I knew what you were going with.
That's weed. That's weed.
It's TJ's a good run defender. That's the big difference there. And that was also a misevaluation, I guess, by the Cowboys going with Taco over TJ. That's the one that probably haunts Cowboy fans the most. But let's just be super petty about this thing. Just like all Micah's terrible plays. And then we can throw in the one where he just gets obliterated 2 weeks ago by that offensive lineman. And so anytime that Micah's just getting destroyed, just play that, put it together.
Are you suggesting they run that as a video montage, the stadium?
Let's do it.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would really probably fire him up to even go more scorched on us, though. I don't think Terrence Steele would appreciate that.
It's whatever. It's going to happen anyway, so just embrace it.
The Cowboys don't have a rivalry bone in their body. They, whenever you ask, we got the most respect for them and yada, 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 it's just they're not competing anymore. They don't care about winning. Losing doesn't bother them. Losing to their rival, it's no problem. The only reason they didn't trade him to Philadelphia is because they knew the fans would kill him for it. They don't care about trading him to the Eagles. Gosh. They probably think it's cool that there's a dynasty inside the division to help their TV ratings twice a year.
Eagles could use him. They just had to put Nolan Smith on IR. He's got a strained triceps that he suffered against the Rams. So he's expected to be sidelined through the team's November 2nd bye. Could return for the Monday night game following that.
Seriously, the best thing that could happen with these Cowboys is what happened to Daniel Snyder in Washington. And with all the controversy around this ownership over the years, there's been plenty of smoke. We just haven't had the 3-alarm fire, and the Don Van Natter, the Washington Post story that spells it out and forces a change of ownership. That's your most likely best case scenario, is something in that family history is embarrassing enough that they would be forced to sell the team.
You need the three musketeers of Van Natta, Wickersham, and now the up-and-coming Pablo Torre.
There we go.
Pablo Torre seems like he's ahead of the game on these guys.
He is.
And he going a little bit more? You think
it's his whole deal now. Yeah, and he's not spending like a year on one story. He's cranking out like 15 breaking news investigative journalism stories throughout the year.
He's doing a fantastic job.
He's on a heater of a snitch eater.
He sure is. Snitches get stitches. All right, let's go ahead and take a trip down memory lane. 877-881-1053. What were some of your most memorable revenge games in DFW sports history? The honorable mentions here, the recent one, we did have Mikko Rantanen when the Stars got to play Colorado in the first round, and he probably had like the best moment maybe anybody's had in terms of revenge games. Game 7, you have a Hattie to eliminate your former team that traded you during the season. That was incredible.
It was all time. So is this is a local player that is having a revenge game versus his former team? That's what this is, not the Micah reversal.
It's
situation.
Both. Most of it's going to be the Micah reversal situation, but Mikko Rantanen just made the honorable mention list because what he did was probably the most badass out of anybody on this list.
Honestly, feels like that should be in the top 10.
Yeah.
I mean, Charles Haley against the Niners, I don't know if he blew up in that game or went off or anything like that, but that has to be historic. Luka against the Suns with how that rivalry had going. I mean, it's a different kind of revenge in that situation, but felt like it applied there.
Man, how about Dez? We didn't get to see it.
It was a Thursday night. Didn't he get COVID?
Yes, it was so weird.
Was it Monday night or Thursday night?
Baltimore, Dallas, and we're ready for Dez in 2020 to play against the Cowboys.
He tested right before the game,
and he's out there pregame warmups, like in uniform. Then all of a sudden he just leaves the field. They pull him off, and it's because he tested positive. For COVID-19 right before the game. They didn't need Dez that night. It was Lamar Jackson just running all over the Dallas Cowboys, but. I'm happy that didn't happen. I did not want to see Dez play against the Cowboys. That was
I wondered at the time if he faked it because he just couldn't bring himself to it.
I didn't want to see it. I was there for the Emmett game, and that'll be making an appearance on this list, and it sucked to see. Sad. I didn't like it. Michael Finley, honorable mention. After spending 9 stellar seasons with the Mavs, they waived him, and then
that wasn't right.
Ends up going to San Antonio, faced his former team in the second round of the playoffs. And he ended up getting punched in the groin by Jason Terry in that series. Drew a 1-game suspension for that act. But weird. I hated seeing Finn in a San Antonio Spurs jersey. Did get his ring, and congratulations to him. But gosh, that was gross seeing him in the Spurs.
When I think of Michael Finley now, I just think about him taking away that Luka beer.
No, thank you.
That's mine now.
Jason Kidd, number 10, number 2 overall pick, turned Rookie of the Year, supposed to be the cornerstone of the 90s Mavs. But things soured between him and the other 2 Jays, Jamal Mashburn and Jim Jackson.
Wonder why that happened.
Traded to Phoenix. I don't know. A lot of rumorooskies out there about what went down with that. I'm sure CA's got a lot of stories. Here's CA stories.
It was not the woman in the white suit, I heard.
It wasn't?
It wasn't the woman in the white suit, allegedly.
Damn. Allegedly.
So there was a different woman.
Tony Braxton.
Bit of an awkward note. Mavs and Suns played.
It was Dirk first, old lady.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm just joking, bro.
I like the speculation. Let's get reckless with it.
That would be an added layer.
Kidd saved his best performances for the 3 of his returns to Reunion Arena when he had 21 points, 7 boards, 7 assists as the Suns beat the Mavs in overtime. Of course, he did make his return, won a championship, now the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks.
He was a top 5 player for way too long to have justified letting him go. That was the one that most got away, I think, up till Luka.
Well, and I mean, Jamal Mashburn was awesome too. But I mean, if you're going back and you're looking at the 3, Kidd's probably the one in hindsight you wanted.
Yeah, Mash had like a 2 or 3 year period, and then the injuries and stuff, and just his career didn't hit the heights that maybe it should have. Jason Kidd was a 2-way tour de force, and you barely even needed much in offense other than finishers. Just let him get the ball in transition and attack, and if he took it himself or found an open shooter or threw an alley-oop, he was in total charge.
Full speed, fast break, too. Full speed, wide open.
Yeah.
Be looking for the ball.
Yep.
817, my favorites were when Randy Moss would come to town to play the Cowboys. Those were not good moments. That Thanksgiving game, his rookie year, was absolutely atrocious to watch. Dion versus Atlanta from the 214, that was straight up fisticuffs. That was absolutely. That was big-time revenge games. T.O. with the 49ers when he came back to Texas Stadium. T.O. as a Cowboy going back to Philly was huge. I mean, those were big moments. Mike Modano comes in at number 9, and this was also sad to see. Modano played his last game in Dallas, April 2010, game against the Ducks. Saw a brief delay as fans and even the opposing team's players offered up a 2-minute standing ovation for Mike Modano, the franchise's all-time leading scorer. Then that June, he leaves, goes to the Detroit Red Wings, with whom he played his final 40 games before hanging up the skates. And Modano scoreless in his return, drew another lengthy ovation from the Stars crowd. Just weird seeing him in another uniform outside of the Stars.
Everything with Modano was weird. Like to interview him now and have him talk about the organization. I know he was working for Minnesota the last time we chatted with him, but it was really adversarial from him. It almost felt like a Philly media guy talking about the Cowboys. Yeah, everything with Modano's legacy is jacked up.
I think there were some sour grapes. I think it's gotten better now. He's got the statue
out there, yeah.
I think, the wounds have been healed, but it seemed like there was a little bit of bitterness towards the organization. A-Rod, after leaving the group of 24 kids that A-Rod called them, that were the 2003 Texas Rangers, he was, and perhaps still is, enemy number 1 in terms of Rangers fan favorites, or least favorites. A-Rod only made it through 3 years of what was a 10-year deal. And then he comes back Arlington 2004 and got booed. Heavy booing. Went 5 for 13. Did have a home run in his first at bat against the Rangers, but after that wasn't quite as good when he came back as a New York Yankee. Craig Morton.
Super Bowl 77, he got crushed.
Yeah, losing half of what was perhaps the most famous quarterback controversy in NFL history between himself and Roger the Dodger.
Was that he also was with the Giants?
He was traded to the Giants midway through the 74 season for a first-round pick that they used on Randy White.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And then he played against the Cowboys later that same season, did not go well, lost 21-7, but then, of course, the Super Bowl rematch
77
against the Broncos.
He had a really good year that year, but Dallas crushed him. That was when Harvey Martin and Randy White got the co-MVPs in the Super Bowl.
Ian Kinsler in 2013 traded to the Tigers, 1-for-1 deal with Prince Fielder. Did not work out for the Rangers. Things did get personal between Ian and then Rangers GM John Daniels after that trade, as Kinsler called Daniels a sleazeball. Said he hoped the Rangers would go 0-162 that season. Faced the Rangers for the first time in 2014 with the Tigers. Didn't play great across a 4-game series. And then when he returned for his first series back in Arlington, homered again, first at bat. That's got to be like the best feeling ever.
Yeah. Get the monkey off your back immediately.
Jimmy Johnson against the Dolphins.
Oh.
Sides would meet up in 96, Miami, Dallas. Johnson shaking hands with Jerry on the field before the game. Dan Marino and the Dolphins built a 10-6 lead, but Troy Aikman and company, 23 unanswered, ran away with it. As Barry Switzer he was just grinning, Lucius. He was just grinning.
Just glamoring the media.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be all right. Don't worry about it.
He was smoozing. He was like, hey, Jimmy, I'm doing it our way, baby. Yeah. We did it. Josh Hamilton, not a football town, not a baseball town. What kind of town are you? Not good for Josh Hamilton. Rangers did dodge a bullet, though, because that deal that he signed with the Angels, oh, gosh, that aged very, very poorly. Hambino did not ever live up to that. Went 0-for-4 with 2 strikeouts. And that was pretty much in line with his Rangers career, or his Angels career.
Oh, that was brutal.
255 across 2 seasons in California with 31 homers. My gosh, he was getting like 31 homers at easily a season here with the Rangers.
They brought in all the stars there in that period. The Albert Pujols thing,
They took C.J. Wilson from the Rangers. All of them just ended up being terrible. Then you got Emmett.
That was a top 5 moment at the ballpark, though. That game.
Yeah,
with all the baseball town
the
chants.
Emotion. Yeah, it was crazy. Gosh, Emmett, this one was sad. And he's talked about how he showed up to Texas Stadium. He's in the visiting locker room. He's looking at his jersey draped there, and he's like, what am I doing? Yeah. I need to be in the other room. and he gets knocked out by Roy Williams. I actually found my ticket stub from that game a couple weekends ago.
Did you really?
I did. I was cleaning out the guest room because we were preparing it for Leia, our second daughter, and boom, I found that buried in one of the drawers, and so now I've got it saved with the man cave stuff.
I was gonna say that's perfect for the man cave right there.
It's pretty
That's
cool.
a great keepsake. That's one of the things you don't get. You don't get that anymore.
No, I missed it. It had a picture of Emmett in a Cowboy uniform. I found one of T.O. as well in his first home game against the Eagles. It was a Monday nighter that I had, and it's got T.O.'s picture. I miss those old. Your season ticket holder, they mail it to you. Even Fever Pitch, he runs out, he gets it from the delivery driver, and he's got a thick stack of all of the tickets for the entire season, all 82 games or whatever it is. And now you don't get that. It's all on your phones.
It's all in the cloud.
It was a part of decorating your room as a kid. Would be your ticket stubs to concerts and games and the posters, and usually a cork board was involved.
I miss that.
Yeah.
Luka, number
all the
2.
kids get now is a phone, and I think they win. I think I'd have traded all that for phones and comms in my pocket.
Yeah, big picture. Yes, but gosh, I do miss some of that nostalgia. Luka, number 2. That's still just honestly, it made everything worse. There was a little bit of healing, and then as soon as Luka comes back to the AAC and he's tearing up and he's crying, and then he drops 45 on the Mavericks, I just got fueled with way more anger.
The best thing that's going to happen here is the Laker collapse. They got no way out. They're going to pay Luka a lot to win about 42 games a year, and the Laker angst, I think, is going to eventually nurse the Mavs fans back to life as long as Irving and Davis stay healthy enough to have some success themselves.
And then we'll see where Micah ends up future on this list. I think Luka's number 1, but we'll see how the fans react on Sunday night. Of course, you can hear the game pregame starting right here at 4.
I was watching the Packers last night, and I'm looking forward to Broadus' preview coming up in 1 hour, but offensively, they are not great. I'm pretty sure they're the best team in the NFC right now, but I think they would be vulnerable against good defenses in the playoffs.
The Cleveland showed you what you can do to them, but they were really banged up across their offensive line. But yeah, Cleveland, if you're a good defense, you can get after these guys. And the fact that they don't have, they're down wide receivers too. Dobbs is decent. Wicks, I think, is pretty good. And then, Golden hasn't lived up to what we thought is the draft status we had for him.
I know they missed a big deep shot to him.
Yeah, they missed a couple.
More details on the Packers coming up in 1 hour with Krusty's Corner. John Owning coming up at 3 o'clock. Chief, what is next?
College Football Hump Day, Darty, featuring a look at the big matchups of the weekend and some college football quotables next here in the nation.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper lady.
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. And thanks to Tolbert Garage Door for sponsoring this year's Flagtober. Flagtober 2025 starts next Saturday. Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. Hope to see you there. It's time for the Chiefs college football darty. Here's Eric.
All right, you guys know what the T in Mateer stands for, right?
Touchdown?
Well, that's good.
Tendon.
It's good. That's also good.
Thumb.
All right, we're playing a really good. That's a wow. Can I just give you guys a hand for a second?
Thank you. Look at us. Look at the braids on us.
I mean, of course, you all got
Teamwork.
the answer wrong, but damn, that was impressive.
Good
Family Feud
brainstorming.
style. You guys are at least getting points here. The number one on the board is toughness. He's got that grit.
But he's
Is he
having
gonna play?
surgery and he's out for a few weeks.
He busted the thumb in the first quarter. Then he goes 14 of 16 and beats Auburn. He leads the comeback drive to win the game, and he's an absolute animal on the ground and through the air. A lot of respect for John Mateer.
I think he should have just cut the damn thumb off and go out there and play this week.
What should have won? Should it have been touchdown? Should it have been tendons? Or should it have been thumb? Because I went with toughness, but I think you guys have a case to be made.
Yeah, I think touchdown. You know, toughness works. Touchdown works.
I hope he gets back for that Red River game. Maybe he can show off that toughness.
Yeah,
and
show off.
speedy
Yeah.
recovery. Because I wanted that, man. I wanted 2 top 10 teams, Oklahoma, Texas, both starting quarterbacks, and we can finally get a really good Red River game because these have been pretty big blowouts for just swapping sides here lately.
I mean, you could keep Arch under 20 points. You can have a good game still.
It's
for
possible.
Boomer. Yeah.
The Texas defense is legit.
But I mean, both defenses, to be fair.
Yeah.
Both defenses are legit.
They really have been. The transfers have been hitting. Brett Venables has the Sooners playing really well on that side of the ball.
Mateer was asked about the difference between him and Johnny Manziel because there's been just like some random comparisons. His quote was, "I'm going to church in the morning."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
That's got to be the quote of the
because
week.
they wanted to do the money Mateer.
Oh, okay.
And
That's
he
what they were
was
trying to pull.
so he was saying that's what brought up the Manziel stuff. Like, I don't want to go full money Manziel, and it's true. He's right. Think of something different.
No one will ever be quite the same as Money Man.
No, for sure. That was a one of one. Insane.
You get benched for getting paid to sign autographs, and then your first touchdown when you come in for the third quarter, you immediately do the Money Man zone sign.
Yeah, it was
just
brilliant.
FU college football.
I don't know. Maybe the best quarterback in Texas right now is TCU's Josh Hoover.
Can you just give Drew Mestemaker some damn love? Our own North Texas Mean Green, please.
I said maybe for
Guys
a reason.
played 5 games, and look at him. He looks like he could be an NFL quarterback. But yeah, Josh Hoover. Shout out to Rockwall Heath.
Climbing up the Heisman odd ranks, 1,000 yards through the air, 11 touchdowns, 2 picks, 8th in the country when it comes to the QBR category. And the defensive coordinator for ASU, who their TCU's taking on this weekend, says, I don't know if we've seen a quarterback like him since 2023. With the murderer's row of quarterbacks we saw, they saw Penix, Nix, and Cam Ward. He's definitely an NFL guy, the best we've seen in the Big 12.
Shots fired at Quinn Ewers.
Hoover's getting a ton of love right now. yeah, no love for old Quinny. How about Lane Kiffin on playing Oklahoma the next 4 seasons? He's not happy about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's not happy about it. He says, yeah, Oklahoma's really disappointing. That's how he starts. He says, we don't have anything in common with them or our fans, so that doesn't make any sense at all. And so that's unfortunate with so many great teams that we've played for a long time here, especially from our SEC West years. So that's unfortunate.
What does Ole Miss start with?
An O.
What does Oklahoma start with?
An O.
We found something in common.
Come on now, dude.
The O-face
how hard is
Glass
it to
half
find
full,
common
Coach.
Sound
ground?
like Breakfast at Tiffany's song.
Come on. I don't know what Lane Kiffin is happy about. I mean, he's been bitching about the afternoon game that they've got to play at home against LSU, but he knows when they go to Baton Rouge, it's going to be a night game. You can bet Georgia's going to be a night game. Lane Kiffin does sound like a little bit of a sour.
Ooh, glad you stopped.
Playoff expansion, I don't know why these guys are complaining. I mean, if you had to be undefeated or one loss to be in the national championship picture, I might get it, but this is great for the game. Are you kidding me? All these amazing tune-ins.
Hell yeah.
Ole Miss is going to be starting Trinidad Chambliss, and over the past 2 weeks,
he's been really good.
Man,
Trinidad Chambliss is a badass name.
It really is, dude. He is just absolutely lighting it up when it comes to all the different measurements of how we grade quarterbacks, and he's mobile. I mean, 171 rushing yards in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
dude can play some football. Okay, we do have some love to show to Texas Tech, but I did want to kind of peek ahead a little bit to the weekend that will feature a couple of big games, and it's Alabama, Georgia. And since Kirby Smart took over in 2016, Georgia has the 3rd best win rate in the country. But the kryptonite has been Alabama. They're 1-6. 1-6 versus Bama. Now they get them at home. I think they're doing the Bama blackout thing where Georgia's going to be having their black jerseys.
Wow.
Which are sick, and they haven't done that in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't done that since I think Matthew Stafford was playing quarterback, and they were taking on
black jerseys, silver
Nick
britches.
Saban.
Yeah.
Damn.
And guess who won that game?
Not Georgia.
Not Georgia.
Yeah.
So something to consider there.
Well, I hope it's just 90% or even 80% of what last year's game was, because that was the best game of the year. Because you had Bama or Georgia jump out to that huge lead.
Unbelievable. It was a Ryan Williams game.
Yes, and if you watch the first half of some of that Georgia tape, it was like the worst that they played.
Yeah.
I mean, it was disgusting. And then in the second half, here comes Milroe and Alabama, and it was what an amazing Ryan Williams. That was his coming out party.
Yeah, it really was. So yeah, I'm excited for that one. We'll see. I mean, I'm surprised to see Georgia being so poor when it comes to like getting after the quarterback and stuff like that, because usually they're so dominant from that standpoint. They obviously lost some guys to the draft this year, but yeah, I'm interested to see how. I mean, and Alabama's started to find their footing a little bit. Ty Simpson getting a little bit more comfortable, so this should be a heck of a game here. And then of course you have Penn State and the whiteout hosting Oregon, and it's just
this type of game that Penn State's going to lose, right?
I would be picking Oregon. You know, if you're a betting man, historically, yes. However, Oregon also has stubbed their toe in some, like the regular season, they've been good under Dan Lanning, but that's the issue. And we talked with Brian Dansel about this. Like in the playoff, Ohio State, who they beat in the regular season, just destroyed them. But for Drew Aller,
that was the first 5 minutes.
This is huge. This is huge for Drew. Amen. That's what I was going to say, because the Penn State rushing attack, you've seen it. They've run all over Oregon before and still weren't able to actually beat them. And they just haven't been explosive. They're not pushing the ball down the field at all. And Penn State fans, I'm seeing on the message boards like, hey, we're just saving it. We're saving it for this game, right? Like we're not showing everything because They've had quite the tune-up schedule to start the season.
Gavin Dawson special. They're sandbagging.
They're
alleging
the sandbagging there in Penn State, and I'm sure there is maybe some level of truth to that. But now you gotta go out there and show it. So Drew Aller,
I'm excited.
This one's on you, my man.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can push the ball down the field a little bit, and we'll close down with just the general parody of college football right now. And Joel Klatt saying, like, at no point in any of the last few seasons could you say, like, hey, really any team between the first team in the country, number one team, to like the 13th ranked team in the country, like there's not that much of a gap there. And you can see it with teams like A&M, like they're really legit. And it's tough to crack the top 10 right now. And one of my favorite players to watch right now is Mario Craver. 274 yards after the catch this season for the Aggies, leads all players in college football, and he's already had a bye week. So
That's
even
impressive.
despite having a week off, like after the catch, he's been an absolute monster, big play machine. So college football's in a fun parody land right now.
It is terrific stuff, Chief. A college football darty is in the books. Time to catch up with PFF's John Owning, formerly of the Morning News. He watches the tape, he studies the numbers, and he'll give you the full report on your Cowboys coming up next year in the nation.
But I want to tell you about my friends at
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 2, Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we're set to talk with John Owning of Pro Football Focus. You can read his stuff. I mean, he's doing a heck of a job. He's watching the tape. He's breaking down all the numbers. He's now doing a podcast with Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram called Cross Chop, which I am enjoying. And a good afternoon, John. How the heck are you?
Doing well. It's a nice, cool day out here in Sacramento, so I'm feeling good. How about y'all?
Well, we're feeling pretty good, trying to figure out what to make of this Cowboys team and if they got any chance in HE double hockey sticks against this Packers team with all these injuries and how they've done so far. What are the numbers saying about how much of a mismatch this is?
I mean, honestly, it's not looking great, especially because the Packers' strengths kind of line up with the Cowboys' strengths. I mean, the Packers' defense has been playing at an exceptionally high level this year with he who must not be named, Rashawn Gary, and the rest of the crew. And then I think the Cowboys' defense is playing so poorly right now that you can't really project any offense to do poorly against them. They're just too many miscommunications, too many coverage busts, too many big plays occurring. So it's just, on paper, at least, a really, really bad matchup for the Cowboys, especially when you throw in the fact that they're going to be without CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Booker.
Yeah, what would your offensive game plan look like with that in mind? I mean, I want to say they need to be a run-first team even more now. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you got to be run first, and then I think they should major in under center runs so that they can really get the under center play action game going. The only thing that I can see them trying to do is trying to draw up those linebackers to the line of scrimmage to create voids between zones, to try to create, a lot of extra space between the safeties and the linebackers so they can get some intermediate passing game going. Because the problem with the Cowboys without CeeDee Lamb is they don't really have a receiver that can generate separation on their own with just their route running. So Shoddy and the rest of the offensive coaching staff has to do a really good job of kind of scheming up opportunities for them to get separation. I think the easiest way to do that is by bumping up the under center play action, using a lot more motion at the snap. You just can't rely on these guys to go out and win their one-on-one or generate separation in one-on-one situations.
When it comes to this defense, John, I know you've been breaking it down, and you and Nick did an awesome job on the Cross Chop pod, but man, I mean, for our listeners, what'd you see against Chicago? And I know that Shoddy's mentioned maybe making some personnel changes. What would be some that you'd like to see?
Definitely. I think there's definitely a few. I kind of put out a tweet going over the changes I would make, and I tried to keep it within reason because I think throughout Eberflus's entire career, he's kind of shown that he's going to maintain his overall schematic philosophy really no matter what. When he's had great defenses, when he's had bad defenses, or anything in between, it's kind of been with the same scheme hierarchy. So I tried to stay in there. And the first thing I think that's obvious is take out Sam Williams and insert Jadeveon Clowney as that close side defensive end. I think Sam Williams has left a lot to be desired, both in the rushing the passer and defending the run situations. He's against the run, he's extremely undisciplined. He's jumping out of his gap. He's peeking into his wrong gap. He's not setting strong edges consistently, and that's really hurt the Cowboys at times. And then as I'm rushing the passer, he rushes so often. I kind of stole this from my friend Landon McCool, but he kind of rushes like he forgets he has hands sometimes. I put up a GIF on my Twitter of him doing a bull rush, and he doesn't drop his pad level at all. He doesn't try to use leverage. He just kind of rushes chest to chest and tries to get into really just like a shoving match. He's not using any of the mechanical advantages that a defender has when they're rushing the passer to his advantage. He's kind of going through the motions a little bit. He has his most successes when he really uses speed, but he just doesn't use that often, and it's really disappointing to see from someone who has so many physical advantages. He's so fast, he's so big, he's so strong, but he just does not use them to their optimal ability nearly enough. And then another really obvious one, I think, maybe not obvious, but with Deron Bland, seems like he's coming back this week. I think you insert him for Kyer Elam, not Roddy Stewart. I think Stewart has shown that he's been a pretty good, really slot defender for you. He's one of the few guys who hasn't had a ton of really miscommunication or bad coverage busts since he's been inserted into the lineup. He's done some good things in run support. So I think Kyer Elam is the guy you kind of take out and put Deron Bland as that outside corner and leave Roddy Stewart in the slot. And then another one, I think that all three of your starting linebackers really have giving you a lot to be desired from their linebacker play, Damone Clark, Jack Sanborn, and Kenneth Murray. I would insert Maris Luafau in for one of them. I think the easiest way to do that is to insert him for Clark so you can put him at the Sam linebacker position and really just make it easier so you're not moving players multiple positions and potentially creating even more confusion in that scenario. And another one I would do is especially since Eberflus has really seemingly insisted upon his safeties being interchangeable, where they can play in the box, play deep, play two high, play single high, play in a bunch of different situations, and that just does not play to Donovan Wilson's strengths and his skill set. He's more of someone who plays really, I think, exceptionally well when he's in the box, but when he's playing deep or split safety responsibilities, he just doesn't have the deep awareness of all the different routes and combinations and how they develop and how to maintain space and how to stay over the top of all the passing threats, be deeper than the deepest, all those simple rules. I just don't think he really does at a high level right now. So I would insert Wanye Thomas, even though he's going to give you a little bit less against the run. I think he'll shore up at least a little bit against the pass. And then some of the little schematic differences I would do is I would definitely increase the blitz rate. We currently, I think, have the either second or third or fourth worst blitz rate in the league. I think it's like a 18.6% I tweeted. And I would like to see that bumped up. You know, it's not going to be something that we're going to get into the high 40s or mid 40s or high 30s. But if we can get into the mid to 20% range where we're going to be just right below the average of the typical NFL defense, I think that would be really positive, a way to create pressure. Because the Cowboys, when they blitz, they actually have one of the highest pressure rates when they blitz. They had a top 10 pressure rate on blitzes last time I checked, but they just don't do it enough. Another way that you can kind of generate pressure if you don't want to really harm that amount of numbers that you have in coverage is use sim pressures. And by sim pressures, that means you're bringing a second level defender, but you're dropping one of your defensive linemen into the flat or into the hook curl zone, for an example. And I think that's really a good way to mess with opposing offensive lines. And it's a good way to generate pressure with still only 4 rushers while keeping the continuity of your coverage intact. Right now, they're at the third lowest, I believe, in the NFL at 9.1%. I would like to see that bumped up just a little bit to maybe the 15 to 18% range, get them still below the NFL average, but still much better than what they're doing right now. And then from a coverage point of view, just play more man coverages, more cover 1, more 2-man, and kind of limit the cover 2 and cover 4 stuff that the Cowboys have been really struggling to execute throughout this entire season.
Hey, John, the thing that Stephen Jones after they made the Micah trade, they talked about, Stephen Jones came out and talked about, generating pressures, manufacturing pressures, stuff like that, creating pressures. And I was talking to an NFL defensive coordinator last night, and he was saying, hey, they talk about these things, and you mentioned it, they just don't blitz. He said, if they're going to manufacture pressure, you're not going to do it with 4 rushers. You're going to do it with multiple rushers. Why would they tell us that that Flus can manufacture pressures and then not blitz this season?
I honestly have no idea, and there's been a few things where it seems like there's a disconnect from what the front office and the executives want and then what the coaching staff implements. I mean, it's on the other side of the ball, but I think Hunter Lipke is a really good example of that. They extend him. They talk about how he's going to be such a big portion of the offense and he's going to have a real role, but he hasn't really touched the ball, whether it's as a receiver or a runner. He's just been kind of a lead blocker. And in my opinion, that's not even what he does best. He does best stuff when he's being involved in the short to intermediate passing game as a check down guy, as a guy who's maybe a short yardage runner in those situations. And he's just not used in that facet. And that seems to be a big disconnect with the front office. And I think it's kind of similar with you see with the blitzes. And, it really surprised me when Jerry and the executives kind of said that, because Eberflus has never been a guy that blitzed a ton. Even when he blitzed a lot for him, it was still in the, it was still around league average, maybe barely above league average blitz rate when he was blitzing a lot for him. So it just didn't make much sense when Jerry was saying that. It kind of just seemed like he was saying something to kind of try to maybe quiet down the skeptics of the Micah trade, or I don't know. It just seems to be a disconnect there.
John Owning, Pro Football Focus, with us here on The Fan. What do you think about Donovan Ezeraku and how he's played?
I like a lot of the things that he's done against the run. You see him implementing different techniques depending on the player types that he's going against. When he's going one-on-one against tight ends, that's when you see him really take on and use shrug techniques or slip techniques after, stacking to shed the block, and that's really good. And then when he goes against bigger offensive tackles that he knows he can't overwhelm at the point of attack, that's when you see him slipping blocks a little bit more. He's trying to stay slippery, not let them get their hands on him so that they can create movement and kind of widen the adjacent gap. So that's been something I really like to see. But as a pass rusher, I think he's just missing a little bit of the details. I posted a play that kind of epitomized the issues that Donovan Ezraku has, and it was when he was going for his cross drop, one of probably his primary move that he used in college to create pressure. And he was shooting his hands and entering into his little Euro step where he thinks like he's going to one side and then he jumps to the other. He's doing it from too far away, so he has no way for his cross-chopping hand to land on the outside hand of the offensive tackle. It's too far away. He needs to close the distance, and what I've heard a lot of coaches say is step on the offensive tackle's toes. Not only does that put him in range to land his cross chop on that offensive tackle's outside hand, but it also incentivizes that offensive tackle to shoot their hands at him, which is, again, going to give him a chance to parry that strike with the chop, work to the edge, and generate pressure. I just think he's missing those little details, those little nuances of, spatial awareness with your opponents, when to throw your moves, how to pattern your feet, what stride lengths do I need to have so that I get into the right area when I'm ready to make my moves. Those kind of little small details. And I think once he gets those things cleaned up, we're going to start seeing the pass rush production really start to ramp up.
Do you have optimism about Nealand similarly, or is this about what we're going to get?
I have optimism about him. I think he's kind of played above my expectations a little bit. He's someone who plays with his hair on fire a lot. He plays with a lot of power rushing the passer. I would like to see him utilize his speed a little bit more to threaten the edge and not just be someone who kind of powers through the outside shoulder of offensive tackles so often. But I really like the stuff he's done against the run. I think he sets a strong edge. I think he gets off blocks well, holds up on blocks. He doesn't give up a lot of displacement, so I've been happy there. I just don't think he's ever going to be someone who's going to be an 8 to 10 sack type of guy. I think he's always going to be your B-level rusher who's maybe racking up maybe six. He's kind of the 5 to 8 sack a year guy, I think, rather than a guy who has the potential to be a double-digit sack a year guy.
It's John Owning, Pro Football Focus. Looking at the numbers, which I do often, terrific work over there at PFF. It confirms Kenneth Murray is just, he's one of the worst players on the team.
Who would have thought?
Right? And that was the case last year in Tennessee. So I guess my question is whether it's this or the draft stuff that Wolchuk worked on and other people have built off. Does this Cowboys team have a problem with identifying defensive talent?
It definitely seems so in recent years. The defensive talents they have acquired outside of really, Michael Parsons really hasn't gone extremely well. Obviously, Deron Bland was a big hit. It seems like they do a good job of finding those, day 2, day 3 defensive backs, but they've really struggled to hit on their front 7 players in recent years. And I really like Donovan Ezraku. I think he's someone who's going to be a hit, but, Mozzie Smith, Marshawn Nealand, I don't think up until this point has really played up to the second round draft capital and those type of things. Obviously, the linebackers haven't lived up, whether it's because of injury or what have it be. So obviously there's some disconnect there. There's some issues. I hate to put it all on them because there's been circumstances that they can't control, like Overshown, who would have been a hit, but he has so many injuries and stuff. So I think it's kind of a give and take. There's a little bit of everything, a little bit of bad luck, maybe some misidentification. Also, I think it doesn't help when you're changing schemes so much. So you're picking players for one scheme, and then you get transitioned to another scheme that maybe doesn't optimally take on their skill set, like a Mozzie Smith, for example, I think really fits into that.
Yeah, John, I think you made some great points there. With Micah coming back to town, what are some ways that you think the Cowboys can try and handle him so he doesn't wreck the game? And what are you seeing from Guyton and Steele at tackle?
Like I said before, I think what you got to do is you have to make him play the run first, and you have to use a lot of play-action passing game where you can kind of slow him up, where he has to play the run first and then transition into rushing the passer and try to give Dak Prescott that extra tick of space and time that he needs to get the ball off, because if he's straight dropping back from shotgun consistently, Micah's going to win against these offensive tackles. I think both Guyton and Steele have struggled mightily in especially pass protection, even though I think they both did really, really good things as run blockers against the Bears, still struggling in some pass protection departments. The thing that gives me less pause about Guyton is the fact that he didn't have an off season, and we're seeing him make progress, and the things that he's getting beat are inherently fixable, especially on the inside moves. He just has to fix his footwork a little bit. He's kind of opening his hips a little early, and that's making it difficult for him to transition to sliding back inside when people convert counter inside. Whereas Terrence Steele has like a whole host of issues that are really robbing his ability to be consistent in pass protection, whether he's leaning in his pass sets, whether he's getting his feet too close together when he's kicking and sliding. He's not driving and catching his feet. He's more stepping and replacing, and that's making him, when he gets to the point where he can anchor. If you guys, I know, Brian, you watch a lot of film. Zach, you watch a lot of film. Do me a favor. When on the plays where you see Terrence Steele's anchor really give out on him, pay attention to where his feet are when
narrow.
The defender makes contact. He has 1 foot off the ground almost continually, and I think that's a lot because he's stepping and replacing instead of something that I think Duke Manyweather and LaCharles Bentley really advocate, which is driving off the front foot and then catching with the back foot. And I think that is really hurting and making his anchor look even worse than it is.
Can Dak get it going here against this Packers secondary?
He's going to have to if the Cowboys want to have any chance of winning, in my opinion. It's going to be difficult without CeeDee Lamb, and I think this is a game where, Shoddy's going to have to make his money scheming up opportunities for people to get open. But Dak is playing at such a high level, I think that he can find some success, but it's going to be reliant on him getting enough protection, enough time to, make them pay. If he's consistently having to get the ball out of his hands quickly and having to, we're going to have Ferguson with another 15-catch, 55-yard performance, it's not going to go well.
If you're this front office and you've seen what you have so far in 3 weeks of George Pickens, are you looking at that money you saved from Micah and thinking that's a good use of it?
Not right now, no. I don't think so. Just see too many concentration lapses. The week 1 stuff about how he was really not putting his full effort into his route tree. It was much better week 2. But I don't think he's done anything to the point where it make you that he has to be a priority re-signing unless his number, the money that he's going to be asking for has come down considerably. I'm not someone who is really, really knows what's going on about like cap values and contract values and how much they're going to sign for. But just given his play so far, I don't think he's played up to the ability that everybody has really hoped for when the Cowboys signed him.
Hey, John.
Or traded for him.
Yeah. I want you to, and please feel free to shoot this one down. I ran this past my guys yesterday about drafting, and I was just curious what your thoughts of the fact that for 10 years Jason Garrett as a head coach is a good evaluator of talent, and for the last 5 years your team has been hurt because Mike McCarthy has not been. And as much as the coaches are involved with the draft, is that why you're a little of a top-heavy team right now?
I think that's a great theory, to be honest. Everybody talks about, Jason Garrett's issues as a coach, but his ability as an evaluator, a talent evaluator, coming from the son of a scout, he's been in it his entire life. It makes sense that is a place where he would thrive because he's been exposed to that side of football for so long. And I think, Mike McCarthy, there's probably a reason why, the Packers didn't use him.
Yeah, Teddy didn't use him at all. Teddy didn't use him at all.
There's a reason why Mike Zimmer, I've heard you talk myriad times about how you got to kick Mike Zimmer out of the draft room when he's in there. And same thing with Mike Nolan and stuff. So I think it's true. The coaching staffs they've been more, traditional coaching types, not the guys who are really thriving with evaluation. And I think that just comes down to the fact that Jason Garrett has been a part of that almost his entire life. So if whether that means the Cowboys front office needs to make changes to the fact where the coaches have less of an input into the draft, and that makes it harder, but that's going to be hard for the coaches to swallow. They're going to have someone else picking their groceries and they're going to have to cook with them to kind of use the old Bill Parcells adage. So I'm definitely glad I'm not someone who has to balance those egos in that situation, but I think that's why someone like Will McClay gets the big bucks. He has to make those really tough decisions.
Yeah, I just think that if you're a very heavy, coach-driven personnel department, that your depth sometimes, if you're not good at evaluating, like Cincinnati is another team, very coach-driven personnel department, so you might not have the depth of the roster that you would have if you're just kind of a scout-driven.
Get the coaches out of there.
Well, I'm just saying, I've never called a third down defense. I mean,
that's their job. You get them the players.
The scouts are the ones that do it all year round. The coaches really only do it for what is it? A 2-3 month span of the entire year.
Exactly.
So it makes sense that you would rely more upon the people who do this for a living and they live and breathe it every single day, because they're going to be able to. Maybe they won't be able to tell you like, oh, this guy fits. He's a great bail defender in cover 3, blah, blah, blah. But they're going to be able to give you the physical, the mental, the traits, the how they're going to fit into the locker room, all these key details that I think are much more projectable to the NFL rather than, oh, this guy thrives in this scheme, or I can envision him playing in this scheme, whereas a scout can give you a more overall look about who the player in person is.
You're the man, John. John Owning, Pro Football Focus, and the Cross Chop Podcast. Enjoy your week 4, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Hey, thank you guys for having me on. Have a great day.
Salute. There he goes, John Owning here in the Gbag Nation. Tremendous resource. He watches the film. He's got the numbers like the back of his hand. And coming up next, it's the C-Note. Can you make some money on Micah wreaking havoc here on The Fan?
Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out.
Note, Cowboys news of the evening. We got some Week 4 things you can gamble on, including Micah Parsons' return to AT&T. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Krusty's Corner's coming up here in about 15 minutes. Brian's been teasing, and he's going to preview this Packers offense and how the Cowboys might find a chance to get the job done.
Yeah.
Okay, Micah Parsons related props, 1+ sack. You betting over or under that? That's got to be an easy hammer, right? He's going to have 2 sacks by the time we get out of the first quarter. You can get paid. It's minus 150. I'd want to know what the odds are if you want to put it like over under 1.5 sacks. Because I feel like he's going to come in and make damn sure, especially without CeeDee Lamb. I mean, I guess you could super max protect, but at some point you're going to be trailing and have to, air that thing out. So yes, I would be hammering over that. I don't know if that's quite a mortgage payment type of situation, but 1+ sack, yes, minus 150. Here's my $150. Let me know when I can pick up all 250 here after game time.
Yeah. With the status of this offensive line right now, just the general edge that he's going to be playing with, probably playing more snaps in a game on Sunday night than he has all season long. And if we imagine the way the game flow is going to go, Cowboys are going to be trailing for a fair portion of this game.
Yeah, we'll talk about their defense tomorrow, but I want to ask you guys this question. Do you think Micah Parsons, and maybe you'll just say it doesn't matter on the offensive line, but do you think he has a better chance? They can't chip him as much or help as much if he plays inside, right? If he plays in the A-gap, if he plays as that stand-up A-gap player.
Yeah, Hoffman's probably going to have a long night.
So that's what I'm saying. Would you rather him be an A-gap stand-up player to block him, or would you rather him play on the outside where you could chip him more?
I'd rather have more bodies on him on the edge in a perfect
So
world.
if you see Micah Parsons, which they've done, if you see Micah Parsons standing up in the A gap, then you're probably looking at potential sack more than him playing on the edge.
Yeah, especially now with no Booker. And we'll see what they decide to do at right guard. I guess.
I mean, they can muddy that thing up.
They
and just get shoulder to shoulder in there. The twist stunts and stuff like that could be a problem.
Right.
But if he's right in front of Dak that way, Dak getting rid of the ball, right? Kind of a thing. I mean, I personally, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm trying to think where I want him to maybe block him the best.
I mean, I still think the majority of the time he's going to be lined up along the edge. I don't think Green Bay is going to be putting him through the A gap the majorty.
They've
of the
been
game.
moving him around more right and left.
Yeah, that's but I've also like in the game against. Well, I'm going to watch him tonight. But what was the game I was watching where he was playing? He played some inside. Might have been the Commanders. The Commanders. They stood him up in that A gap look.
He was dominating that game.
So he crushed it with the Cowboys last year.
So you wonder where do the Packers feel like that you're the most vulnerable to attack?
Yeah, they might think you got a backup center.
It's hard to
guard.
pick, really.
I mean, the one thing they could do is they could help on the edges. They can clearly help on the edges, and they could just wad things up in the middle there and maybe make it hard for him to get through too. I'm just trying to kind of feel like if you're the Packers.
Well, how much could you really wad it up in the middle? Like, are we talking like we're going to have like Lipke or another running? I mean, Javonte Williams, and we're going to help him there.
You know what I would do?
Yeah.
If Micah, this is a check I would make. If Micah Parsons is a gap player or in that A gap area, we've seen them walk Hunter Lipke up right behind the guard in the A gap.
Like a little sniffer.
Whatever side that Micah might be on, I'm like walking. So I'm putting 4 blockers in that spot to make sure that he doesn't get through.
Could we even do that, motion it over or span forward?
Oh, you can. Yeah. I would just start in the backfield. I would just start. If Dak sees if he walks into the middle, I'm just telling Hunter Lipke or whoever, move up.
Now we're gonna
just move up.
Reslide the protection.
We're gonna redo this protection. We're gonna put 4 blockers on their 3 guys inside.
I like that.
Inside is what we're going to do.
I wonder just about running that counterplay to his side constantly as well and making him defend the run and getting as many dudes as out there just to hammer him.
Yeah,
so
but Shotty was talking today. We're going to hit him. We're going to hit him. We're going to put a bunch of different bodies on him.
I'll tell you what I would do, honestly. I would consider a couple times running away from him, but I would have span forward motion back. And chop him. Chop him on the edge and make him have to play with his hands down. You know what I'm saying? Like make him have to defend his legs. You're allowed to chop those guys within the tackle box. So I would take the ball, say going left.
Yeah.
Say Mike is on our offense's left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd run the ball back to the right, but I'd bring span forward across. I'd hammer him. Every time you go out there, go at his legs.
Mm-hmm.
Go at his legs. Make him have to defend his legs.
Why don't you pull out some of the stuff Philadelphia did against him? Now, Dak, certainly not as effective as Hurts, but let's get a little crazy.
He's athletic enough to do it.
Let's maybe do a little read option on you here.
Yeah.
Make
a
decision.
I totally agree. I would make his head spin because what you need to do is remember how they handled like when Steele had to make the start against the Chargers, and it was they didn't let Steele block on him one-on-one. They didn't let he was on Bosa. He was on Bosa that game. What they do, they spaced him with a guy over there. They motioned to him and got him out of the way. They doubled on him. They ran a fullback or an H at him.
And I don't believe Bosa had a very good game.
Not at all. It's like they protected Steele throughout the game. But I'm going after every time that you could go low on Micah Parsons. I'm going low. I'm gonna, I'm within reason. I'm not trying to, but make him have to play with his hands down.
Yeah.
Like make him play hands down, like fighting blocks. He's not going to the quarterback when that's the thing. Just even when the play's going away, send a blocker back to hit him.
I love that.
Just keep hitting him the whole game. Don't let him have any run at the ball. And maybe if you do let him have a run at the ball, motion that or boot that thing out towards his side and throw it over there.
And I asked, and I have received, there is actually odds on 2+ sacks. That's plus 200. Would you guys play $100 at the minus 150 for 1 sack? Or let's supercharge it a little bit. 2+ sacks.
Yeah.
I don't believe the Cowboys are going to do any of the stuff that Brian just mentioned that would be genius. I don't want Micah Parsons being the
real man of genius over here.
I think Rashawn Gary might be a huge beneficiary in this game.
Oh, for sure.
So Gary might end up stealing one of those sacks. Would be my fear. If I bet on that, I'd be like, I'm going to get screwed here.
They got a package.
He's going to end up getting 1.5, and it'll be a shared sack with Gary.
They got a package with him and their guy Van Ness. They've got they've played. Like it's a third down package they have. I think they've run it 16 times is what they've done with having Gary, Van Ness, and Micah on the field at the same time.
I mean, an Edrin Cooper is a problem, and then on their depth chart, the Kingsley Enagbare. Did I get that last name right?
South Carolina.
He can play a little bit. Like, they are going to bring pressure from all over. It's just a matter of...
Oh, they're one of the better pressure teams in the league.
Do we want to make sure it's not Micah Parsons with that finger in the air all damn night on SportsCenter and NFL Network? And that would be a priority for me. You might beat us, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let Micah Parsons steal the show here at AT&T Stadium and talk about it for 20 minutes in the post-game locker room and then do a podcast about it. Forget that. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are we taking us?
Yeah, let's talk about this Packers offense. We'll get into that next.
All right, I want to chat East Dallas Diesel with you. You've heard me talk East Dallas Diesel before, and if you're shopping for your next vehicle, I want you to stop.
DFW Kickoff Flagtober 2025 is proudly presented by DFW's #1 garage door repair company, Tolbert Garage, and the station that will be all over DFW in October, planting the Gbag flag. 105.3 The Fan. Flagtober 2025 is also presented by Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Jake's Burgers.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here goes.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucis, for playing that. Thank you, Dawson. Thank you to Reliant as well. Thank you guys out there for being a part of this one today. My old team, the Green Bay Packers, playing my old team, the Dallas Cowboys. When I was on these teams, I never could beat my old team. It was weird. It was always so weird to come to Dallas and get your ass kicked every time, and then be in Dallas and
getting your ass kicked every time.
Get your ass kicked by Green Bay.
I think they've lost 5 in a row since Dak's rookie year in 2016.
That was a hell of a game. That was the year Dak won at Green Bay and in Pittsburgh. Like to challenge a rookie quarterback to be able to do that.
I thought he was going to break the Cowboy curse, just single-handedly being that special.
Yeah, but here we are. Green Bay comes in this game, guys. What you need to know about this one, what you do need to know about this one, is once again you've got an offensive line that's compromised. And it's compromised at a couple of different spots. We talked about with Zach Tom and his oblique injury and what he's dealing with, and Aaron Banks with the groin injury. So now you're talking about replacements. You're talking about Jordan Morgan. Did I say groin wrong again?
No, I love the time just when you say groin.
I say it wrong every single time.
It makes me smile.
I say
it brightens my day.
Every time.
I like it when you talk about errors in baseball.
Errors.
Hey, you did it.
I say that wrong?
You nailed it.
Nailed it that time.
Yeah, I had to think about that one.
Yeah, how's Morgan doing?
I'll tell you what, Morgan is a guy that against the Commanders, he was playing left guard, and against the Cleveland Browns, he was your right tackle.
What was he better at? Tackle?
I think he was better at tackle than he was at guard.
I think I had remembered the Cowboys viewed him as a guard.
Yeah.
But I did like him as a tackle.
Well, Jonathan Morgan is an athlete, but he will struggle a little bit. The guy that absolutely struggles the most,
Rashid.
No.
Really?
It's not Rashid Walker?
Walker struggles. They're if you look at metrics, him and Belton, they're averaging about
Anthony Belton, NC State. That's a heavy-footed guy.
Yeah, they're averaging about roughly about 12% pressure rates. They're the two. But
Belton's Tom's replacement.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that Walker, he's almost got an element of like steel to his game, where he's like kind of a good athlete, but kind of moving all over the place.
A little sloppy.
Kind of that. Yeah, gets beat up on a little bit, gets knocked back some. But to me, I think that Sean Ryan, the right guard. Okay, and this is where I think, because I work with a guy that we all know, Vach Lombardi.
Oh, Vach.
And Vach thinks that even if the Packer tackles are bad or poor, he doesn't trust your edges to get home against it.
Well, why would you?
But he trusts Solomon Thomas and Osa Odigizua to be able to handle Sean Ryan in this game at the right tackle spot. And Jenkins, right guard, right guard. And then Jenkins, the center.
And Jenkins is I think this is the third offensive line position he's played in Green Bay.
Yeah.
That guy can play all 5.
And probably not his best. So here we are, guys. Here we are. Cleveland did a great job, but Cleveland's got a whole another level of defensive players.
Well, you got a Myles Garrett.
Commanders had some success. Mm-hmm. How about this? And I was going back because they had 7 sacks against them. Not the Browns, but overall, the 3 games, 7 sacks. There's a trend with this guy. The majority of his sacks happen on second down.
It's weird.
It is kind of weird.
Are they always passing?
Always passing.
So that's a little floor tell.
It's kind of like if you look at where it is, it's like 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6. It's kind of like they're trying to okay, let's see if we can get this. We can convert get a first down on second down is what they're doing. But second down seems to be the problem where this quarterback has the most issues. All right, here's my thought about this quarterback, by the way. This is one of those guys that as talented as he is, and he can run, but I don't know how much he's going to try and run against you. But he is a guy that his footwork in the pocket is all over the place. So if you get him moving around and get his feet kind of off platform a little bit, he's going to make a poor throw. He's going to be either high or he'll ground the ball to you.
Get a little bit erratic.
Yeah, he gets a little bit erratic and he will throw the ball into some of the weirdest spots. Like all of a sudden there's he's under pressure and he's not even looking to his left and he just throws the ball. You're playing the Commanders and he just throws the ball to the left thinking somebody's out there and it should have been picked off. And there's nobody there.
That's what they're going to have to take advantage of if they want a chance in this game. They are going to have to figure out a way to get turnovers, something they talked about all off season, and I think they have one to show for it right now.
They have one, and that was another thing for Flus. I mean, if you looked back at his track record, he had a top 10 takeaway defense every year as a DC. So I am just praying if this season will turn around. Even when their defenses were bad, Ryan, we talked about that in preseason. In 14 and 16, they lived off of turnovers. And right now, if this defense is going to be as bad as they are talent-wise, that's their only chance to survive is find a way to get takeaways.
Yeah, this guy, the play-action game has been really, really good for him. The zone coverage stuff has been really, really good for this guy, too. Doesn't have any touchdowns, doesn't have any interceptions, but his numbers against zone coverage this year have been almost like Dak Prescott's numbers when it comes to play action pass. Been damn near perfect.
Chunk plays.
Yeah. So you got to be ready. I mean, I go into this game thinking if you play zone coverage against this guy, you're playing right into his wheelhouse. I think that and I think that John Owning had some great ideas. I would even think about this idea too coming up because I don't think Elam's going to start. Okay,
good.
But I would think about Elam. Being a guy that maybe you use against these tight ends.
Oh, okay.
Tucker Kraft.
Against Kraft. And
they got 3 guys they'll throw it to.
Yeah,
Kraft and Dobbs, I think, have been their most targeted players.
Right. But Kraft, this is where they get you. This is where the Packers get you. You're watching their tape, and they give you the illusion that they're keeping guys in the block.
Oh, they're great.
Oh, and then they spill out with the delay.
And they spill.
Well, remember that 2023 wildcard game?
Yeah.
The touchdown to I think it was Musgrave.
Yes.
And he's wide open.
Yes.
They led you believe that they're playing 12 personnel. They'll motion, and the inline guy, the guy on the line of scrimmage, will block for 2 counts and then release. So they give you that illusion that, oh no, we're going to max protect this thing, and then they sneak a tight end out.
That's scary.
And this thing, the way that the Cowboys lose receivers within the secondary, this could be a problem in this game. Mm-hmm. I worry more about their tight ends catching balls than I do Dobbs, Golden, and Wicks. Wicks is playing in the slot quite a bit, and I wonder if they're going to keep Stewart in the slot. I would too. I would keep Stewart in the slot, but I would think about using Elam. And if They played 7 snaps a dime, the 6 defensive backs against the Packers. Packers didn't have very good success against that because it was kind of muddying things up for Love to have to read. But I would consider the extra dime player to be the guy that when you're in a situation with third down, we play dime and we put Elam over the top of Tucker or Kraft.
I like that. Yeah, because you can't trust these safeties or these linebackers.
No. Just cover him.
Sure not the linebackers.
Put a man, go man for man on him. Elam's got the size to be able to handle him. Now, he tackle. The one thing that Kraft gets you is like run after catch.
Elam does tackle.
So he'll tackle. He will tackle. He's a willing tackle. But I would consider using him. God, this is when you need Jordan Lewis in a game. This is a Jordan Lewis moment.
Maybe we can get a celebrity shot this week.
Yeah,
Goodell,
hey, Jacksonville.
Come on, bro.
Do you mind just for one game?
Just a little,
it's good for the league.
We're
right?
just borrowing.
It's good for the league.
But this Packer team, the wide receivers, I think are good. They're the injuries have hurt them a little bit. The offensive line at a couple spots is suspect, and the tight ends. I think you got to cover these guys up. You almost have to play man for man. I would think about putting Elam over there and making that happen in a dime package situation.
It's interesting that the run game doesn't jump out to you too much.
No,
and
they've struggled
What
with
about the screen game? I'm thinking about that DeAndre Swift screen where it's just easy money. Is LaFleur licking his chops after seeing something like that?
They're going to run screen package stuff, but to me, I worry, like I say, about a couple of the downfield shots. I don't know how much they're – if somehow, some way, Flus gets a blitz package going or they get some – or they maybe win some one-on-one battles with this line. I think they can handle things. I just really, really, really worry about Tucker, Kraft, Musgrave, and then John Fitzpatrick in this game. The 3 tight ends scare me in this with how they get these guys open with regularity.
Very good, Brian. Fantastic stuff. The Packers scored 27 points against Detroit and Washington and winning those games at 10 against Cleveland. So that puts them in the low 20s in points per game. And now it makes sense. Struggling to cover, don't have the weapons, not a dominant running game. Maybe there is hope for the Cowboys if they could find a way to get.
We're going to do it. We're going to beat them, Brian.
Strange lady, man. Woo! Strange lady.
The upset, Gavin. We're back.
Strange lady football.
That's the mantra for this week, the Strange Lady game.
Strange lady football.
Just speak it into existence.
I am.
We got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Chief, what is next?
Sports Hodgepodge, we have our sports bleep hole of the week, the very pricey Ryder Cup, and Zion's new workout plan next year in the nation.
Well, if you're spending a lot of money, I'll tell you a way to make some money. That's Prize Picks, baby.
course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Jared Sandler will preview Rangers and talk about what's next here coming up at 4:40. It's time for Eric Chiafalo's Sports Hodgepodge, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Plenty to get to here. This is fantastic stuff. Mike is talking and some other things that we have to address. But first, our very own Bobby Roberto Belt decided that this particular segment, much like Krusty's Corner, needed a bit of an intro.
Oh, we wanted to
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly.
We
no
have
one's
thousands.
listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this? I'm not in on that, you rude mother. Oh, he almost cussed. Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
How about that?
Bobby's the best.
Nailed it.
Bobby's fantastic.
Bob's bringing the heat, man. Appreciate that, Bobby.
Gosh, those old cuts from LeVar and TJ at the Super Bowl, they were really angry.
Was that the Super when you ran him down with the mic?
Yeah, he was trying to ask everybody to rate a picture of me.
That was the unfortunate wireless extravaganza.
I was
that
a lot sexier then.
Made me the enemy of a handful of NFL
You
legends.
rude mother bleeper.
Yeah. Don't you think that's kind of rude what you just did? Yes, TJ Hushmanzada, and I'm sorry.
Was that to do things the right way speech?
Yes. Brandon Marshall
After
punked
he
me
bailed
pretty
on
good
us the day before when we actually booked him the right way.
Yeah. Hey, things happen. Okay, so Micah Parsons is talking, and he was asked about not getting the tribute video for him
I
on
just
Sunday.
pulled this audio.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Okay, well then,
You want it?
there's a nice little teasy. No, because
Okay.
you're probably going to run that in the
Well,
420.
we can, but it's in the folder if you do want to tee it up.
We'll run it in the 420.
Okay.
He's got some thoughts on that, but we will address.
Sounds like two guys went booth right here talking right now.
I like it.
No, you do this. Not do that.
You do this. Okay, did you pull this one as well about not having trouble getting tickets for his family and friends on Sunday? Rob Demoski reporting that apparently Micah said that his suite is going to be packed out. And he said that he couldn't get his money back for the suite for this season, and he did actually ask Kenny Clark if he wanted it. Apparently, that road didn't come to fruition.
Man, couldn't get his money back for the suite.
He still has the suite. I wonder how he's approaching that on non-Packers Cowboys games, like on a Sunday to Sunday basis.
Probably renting it out.
Just renting it out to other people. Probably make a pretty penny on that,
Well,
honestly.
I think his mom was at the Giants game, so that makes sense.
Was she really?
Yeah, she ran into Jerry.
I thought that was the preseason game.
No, there was more videos of her at the Giants game.
Wow.
So that
okay.
they're like, we're still going to use this thing.
Yeah, might as well.
That fits right in line with everything we've heard.
Well,
But how about the verbiage? It's going to be packed out.
With his podcasting stuff, he's got the opportunity to put some sponsors in that thing, right?
That is strong
That's a good
language
point.
skills. Micah Parsons, that's content creation at its finest.
Packed out.
I wonder if you do the thing where, everybody gets in and then you round up the tickets and you leave and bring back another 10 people. So you got like Packers fans hanging out the suite throughout the game.
I think you have to Zach, correct me if I'm wrong. You got to have your phone and you got to have it on your, you got to have it on to get into the door. You have to click
You're right.
in.
Okay.
So you somehow
Can't pull that old scam anymore.
you can't pull the old scam anymore. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and nominate Donald Copeland, the now suspended head college basketball coach at Wagner College, as the Bleep Hole of the Week in sports. According to the investigation here and the reporting, he was just not allowing his players to hydrate at all.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh, we're going back to the 80s?
Quote, do you think he is Bear Bryant?
Water's for the weak, baby.
If you're thirsty,
Get your cramps. What are you doing over there? Take
Said-
some salt pills.
yeah, you lived it.
I did live it, man. Almost died.
Toughen you up, man. Can't have weak people out here.
If you're thirsty,
I was weak.
swallow.
I admit it.
What did you say about swallowing?
If you're thirsty, swallow your spit, was what he would tell his players.
Yeah.
I don't have any, coach.
My mouth is so dry. I'm so dehydrated. I cannot get any saliva.
Was he instantly fired for this?
He's suspended. So we'll see.
How about the trainer stepping in saying, "Coach, we don't do that anymore." You know.
Well, there's
Coach,
that.
Coach, not gonna have a lawsuit on our hand because you killed somebody out here. You know.
One player allegedly hit a Gatorade bottle in the gym to try and keep himself hydrated, like sneak some swigs.
Yeah.
And when the coach
Bob caught him.
yeah, when he got caught,
Bob Wagner.
he made his team run quote, until the Gatorade was out of his belly. 2 players passed out from dehydration. 1 went to the hospital.
Oh, no.
So that's how this guy is conducting business
I'd
there.
say criminal charges.
They found the weak one.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's assault.
Find the mark.
It is.
Yeah.
Criminal charges.
It's crazy. Big tip of the cap, though, to the gentleman who just set a new world record for the most push-ups in 1 hour.
More impressive push-ups or pull-ups?
Pull-ups, for sure.
Pull-ups.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's an Oregon man, Army National Guard.
Of course.
So this dude's a serious stud.
Yeah. This isn't Brian Broaddus doing these things.
What is your guess? He had, again, 60 minutes to try and set a record. Now, $1 was raised per rep for the Oregon Humane Society. So
Let me
this
get
was for charity.
$2,500.
$2,500? Damn.
Too high?
I mean, 3,600 seconds in an hour.
Okay, let's go 1,700.
Wow. Well, Chuck, 1,721
No way.
Look repetitions of peck to ground push-ups. That is
That's like my buddy Charles
incredible.
Tinker, another Oregonian. He could just do them forever. So I thought this guy might not actually ever be stopping.
Yeah.
Do we know what the world record is for push-ups in an hour?
He didn't break it?
No, he did not.
Well, then I guess I'm getting ball sacked.
Or do we have a?
It's a new Guinness World Record.
Don't trust ChatGPT. These AIs.
How many did you say?
1,721.
It says the official Guinness Book of World Records for most push-up in 1 hour is 3,378.
Good Lord.
That's more than one, or that's dang near one per second.
Happened in June 30th of 2023.
I doubt that person was going all the way down.
It would be the woman's record. If he is in Oregon, he could identify 1,700, put him on top.
It'd be the woman's record.
1,575 held by Donna Jean Wild from Canada.
She was wild.
Okay.
Yeah, what are we doing over there?
So I think I think what we're doing over here is the guy
Rusty's
that you're
corner.
the guy that
Let me
you're,
tell you 5 things. Ha ha ha.
The guy that you're talking about was doing the most half-ass push-ups you've ever seen. In your life.
Those were half-ups.
I would encourage you to check the tape on that.
Did we go to the tape?
Yeah,
You went to the tape?
You can go check the tape on that.
But the Guinness guy was standing there probably drinking a Guinness while he was watching
Yeah,
him do
dude, it must have been one of his buddies.
Yeah.
So, nonetheless, speaking of push-ups, did you guys see Zion Williamson?
Looks good.
No, I
He's
didn't.
back,
I
baby.
read a headline that he's looking good, and made me just think of Luka. Like, it's just this an off-season thing, and then he's going to eat his way out of shape.
Well, there's
What did
certainly...
Dawson? What did you say that it's going to happen to Luka? Christmas Luka? What did you? You had a really good line the other day.
Holiday season.
Holiday Luka
really gets
the double chin, triple double.
You were going after Laker fans.
Fupa
You're like,
Doncic.
Yeah, get ready, Laker fans.
Stop.
Joke's on you guys.
Joke's on you. Christmas Luka's about to show up.
Yeah, we got Luka motivated finally. He's done this twice already. He's going to come back tan, about 20 pounds light.
Dawson was
The tan is the real trick there.
Yeah. No, this is his off season. The NBA is his off season. He
plays hard for the country.
That's right. And I understand he's not American. He doesn't obsess over NBA championships. Just if it happens, it does. If it
Did
doesn't,
you see his
all
latest
good.
quote? He might just end his career playing with Real Madrid.
That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants
They're
to
a
do.
badass soccer team, aren't they, Dawson? Real
yeah.
Madrid.
Yeah, they've had better years, but they're a global brand.
I'd want to play for them too.
Zion has been officially listed at 284 pounds.
Right, thanks for laughing over there. Old push-up man over there didn't laugh.
He's doing a segment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Fight through it.
I couldn't
He's
say
pushing
I
through.
couldn't say the swallow your spit thing for a while. It took about 15 tries. Zion's listed at 284. He has ballooned to 330 at one point,
I
but
know
that
the
was when he was banged up. He has a weight clause capped at 295 pounds for
That man
the
said
contract.
balloon too. Come on, bro. sound like an ex-wife or something. Damn, bro.
Sorry about that.
She ballooned up, bro.
3 kids, nature took its course.
Are you guys curious about what the regimen's been?
Yes, I 100% am.
He says we can't.
Peptides. It's peptides.
It's peptides, yeah.
It's cheating, bro.
A lot of sex.
We came up with a plan, he says, from boxing to working out on the football field, a lot of just different random workouts.
Yeah.
I really felt a shift in my body to where I would look at my trainer and go, dude, it feels good to feel good. He says he hasn't felt like this since college or high school, walking in the gym and feeling fantastic.
It is pretty amazing to see the videos and the pictures of him, just how svelte his neck is now. There's no double chin.
No. You would never know there was one there at one point. Now, we do have the Ryder Cup situation going on this weekend, boys.
We do. Bethpage Black.
Dude, that seems like the event to go to.
It does. I mean, I don't know if it Waste Management or Ryder Cup.
Well, I'm
Ryder
just
Cup.
talking about the free food.
Ryder
they're
Cup.
doing. Wait, they do free food
I
here?
saw Tiki Taki, and they're at the Ryder Cup, and once you get in, all the food is free.
You sure it's not like a special? You have a
Maybe they had
badge?
some special bands, but they had
This is put on by the
hot
PGA.
dogs, burgers, chicken sandos, you name it. We had Italian beef. It sounded like
We're in New York.
Wow, that sounds heavenly.
Grab and go.
Yeah,
it
For
was
free?
included for free.
I
At
think our
least
tickets are about $750 a day.
that might be why.
It is super pricey to get in. And also, like, if you're trying to get out there to, what is it, like farmland in New York or whatever?
Yeah, Bethpage Black is out there, but the president signed a deal for the transit to be okay, so we're not on strike anymore.
Yeah, but it, like, for instance, there's a 3-bedroom house listed if you want to, like, stay for a few nights because you're going to go, like, Airbnb style.
Yeah.
That'll run you $34,000 for the week.
I would
and it's
do it.
still 6 miles away.
I would do
You
it.
said I would do it.
I would do it if I was a business.
Oh, yeah, like if you were Super Bowler.
You were entertaining.
She said I would do it.
How many?
I would
how
do
many?
that right now.
How many bedrooms we talking about?
3.
Yeah, we could get buddies together. Everybody pitch in a few grand.
Two
Yeah,
per
we're
room.
in. We're in. This is a no-brainer.
Sharing beds.
And I mean, like, looking at, it's Farmingdale. And
Yeah.
even when you look at the
I didn't know the area. I know it's called Bethpage Black. I know that's
the cheapest ticket for Friday's
it's a public
action.
course, by the way.
Is
you
it?
can play this, yeah.
I mean, you're looking at like over $1,000 right now on the secondary market.
Yeah.
For
There's a lot of hatred in this. You talk about sports rivalry. There's a lot of
Yeah.
like yelling while you're in the middle of the backswing while this thing's going on.
And I got into it a lot like 20
Oh,
years
yeah.
ago, but then Europe like won 6 out of 7, and I just lost interest in it. We still haven't won this event back-to-back years since 91, 93.
Oh no, it's been a long time. It's the most controversial thing that happens. It's the biggest second guessing there is in sports.
Well, yeah, because the golfers, they lose all of their graces.
Yeah.
You know, they get ticked off at each other. They start hooting and hollering like there's actual team competition going
Oh
down.
no, there's a lot of gamesmanship that goes on here. I mean, like there's dudes that like, walk in the other guy's line and
dudes being
they'll
dudes.
give putts, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's very competitive.
the European team seems like they got pretty good vibes going down though. This is
Yeah,
some
Luke
sound.
Donald's a good coach.
This is some sound of Tyler Hatton.
Yeah. He'll cuss for you.
Taking some practice swings,
Yeah.
and the rest of the Euro squad is just hanging out around him, and you can tell the comfort level is super high with these guys.
Oh, hello.
Just laughing it up, having a good time. That's teammates right there.
I don't care. Anybody texting. Farts are funny.
Well,
Those
thank
guys
you,
got the
Chief.
chemistry.
It
Watch
is-
out for those fellas.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to compete against guys like that are clearly having such a great time,
Yeah.
ripping them, farting. That's how you keep a team together.
Ripping them, tooting
Scotty Scheffler knows that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
think that was leadership by
World
example.
number
by
one.
Trying to bring them
USA
together.
Team Euro going fart for fart.
Trayvon Diggs listed as a DNP on today's practice report with the knee injury.
It'll be every week.
Just a Veteran Wednesday.
It's gonna be every week.
All righty. Bully, what are we doing next?
All right, let's do a little daily football fix. Micah talking about the return.
No way.
Big time injury updates. And is Filthy back in the trade market? That's next. But let's chat Trajan Wealth, shall we? Trajan. If you were wondering the spelling on Trajan Wealth, and you're not feeling the sizzle.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Text.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Gbag Nation segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Zach Wolchuk, some sports.
All righty. Micah has been chatting. He was limited today with a back, by the way, in practice. Just limited. He didn't get the day off. No veteran days off for Micah yet, but limited with that back injury, and the media catching up with him about his return to Dallas. The first thing they wanted to ask him about, Jerry Jones, talking about no video tribute. Here was Micah on his thoughts on that.
There's a lot of things I can consider disrespectful throughout this process, but I wouldn't say the tribute is one of them. I would say, I just think, there's hard feelings maybe there for them, but for me, I'm happy where I'm at, and we got a really good football team. So I guess I can give you my tribute and a win. I hope.
Man, he can get the tribute. In terms of a
Took
W.
a shot at you. He says he's got a really good football team.
He's got a really good football team, and he thinks that they're the ones with the bad feelings.
Yeah, he says you got a bad football team because we got a really good one.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you think the Cowboys?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
You surprised that nobody in the local, like John Machota, didn't go up to Green Bay for the week and kind of cover what was going on?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, see from be like
some D-town boots on the ground.
Yeah, like we got Calvin Watkins and Joseph Hoyt. Maybe you split them up, send one to Green Bay.
Send somebody up there to Green Bay. Now they're not going to let you probably watch practice. They're probably not going to let you do that, but you get to go in the locker room and all that and talk to Mike. And maybe Mike, knowing you, kind of talks to you off the side. Maybe you meet him somewhere, kind of a thing. Get a little bit more of a story, a little more scoopage.
Yeah,
I'm surprised somebody didn't send somebody up there.
Ty Dunn special
would have been a good idea because
why don't we send Bobby up there?
The storylines here have become stale unless something else happens. We need a surprise to freshen up the storylines.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just a depressing. Oh, you're hurt, and your defense might be one of the worst ever. How are things going?
I would like to I would love to read something or hear something, a podcast, whatever. Somebody locally would go up there for him, spend some time with him. And then sit down and talk with him, one-on-one, and get the real story about, what he was really thinking this week, and then post that thing.
Might need to reach out to DLLS. Maybe they can send clearance.
I'm surprised somebody didn't go. My bad. Didn't mean to stop.
No, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know how often we do that, but that would have been a great idea.
I think somebody would have got a really big-time story out of that.
I think he would have been very willing to talk. Now, here was him on the fan base. What does he think that the Dallas fans will do in terms of reaction?
I think Dallas loves me. I think they're going to give me a good round of applause. And, I think Dallas loves me. I think they're going to give me a good round of applause. And, there's no hard feelings there, at least for me. And I think it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a great atmosphere. I think, this is some of the best football you're going to get in Dallas on this Sunday night against, a rivalry opponent.
Yeah, it's going to be great football.
I don't know that he's going to get a big ovation of love.
Because it hasn't really been. And there's some Cowboy fans that have been upset.
Let's count how many jerseys on the plaza, Michael Parsons jerseys coming in the stadiums. We had 18 random jerseys from last
There
night.
have not been a lot of Micah jerseys that Bobby and I were talking about the home opener against the Giants. It was like everyone kind of got rid of their Micah jerseys.
Yeah, I saw a few of them on sale.
I think there's enough fans out there that still appreciate what he did. He wasn't around long enough to really get associated with disappointment. It was just upside with him. And he was never the super paid guy that people could be mad about how much money he was making. So I think a lot of fans don't care, and some of them might have negative feelings about how Micah handled it and everything that led to the departure. But I think there's enough that there will be a decent-sized surge. I mean, he also sort of embodies Jerry angst, so I think there's going to be a lot of fans that are going to want to feel like I'm going to support Micah to have it be in Jerry's face.
Do you think he points at Jerry Sweet if he gets a sack?
Ooh, I think so.
Oh, I could see it. Yeah, I could see that. 877-881-1053. Will you be cheering for Micah? Love for Micah from the 214? Hell nah. No. Another 214 says, I love him. Damn it, man. And 817, no one doesn't care what Micah has to say. Dude is a joke. And then 972
no one doesn't care.
Dick's Sporting Goods right now has Micah jerseys at 75%.
Whoa, we got a knowledge bomb on that one.
No, that was a shots fired.
Shots.
Oh, shots fired.
All right.
English teacher Eric over here was checking the dude.
Yeah. Texting can be tough sometimes.
No one doesn't care.
No one doesn't care. Micah, in regards to CD, quote, he's my favorite wide receiver in the NFL. I just think the way he carries himself, the way he plays, I'm honestly excited he's not going to be on that field. It would be painful to understand who I was going against.
This is the thing with Micah. Like he is the perfect soundbite guy. He's going to say the thing that's going to position himself. But
the lion stuff, the hunting.
Oh, it's going to hurt so much to sack Dak. Come on, dude. You're an absolute dog and a nightmare to deal with. You want to go out and crush everybody in a Cowboys uniform.
He does.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be.
Now, I'm hoping Clowney is doing some crushing for the Cowboys side of things. We need some positivity. He expects to be playing. Steven said yesterday on KNC he expects to be playing. Jerry said the same thing. Clowney said, quote, you just prepare like a pro and get ready to go. On why he's wearing number 42, he said it's in honor of Jackie Robinson.
There you go.
Quote, my celebration probably when I get a sack is I'm going to throw that ball up there and knock it up out of here. So I hope he's doing that after a sack of Jordan Love, maybe 5 sacks.
We saw that from Komet last week, right after that.
Cole Komet?
Right up and touchdown.
Oh, yeah. That's the old Alfred Morris.
Yeah.
It's a great celebration.
It is. It is a good selling.
Did you see the one time when Komet, he did it and the guys that pull up the net were involved? Like the one dude was pitching and the other guy was jumping like he was trying to catch it over when they were doing bits back there. It was choreographed. Like you see him, he's about to swing and then the net guy's throwing, and then the other guy's going to the wall like he's catching.
That's pretty cool.
Catching the home run.
That's fun.
I like that.
All right, speaking of this Cowboys defense, let's hear from Aqib Talib, DFW Zone, The Arena, a show that he hosts alongside Cody Kessler, former quarterback, and Skip Bayless. Here is Aqib Talib sounding off on this Cowboys D.
That game was won because of Ben Johnson and that Bears offense.
No.
No?
Bro, it was guys running free. Diggs do a quick jam, fall on the ground. You do a flea flicker. That's like the first trick play ever in football. What the free safety running downhill? Devontae, why is you coming downhill to make a tackle on that? Like, bro, you are deep middle. You're supposed to be going lateral, then downhill. He take 2 steps back and fly downhill.
You mean tell you why he did
terrible.
Bro?
Why is more wide open in the end zone, everybody looking at each other? Like, bro, that's not a great offensive play. That's a terrible defensive play.
On a normal flea flicker when they hand it off, sure, you don't see the ball. You're just reading your keys, the guards, all of that. But if you see the ball pitched, okay.
Not for the cover 3 corner and the deep middle safe.
You don't see that and think trigger?
No. We think I'm deep third, bro. If I tackle you, it's going to be at 10 yards. And I'm okay with that. My job is not to go get a tackle for loss on this play. I think Caleb played good. That was the best I've seen Caleb.
Yeah.
But
by the way,
it was against the worst damn defense in the league.
It's good to know Aqib Talib's a Cowboys fan. That's sports passion right there for you.
They tried him out on TV a little bit, right? Didn't he? Like
he was
CBS?
He was working with Fox.
Fox, okay.
And he was the color commentator. I can't remember who the play-by-play guy was, but he was, I think he's great in this podcast format.
He
wasn't great in terms of calling the games, but he'd probably be better at the Dets than Gronk is. Yeah. I mean, Gronk is fun, and Gronk is terrible on Fox. He's really bad.
He'll have a couple of moments a year, but I'd mostly do scripted content with him where he can record something.
The cameo kind of guy. Yeah. He doesn't need to be sitting there on the desk having Jimmy Johnson's
Steve Harvey's Lego head thing.
Somebody else would be better served at that. Matt LaFleur. the man who looks like he's about to burst into tears any second, head coach of the Green Bay Packers, he was not happy with the undefeated talk. Now, maybe he wouldn't have cared if they had won the game, but he was chirping back at the media on Monday. This is what LaFleur had to say.
Well, I just think this league is such a week-to-week league, and you can never lose sight of that. And you can't take any moment, any game for granted. And the goal, and I've said it a million times to you guys, I don't think I've obviously said it enough to our team, the goal is to go 1-0 every week. And it pisses me off when we start talking about things outside of the next game, things that are way down the road. Like, focus on, keep the focus on the present, on the now, and worry about getting better each and every day.
Yeah, I guess if you're talking to your players, that's fine. But it ticks me off when coaches want to act like I have to do my reporting and my media with your roster's mindset in top of my mind. Yeah. That's your job, bro. Yeah. Don't go after the media for doing our jobs and talking about how potentially historically good your team might be. Own your faults.
Own them.
Own your issues. You need Christian Watson back in a big way. You need to get your offensive line healthy. Those are real things you can control. So maybe he felt like that was popping up in the locker room, but it sounded to me like he was going after the media a little bit, like he's flipping Nick Saban. Tuscaloosa or something.
One guy says this, now you got to make a whole big deal about it. That we're going 1-0 every week. All right, just rapid fire some injury news for you so you can get your fantasy lineups in order and so you've got some good information. Yeah, other people play fantasy football, Prize Picks, DraftKings.
Oh, that part.
Terry McLaurin, he's battling a quad injury. Status doubtful for the Commanders heading into this week. Brock Purdy could be back for week 4 because Mac Jones is now day-to-day with a knee injury. He is hurt, so I don't know who's going to be quarterbacking. They might need to call Gerard Johnson back. Jaden Daniels still recovering from the knee sprain. He's day-to-day with the Commandos. Marcus Mariota looked pretty darn good on Sunday. They'll probably be okay without Jaden for one more week. Tedero McMillan did not practice today for Carolina.
Darn.
Calf injury. And those calves can be tough. I actually did have Tedero McMillan in a DraftKings lineup. I might need to sub him out.
When you get a cramp in that calf for no reason at night?
At night.
Oh, my gosh.
Bad sign.
Oh, that's the worst.
Creatine gave me some, bro. Oh, my God.
Gosh, that's the worst. And the Eagles. Adoree Jackson's hurt. You'd think, ooh, that's a win. Well, they need some bodies. They might be in the trade market. Mm-hmm. They are surveying the market, according to Jeremy Fowler. When is Howie not surveying the market? Eagles, always looking to get better. There's your injury updates as we went for your daily football fix.
682's got a good idea here on the text. He says, I miss Michael, signed Jerry. That would be the perfect way to do a video tribute.
Yes.
Give you about 15 seconds of highlights and then miss you, Michael.
Yes, Jeff K. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Parsons. Thank you.
Let's troll the hell out of him. I mean, it's the only thing you're going to have a chance of winning on Sunday. So I say go for it. All right, it's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler coming up next. What do the Rangers need to do to break this losing streak and end the season with some self-respect? That's coming up next year. It's the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about a different nation.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get Jared Sandler on here, talk Rangers with you. Melissa Stark will join KNC tomorrow to preview NBC Sunday night coverage of Cowboys-Packers. That's tomorrow at 11:40 with Melissa Stark. Tony Dungy will be on the Cowboys pregame show on Sunday. Pregame show probably start about 4 o'clock or so with a 7:25 kick.
Yeah.
And
somewhere right around there.
Of course, the postgame with
we'll be out there.
brought us deep.
Yeah, we will.
Into the night, hopefully covering a Cowboys surprise victory to get back to 2-2 as Jared Sandler joins you now here on the Fan. Sands, how the heck are you?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good, man. Let's start with little Packers there for you. I know you follow them close with Reed out and the O-line dinged and then the loss to the Browns. How much has the wind been taken out of their sails after that hot start?
I guess if they go to Dallas and they get work, that would definitely do that. But I don't know. Dallas has all sorts of issues, right? The thing that I still think is a problem for the Packers is I don't think they have any really good receivers. Tucker Kraft, I think, is a really good receiving tight end. But they got a bunch of guys that maybe they got a cool trick, or they can be like Jaden Reed when he's healthy. You can do creative things with them, but they don't have that dog. Hey, this is the guy that I want to go to on a 3rd and 10. I just don't think they have that guy. I think they're vulnerable there. I still am not a huge fan of Jordan Love and hey, this guy is great. I think he is good. I don't think he is great. But their defense is pretty ridiculous. And they're a pretty tough team. I guess in the gambling world, we always, think about things like, bounce backs and whatnot. And, that's kind of the wake up call. So, maybe, it's a good get right game for them. But the Cowboys are beat up as well. And I don't know. I think the line's hovering right around 7. I don't know that that's an easy cover for the Packers, but the line on the road is 7 points. It's that for a reason. I don't know. I guess I don't see Dallas winning that game with all their injuries. And but I've been wrong. I didn't think the Packers would work the Cowboys in the playoffs a few years ago. I thought the Cowboys would roll through that one, and I thought they were going to head to the Super Bowl after winning that game, and they were going to get on a roll and win a couple more, and that obviously didn't happen. So I've actually been pretty bad at evaluating Packers-Cowboys games, but I kind of think the Packers can control this one.
How much a football fan are these Rangers?
You got some big-time football fans there for sure. Jock Peterson's a huge football fan. Patrick Corbin. Michael Hellman is a Nebraska guy. He went to A&M, so he loves A&M football, but he grew up in Nebraska, so he also is a huge Nebraska Cornhusker football fan. Marcus Simeon's a huge 49ers fan. Corey Seager's a fantasy football diehard. And you gotta, I think football. Listen, they're athletes. I think they all have a lot of respect for their athletic peers, but there definitely are a ton of football fans and guys that are locked in. Jake Berger's a huge Packers fan. I'm trying to think. I'm just going around the diamond. Jonah Heim is a huge Buffalo Bills fan. You want to get Jonah showing some outward emotion. You can maybe get him talking about the Buffalo Bills. They're definitely a bunch of football fans in the clubhouse.
Let's go back to Corey Seager. How's he doing? I imagine recovery from appendicitis is just about complete. But then at this point in his career, does he have another top 5 MVP season in him, or what do you think the outlook is for Corey Seager looking at really the rest of his contract for the Rangers?
Yeah, the rest of the contract, that's a long ways away from being complete. So a lot can change. He's going to turn 32 in April of next year, so he's not, I don't think, out of that athletic prime. Now, I know we talked yesterday, the day before, whenever, about how, for pitchers, it's not as it's not as linear is not the right word, but traditional maybe as it is for position players, because some pitchers spend a few years during that quote unquote prime not pitching because of injuries, and so it maybe is a little bit delayed, and that athletic prime from an age standpoint can exist a little bit deeper into your 30s. Corey, at 32 years old, he's not he's not like a dynamic, explosion jumper speed guy that could start to go away from him. So I think he's got a lot of tools in his skill set that you think can translate into, his mid-30s. He's such a hitting whiz. I can't think of the right word. But yeah, he obviously needs to stay healthy, right? And, it's just bad luck with the appendicitis. And, if it wasn't for that, I think we'd look and say, he was relatively healthy this year in terms of games played. But if you can get 130 games out of Corey Seager, 120 games out of Corey Seager, I think you're fired up, and he's probably, going to be top 5, top 10 in MVP voting. He's that type of a guy.
Jared, Cole Winn, 2 more shutout innings last night in relief. When we're looking for, silver linings here in a season that's been disappointing, not making the playoffs, but who stood out to you in terms of, okay, I'm excited about him moving forward into next year? With Cole Winn, I've been really impressed with Jacob Latz. Any other names come to mind for you?
Yeah, Latz is a guy for me. I just think that depending on what the Rangers do this offseason, he's likely going to be in a position to earn a rotation spot. So, Jacob Latz is definitely someone for me. Cole Winn, I like, he's a reliever and relievers are a little bit easier to come by than, really good starting pitchers. That's not to say there's not value in what he brings. He's definitely had a tremendous year, but I think that's why I probably go Latz first. But this might be a weird answer, guys. I'm kind of excited about Jacob deGrom. He's going to make his 30th start of the season tonight. I think that, building on this year, just getting back in condition of starting 30 games and pitching, over 160 innings. I'm curious to see what next year looks like. I don't think that this was like a 1-year thing. He's got to stay healthy, right? But I don't think he's going to lose his superpowers. I think you could even make a pretty good argument, kind of in conjunction with what we talked about, guys who have had injuries in their early to mid-30s as pitchers, maybe having an extended shelf life. I think you make an argument that next year you could be a little bit stronger because he'll have that first year back. He'll have gone through some of those experiences. So I'm excited about him. And then I don't want to overhype Michael Hellman, but I'm really intrigued by like what that could look like next year. Can Michael Hellman platoon with Evan Carter? And Evan starts against righties and Michael starts against lefties. Does he have the type of skill set that would translate to results over the course of a full season, not just a small sample size? So there's certain things that he's done that, are intriguing. I think at the end of the day, the Rangers are going to have to, we've talked about all the different moves that they need to make or we think they might make. Well, they've still got to keep some guys around, right? They need to get production from guys who are a part of the organization now. And I think there's, going to be a good opportunity for Michael Hellman to try earn a role of some kind that leads to playing time in next year's club.
Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan. So our guy Bang Bang's got an oblique situation again?
He's had it all year. He was it against the Athletics or the Cubs, right? I think one of those cold weather games against the Cubs. One of his, I forget if it was the right or the left first, but then later on, it was the other side, and it just seems like he's kind of been fighting that. And the off season will give him a little bit of a reset. And this oblique thing's kind of crazy. It's not obviously as severe as Tommy John, but that's like the injury du jour for position players. And with how violent and how physical these guys are, with how they swing, I don't know if that's contributing to it or not. But, if it is, then that's obviously something that, he's got to try and, figure out how to temper. But, it seems like he's been dealing with stuff on his sides, all year. And, it's one of those deals where these guys, it's probably a balance for them. Do I keep playing or do I, raise my hand and say, I need some time off? And obviously given the, where the Rangers were and everything that they were trying to accomplish and having to, it goes back to what you guys were talking about with deGrom. Gosh, if you guys, if the Rangers go 40-20 to start the season, then maybe you can make some decisions a little bit differently to keep guys fresh. But when you're constantly having to play from behind, I think it, puts pressure on these guys to stay out there and give everything that they can give. And I think with Wyatt, maybe if he took 4 weeks off in July, maybe it would all go away. I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there hypothetically. But, with the Rangers having to play catch up, I don't think that was a viable option as long as he was able to go and swing the bat. And so, I think just getting to shut it down for the rest of the year will give him a head start, and hopefully he has a healthy offseason and, it takes another step in the right direction next year.
Hey, Jared, when we interviewed CY on Monday, he wasn't having any of it. He was trying to talk about winning games and stuff and finish out and obligations and stuff like that. Do you think he is kind of now looking forward to the end of the season and doing some things quickly here? Or do you feel like that the moves he needs to make, are things going to kind of drag out a little bit and we need to take some time and make some decisions? Or do you think he's going to react pretty quickly to the end of the season?
Yeah, I think, as quickly as he's able to, from a staffing standpoint, obviously they've got to make a decision, and Bruce Bochy's got to make a decision on what he wants and what they want, and, his contract's up. So, I would imagine the Rangers would obviously have interest in bringing Boch back, and, I'm sure he wants to take some time, or maybe he's already taken time, I don't know. But there's two sides of it, right? There's the staffing side, and that can get tricky when maybe you're interested in building a staff, and some of those guys are, part of postseason teams, and obviously understanding who from the current staff is and is not going to be back. From a player's side, you get a little bit of time because, there's not going to be a lot going on during the postseason. But yeah, I think the Rangers want to strike pretty quickly after that. The reality is they just got such a list, right? They've got such a lengthy list. And I think from a trade standpoint, they've got the ability to have those conversations in October and figure out the directions they want to go with guys who, maybe they, would be interested in moving in the trade. But, the free agent thing, it takes two to tango. So, you can be really eager to sign someone, but if he's like, hold on, buddy, I want to wait for my market to develop, you got to, you either pay a little bit extra now so that you don't wait, or do you let it play out? And so it's kind of you're playing a little bit of poker there, but I wouldn't be surprised if from a trade standpoint, you see some early moves just so that the Rangers can start to, gain some ground on what they're trying to accomplish this offseason, because they definitely have a lot of potential moves and a lot of potential decisions they need to make.
Thank you, Sands. Have a great night. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Have a good night, buddy. There he goes. At Jared Sandler on Twitter.
Is that an AirPod just crapping out?
It died right there. I think we're
see you later. Perfect timing.
Adios.
All right.
Tired of my questions there about the end.
Yeah.
Little football's finest coming up next. I think he's got to get to Bochy, probably talking as we speak. Chief Finest?
Yeah. Jackson Dart has one thing that'll hold him back next year in the nation, but fellas, don't let your hair hold you back. If you're losing it,
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the Nation coming up in the Expressway starting at 5:20. We'll take a look at the real biggest problem for your Dallas Cowboys and how it compares to those on the other 31 teams. We'll get to that here coming up in 20. It's time now for Chiefs football's finest. Here's Eric.
In the same vein as last week, C.J. Stroud win some games before you start dribbling a basketball in the pregame, right? Jackson Dart, win some damn games before you start wearing an iced-out chain around your neck. During the game.
That's kind of his deal, man.
During the game, not tucked. It's out and about, bright.
Mock turtleneck chain, and he wears his eye black very strangely.
Got a lot of Jake Paul to him.
Got a little bit of that.
Yeah.
His eye black's kind of I
don't even know what he does with his eye black.
I think he's got. It goes above the eye and then down below the eye.
He's like got the raccoon situation cooked up.
I've never.
Him and Brock Hoffman.
I'm always like against the quarterback that doesn't wear the good eye black.
What about the quarterback that's wearing the icy chain before he's even made a start? I mean, how many quarterbacks? How many?
Johnny, maybe.
How many incredible quarterbacks in the NFL?
Oh, okay.
Was wearing icy chains, floating outside their jersey.
Shador. It's very Colin Cowherd of you.
You said incredible.
This is, it absolutely is. But let's just be real.
I mean, he could really make it bad if he's got a hat on backwards at the same time.
I'm
cool. Or maybe a visor backwards.
Marcus Russell probably had
totally
one.
Cool with that.
Probably good with it.
Yeah. Okay. Again, you're making my case.
Jameis Winston.
Yeah. Good call.
Does he?
Oh, now you're questioning him.
I am.
That's a great get. Now it's like, oh no.
I'm just saying, win some games first. You know what I'm saying?
He's
win
not
some
going to win any
first.
games.
You're a gosh dang quarterback.
He might go 3 years.
At least put up some numbers. That's a good point. You are with the Giants. I'll lower the bar. Be a guy that all of a sudden we're going, oh wow, how about this, Jackson Dart?
Ooh,
you kidding me?
Turning heads.
They're going to win some games with him.
That's for receivers and corners, man.
No games won.
That's not for your starting quarterback.
He's not the guy.
Bad decision maker.
Daniel Jones 2.0. Then he can go to Indianapolis and be awesome.
Hey, Daniel Jones is playing
so easy to get out of New York,
football
man.
Right now. There's something about getting away from that Giants organization that really does something for
Dave's
you.
just needing to go back to Josh Allen, resurrect his career.
I think I would rather have rookie chain wearer than deer in headlights with my eyes too close together, Daniel Jones. Like, that's not the humble I'm interested in. That's not humble and stoic. That's like confused and a little intimidated.
Hammerhead Shark is a quarterback.
I mean, I think eyes too close together is actually a sign of low intelligence.
Like a Hey Arnold type vibe.
Yeah. I think he was helped a lot by that Lane Kiffin. We'll see if Dave's can do the same thing for him.
No, I feel
I didn't like him as much as you did.
He's on a bad football team. Okay, Walchuk's out on him even before the icy chain, but I just think that's poor decision making.
I had him as my third quarterback. It's not like I hated the guy, but I thought Shedeur was better.
Oh, I did too. I had Shedeur better.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, look at us. Yeah. We see eye to eye.
Yeah. Unlike Daniel Jones. No. Right, Dawson?
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody. I mean, Daniel Jones was a horrible idea. Then they paid him.
Eyes too close together. I've never heard that.
Something's working.
I heard one guy said that this guy will never gain weight. I heard a scout say this one time.
Oh, really?
Guy said and it's Shante Carver from the Cowboys. Scott said he's never going to gain weight. And we said, why?
Oh, yeah.
Why? And he goes, because he's got gum disease. I said, gum disease? He goes, yeah, he's a chronic dipper. And so his gums hurt. And he won't eat food because his gums and his teeth hurt.
Oh, my goodness.
That was a scouting report one time.
That's an all-time scouting report right there. That's knowing your region.
Yeah. A guy, he knew it. He says he'll never put on weight. His gum and teeth are bad. He won't eat.
That's crazy. Yeah. You would think it would happen to more dudes. There's a lot of chronic dippers.
A lot of dippers. A lot of linemen.
Dawson, you were a chronic dipper at one time, weren't you?
Yeah, I dipped for a while, probably 20 to 30 something there before my kids started coming up to me and being like, "What's that in your lip?"
It just said it all.
You know what? I'll just shut it.
Is that like Jeff's so skinny? All of your teeth.
Yeah, they're picking up the Coke can that's got something in it.
Yeah, that's just dangerous. Walchuk got got by that.
I
dated a girl who did it.
I roomed with Jeff Kavanaugh one time. My man let spit cups everywhere in the room.
Still not as bad as pee bottle guy, but I will say that's tough.
By the way, I got ball sacked. The eyes too close together, not a sign of low intelligence.
That's never been real. I thought that was just your thing.
Yeah,
that's never been real. I heard you say that before with Mike Bassick.
With Bassick,
yeah, it might have been real.
Them beady ass eyes on his face.
It just seems that way.
We love you, Mike.
It just seems.
No, he's actually the proof of that.
Just a coincidence.
All right, so we'll have to monitor the chain of Jackson Dart and see how that affects his play.
He is going to be, if he's really good, he will be more hated than Brady. He's damn good looking, and you add the swagger factor in here. You know, people like the Chief are going to be jumping all over.
Rochelle Ryan's
and
a big fan.
And me.
Yeah, because he's in a Giants uniform too. That's going to really
2 days in a row. Dawson has told you what football players look good. By the way, I just want you to keep up with that.
Hey, it was yesterday.
I can't remember, but I just remember Dawson was like, "Oh yeah, and he's hot." And he's hot, by the way.
Dude, that square jaw, the butt chin. You know, if he'd shave his head, he'd be at the top of his game.
Yeah, he was cleaning up at the U all those years.
Oh, I bet he was.
All right, how about this? This to me is incredible. This is like the outlier football science experiment. And I guess Broadus was ahead of his time on it, so kudos to him. But this is a guy that I thought was more of a tight end than a quarterback. And now he may be the best in the sport.
Oh, Josh.
One of the most reckless players we've ever seen at the quarterback position, Josh Allen. Doesn't wear an icy chain, by the way. Just for the record.
That's what we know.
The guy was throwing to cattle ranchers. What do you expect?
He was still, even into the NFL, he was as turnover prone, as reckless with the football as you've ever seen.
So embarrassing the takes that you have on quarterback.
The Dolphins went into Buffalo a couple years ago with Mike McDaniel when I guess the team still respected him, with Skylar Thompson, and they almost beat Josh Allen because he was just like handing the defense the ball. Like it was ridiculous through the air, but then also from a fumble standpoint.
What are you trying to say?
He felt bad.
He wanted more of a competition.
Yeah.
This is incredible here because ESPN Insights points out that the Bills have gone 8 straight games without a turnover, tied with the 2024 Chiefs for the longest streak.
Joe Brady might know what he's doing.
Longest streak since 1933 when turnovers were first tracked in the NFL.
Wow.
The Bills have won the turnover battle in 25 consecutive games. It's unbelievable.
Still couldn't beat the Chiefs.
The change of just like having a little bit more patience with the way you go about it, and it's worked out for him too. I mean, obviously they've won plenty.
When he got the MVP,
and he's still putting up gaudy numbers. It's not like he's become a shell of himself from a production standpoint. It's the best version of himself ever, and it's not like, oh, he's the guy that's synonymous now with 4 touchdowns, but there's always those 2 Josh Allen interceptions that you can just guarantee, gunslinger style. He's not that guy anymore.
It's the new wife.
It's phenomenal.
I told you that many days.
He's not showing off.
I gave you credit on the front end.
You just didn't listen.
It coincides with moving on from Stephon Diggs too.
About the turnovers.
It does.
I think there's something to not having a number 1 receiver demanding the ball and you feeling like, well, I got to throw it to him. That's this guy or that guy.
Man,
It's annoying how
Window
good,
closed on that team,
how much you improve your winning chances if you commit to playing boring football. Like the leader over the last decade in one-score games, Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. He gets aroused when he sees his defense run back out on the field. He's like, "All right, guys, it's time for the game to start."
What?
Offense, we're not going to throw it over. We're not going to throw it over the middle of the field.
Arousal.
We're not going to throw it down the field. And look at this.
Arousal?
We won 20-16. Yeah.
Football
Yeah,
arousal.
Oh, yeah, the defense back out, boys.
He's pitching a tent.
It's midnight here, boys and girls.
Yeah, this
Change
offense stuff. We're just trying to get a first down, then punt.
This quarter brought to you by Blue Chew.
I think
But seriously, the Cowboys did it with Cooper Rush. The Cowboys do it with Cooper Rush. They prove how successful boring football can be if you just don't turn it over.
Drew Brees said the same thing about the Eagles. Boring offense, but yet they're winning.
No, he said the most boring. He was like calling them like dang near unwatchable.
Unless they're thrown to A.J. Brown, they are.
I was about to say, what that tells me is he I guess just closed his eyes throughout the entire second half of that game versus the Rams.
Yeah, he turned it off.
They were rocking and rolling.
What's happened over the last 5 years, especially, is teams have become obsessed with stopping the big play. If you're trying to force the big play, they're going to get you. And you're probably not going to have much success doing it. You're going to force the big play, have a lot of incompletions, have turnovers, and lose the game while your fans are thinking, yeah, I like this offense. It's explosive. It's aggressive.
ESPN's already talking about the draft.
It's a specific draft show.
But they're talking about the draft.
First draft.
They got Mel Kiper on television this time of year?
Yeah, they do.
This is amazing. We might need to start Monday, Dawson.
Sounds good.
Well, I tell you what, if they're probably going to lose to Green Bay 1-3, and then if they lose to Panthers, Jets in back-to-back weeks, it's draft time.
We're going to start
at 1-5. It's on.
I'll be watching.
Dawson will give us that big board. All of a sudden, we'll show up and be, it's a big board report. He'll give me one of those, and we'll.
Who did you watch today, Brian?
Yeah.
Well, here's
BBR
we'll just alternate players.
Well, I have to bring the sad news now.
Oh no, who died?
Well,
what?
It's not like an actual death, but it is a death to an idea.
Who's kicking their dog?
Oh,
this is the guy that I thought was going to be the touch push stopper.
Oh
Desmond
no!
Watson?
Oh no!
You actually thought he'd get active?
He didn't get hurt, did he?
No, he didn't get hurt. They just asked him, will he be
in shape?
On. They signed him when they said he was in good enough shape when they signed him.
Did you sneak
He's
off?
like 437 pounds.
Did you sneak off to the Bojangles while we were not looking?
Jeez, Brian.
What? It's good food. I love it.
It's incredible.
It's a southern.
It's no Williams, but it's damn good.
Yeah.
All right. Desmond Watson for the Bucks, who are playing the Eagles. Todd Bowles was asked if he was going to be active for the game. Simply no. So we will not. We will not get the tush push stopper.
What's the point of even having him?
Why do you even have him on the team?
Come on.
Lay him down sideways, horizontally across the line of scrimmage. You're not getting under this.
You know I'm here for that.
Dawson's stopping goals is what he's doing.
This is my one technique.
It's like his.
It's like my one tech.
Hockey goalie lay down.
He's going to lay down like Burt Reynolds.
Hopefully he's a little bit more.
Better go around, boys.
Escaped. Now
that was a tough era.
How about Raheem Morris of the Falcons? Tough era because of just no razors were around.
Nobody cared.
Just
Clippers hadn't been invented.
Nobody cared.
It was straight razor or nothing.
Everybody looked like Woolchuck back then.
Wooly. I've seen the Jim Brown Playgirl covered
the
deal.
Bush push.
Unbelievable. What? You ain't kidding.
And it was tough growing up. I think Brian can relate to this in a time where that was okay for about half my life.
It was way okay.
And all of a sudden it became a big no-no.
Yeah. What that must have been crazy for you. Like now all of a sudden you're having to adjust
on the fly.
Like what? Like how do I go about this? What are the tutorials?
I've never seen this before.
Yes.
Do you go with like a regular razor? Do you go with like one that goes, which is a scary sound down there?
And there's serious problems with both approaches.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, neither one. There's not a perfect. I don't know. I mean, maybe are you doing the you're not doing. He's not doing the laser stuff down there. But I don't know. I don't know what you do.
I'm lasering
comfortably.
And it's painful.
I mean, raise your hand if you have not had like a stage 2 gusher, at least.
Oh, yeah. I can't raise my hand
multiple
right now.
Band-Aid situations
yeah.
while you're getting that whole thing sorted.
Especially when you're
going
first
to put a guard on these clippers.
I went to
Band-Aids weren't made for that skin.
No.
It was made for every other skin on your body.
No, it slips right off.
Falcons head coach Raheem Morris on Michael Penix still remaining the starting quarterback for the Falcons because he's been bad.
Michael Penix?
Penix, I don't believe, has completed a pass of 20 air yards.
What's going
God,
on?
the Falcons, I liked him.
The Falcons don't.
No, I did too.
The Falcons,
what's his problem?
I don't think it's him. I think it's the team.
There you go.
It's never the quarterback.
They've got my generational.
It's the
running back
coaches.
The Falcons don't have a receiving touchdown for a tight end or wide receiver.
That's why
that
I
hurts
kill
for guys like me who have Drake London on their team.
Okay, but has he been getting catches and yards? Is this like Trey McBride?
Not really. Okay,
Damn
so Raheem Morris was asked about Michael Penix. Okay, the question is Michael Penix going to be remaining the starter?
Yes.
And his response is, Kirk lost his job last year. We're not even close to that with Mike. He had a bad game.
Yeah, we need there's no conversation.
He just completely drugged
They didn't have a
Cousins into the conversation.
Against Carolina, they didn't have a red zone trip, right?
I could see that being the case.
It's pretty
I
embarrassing.
think they did. I think they went a whole game without a red zone trip here.
I'll fact check you.
The Falcons gave
You're probably right.
The Falcons only surrendered like 224 yards defensively, and they lost like 30 to nothing.
0 in the red zone. No red zone trips.
That was a surprise for me. I thought Penix was going to have a breakout year. I thought he was one of those dudes. He's
Yeah,
looking
me
good.
too.
Still early.
Oh, red zone's
But
not
they're
looking
definitely
good.
going through some growing pains
Whopping
there
0-0
in Atlanta. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the finest is in the books, we continue to point the finger at the real biggest problem for the Cowboys coming up next year to the Gbag Nation on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back. Gbag Today is coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. This segment of the Nation brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, the Athletic did some some front office rankings here, some NFL front office rankings. You know, I just wanted to bring this up, because Dak's going to get some blame, the players are going to get some blame, the coaches they're going to take some blame as well. There's no doubt the level of failure for this year's team is on the front office. So the Athletic asked 29 GMs, head coaches, high-ranking team executives to rank their top front offices in the NFL. They tabulated all the vote up, and no big surprise here, but there's 15 teams that overall are ranked. Where do you think the Cowboys are?
They're probably not in the top 15, right?
Yeah, do you think they got any top 5 votes? Because you were allowed to place 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and they gave you all the teams here that got any amount of votes. The Eagles, by the way, number 1, Howie Roseman with 11 first-place votes and 7 second-place votes. And obviously everybody knows the answer to this. The Cowboys aren't anywhere to be found.
Yeah, they're low, huh?
Yes.
Outside the top 15,
They didn't even do a write-up about them.
I was going to say in the 20s.
Yeah, I would say that. There are, I think, the Bears, the Jets, maybe the Browns.
You think they got dinged? You think they got dinged because of the Micah Parsons trade?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
this is post Micah Parsons, right? For sure.
And just the way they handled it, not even necessarily just like the trade itself,
great
but
players and that kind of thing.
Yeah, for me, I think that could be part of it. It's just the way that the season has started with what Caleb Williams and Russell Wilson just did to you. Maybe the fact that you traded away Micah Parsons and thought we can still get enough pressure. You're unable to.
Yeah, I had a coach in the league tell me that yesterday. That they over-evaluated their players.
I think that's been an issue for years. Yeah. They think they're the smartest in the room sometimes.
It's unbelievable how bad this group of players is. And, the fact that 2 of your best defensive linemen have been guys that have come from other spots. And Micah Parsons after week 1 was saying it's nice to be somewhere where everybody likes to be a dog that just runs and hits, and you don't have to try to install that culture. It's already here. I think this is definitely a truth serum type of season for the Cowboys. And I want to see what they do next. Because I think some kind of drastic change is coming. This will be the worst stretch since the early 2000s that ultimately ended with the hiring of Bill Parcells. The Ravens come in second with 9 of the first place votes. The Rams are number 3. And I'd have a hard time, I think, not voting for the Rams, considering how good of a job they've done riding that yo-yo of being contenders, getting in a Super Bowl, trading a quarterback, doing it with a different quarterback, getting different defensive players. They got 3 of the first place votes.
Still drafting pretty well.
Yeah, they're probably the most underrated when we talk about best drafting teams in the league because they've hit on mid-round guys.
That's the thing about that they've done. They did the F them picks thing. But when they had F them picks, they were picking in the 3rd and 4th round.
And they crushed it.
And they were hitting guys.
I mean, they're getting Byron Young. They're getting Kobe Turner. They're getting Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of big-time players for them have come on day 3.
Well, the Cowboys need help. And one thought around the NFL today is maybe you should go look at the Tennessee Titans roster. And I did check. They have Xavier Woods, former Cowboys safety. I haven't seen any film of Xavier Woods, but he is their number 1 graded defensive player right now. The cornerback Roger McCreary could help as well, but the reason it's a discussion is they did trade a Jarvis Brownlee Jr., who was considered like a young up-and-coming and foundational piece. They sent him to the New York Jets, and Brian Callahan was asked, is this a fire sale about to happen in Tennessee? He said, I don't think so. That was a one-off situation unique to what it was. There's front offices around the league from now until the deadline that call everybody in football every day, and they're all looking for different things. So I can't say whether or not there will be something more or nothing more. It's hard for me to make any predictions about that or stake any statements about that. But yeah, Brownlee was considered one of the cornerstones on which Denard Wilson's defense would be built. The Titans now under a new regime have adopted a motto to draft, develop, and retain talent. But this trade does not jive with that idea. You got a couple injuries here with the Bird Turds. The Turds of Bird. They should be 2-1. They're 3-0 thanks to a blocked field goal there against the Rams. Rams had them 26-7, And watching that in the second half, you could see it coming. As soon as the Eagles scored their first touchdown, I think they have like some championship belief and confidence and resilience in them, but I don't think they're clearly the best team in the NFC anymore. But anyway, starting edge Nolan Smith strained his triceps, and that injury has now landed him on injured reserve. He could return November 10th for a Monday nighter that might be for first place. They're going to take on the Green Bay Packers Monday night, November 10th. Plus, Zach Bond with his knee, he did not practice today either. How good are the Eagles? What do you think? Power rank the NFC for me, Wolchuk.
I still think the Eagles are good, and it's unfortunate because it's not that I didn't think they'd be good. I just don't know if they'll be able to sustain health. Lane Johnson
1 and 2 right now,
getting hurt. Yeah, right. So if I'm power ranking the NFC, I'd probably put number 1 as of right now, Tampa Bay. I love what Tampa Bay's got doing. That streak that they've got with 11 straight games where they've run for over 100 yards and not allowed 100 yards is incredible.
Doing it with
they've
injuries.
got the Eagles number. And they've played through injury 100%. I'd probably go with the Lions. And then I think you can maybe probably just put the Eagles at 3, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put the Packers at 3, followed by, I guess I'll put the Eagles because they're undefeated. But honestly, I can't talk about the Eagles and be fair. I just hate them so much. I know myself, and I'm biased as hell and just want the Eagles to suck.
Where do you put the Rams? Because to me, the Rams, they gave away a game the other day.
I totally forgot about the Rams. They were my Super Bowl pick. I put them ahead of the Eagles too, even though they beat the Eagles. I think that they're better head-to-head.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that the Rams at 2-1 are a team. The team that to me that's kind of fool's gold is San Francisco at 3-0.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Tampa, I would say Tampa, the Rams. I think Detroit, man. You go into Baltimore and win a damn game like that, and maybe Baltimore's not the team that they've always been, but I think that's damn impressive. Detroit's done this under Dan Campbell. They've gone to Kansas City and won a Thursday night game.
Yeah,
and they've gone to Baltimore and won a Monday night game. Now, those are teams those are teams that are hard to deal with. I think Philadelphia is a team that's kind of like a little bit like San Francisco. I think they're fool's gold right now.
Yeah, good depth in the NFC, but no clear number 1. I guess you could say that about the AFC as well, although those teams are significantly better. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your Gbag of the day.
Good afternoon there, Tolos. This is Gbag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ at 2:30. Yes, we do. It is presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can find me on social media at Lucky Lucius, P-L-U-C-I-O-U-S, if there's anything that you think we should be playing. All right, this is Dave.
Send him everything you got, guys.
Yeah. If you think something is awesome on the internet and it's just a video, don't send it to me, bro. You have to send me everything that you think is cool.
Yeah, send him anything you want. He loves to just look at videos all day.
Memes.
Yeah.
Memes.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Favorite.
Yeah,
I was going through some of the stuff in here and I was showing Carter. I was like, look, what can I do with this? I'm telling you, Carter, look what I do. All right, anyway, champion audio right here is going for day number 3. It is Fred from the Fan After Dark. He did this on the weekend show, but he just forgot where he was.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in H-Town. Glad to have each and every one on board on a Sunday morning.
H-Town.
Oh my God. Did I just say
Somebody rockin', knocking the boots.
Stop staring at your tattoo.
You want to start that from the top?
Run the intro, run the ID.
Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what. It's been a rough morning. Welcome in DFW. Welcome in DFW. My God.
Give a chance to do it all over again.
Let's just start over.
Pause it.
Hold
Turn
on
the
one
music
second.
down.
1 second. Let me reset this.
Yeah, reset.
Lord.
Quiet, everybody.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in DFW.
Out of way, Freddie.
CA stole the show in the background.
Yeah,
cracking me up. Every time I hear it, I hear another one of his lines come through.
All right, let's see what we got.
I think that's the second time Fred's done that. 3 times and you're out, buddy.
Watchdogging that.
That's what the program director shows you. Come on here in my office. I got some clips where I want you to hear.
Got some analytics for you.
Sound check.
The numbers indicate this is not your first time.
Make sure you hide that Astros tattoo, please.
I'm not sure if you're aware, there's a Houston DFW rivalry.
Okay, gosh. I think it was Eric. I think you sent me this one, Eric. Or you put it on my radar. RJ Choppy's best birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Listen to this story, bro. Chop is a savage, by the way. This girl had a whole condition, dog. This girl had a whole condition, Chop, bro.
Well, my favorite birthday experience ever would be my first birthday experience in college.
21?
No, I was. It would have been 18. I would have been turning 18.
Okay.
That's when I had my first college dalliance with a lady.
On your birthday?
3 weeks into college. My first dalliance. We came home after a penny pitcher night. I had 7 pitchers of beer. She had 5. All right, so we were going back to the. I was walking her home.
Gosh, both of them just bloated.
Just absolutely just obliterated. And it took us an hour and a half to walk probably 3 city blocks.
Penny pitchers?
Penny pitchers. So it's $5 to get in, and then penny pitcher, a penny a pitcher.
Nice.
We went upstairs. We fooled around, and she kind of sort of peed on me.
What the hell did you just say?
She wet the bed.
She wet the bed.
Not the way you wanted.
She wet the bed.
Nobody.
She wet the bed.
Okay.
Why do you think she would be pissed off if you said it?
And then I told her, we wake up the next day, I said, you wet the bed. And she said, yeah, I figured I would. And I said, I'm sorry, what?
What?
And she said when she drinks, she would do that.
Wow.
She would wet the bed. So she had like rubber sheets.
Bro, she had rubber sheets, bro. He said 3 weeks into college, like he's patting himself on his back.
His first dalliance.
I can't take anymore. He's either super desperate or has no shame. I don't know which one it is, dog.
Hey, I know the trick. Penny pincher night.
Penny pincher night with the girl with the plastic sheets.
That'll get it done.
Yeah, that might have been something to tell me around.
Go in, man.
What a disgusting human being.
Oh, it's crazy.
Choppy was like, I thought that was me. Sorry. You sure that's not my business?
The good bit was afterwards he said they went and hung out. They did a road trip. And then when the girl got up, they were all staying, before Airbnbs were a thing, they like rented out a house. And she gets up and he just puts down a bunch of newspapers. And then she comes back, and that's the last time she ever talked to
That's
him.
an awful joke. Because you swam up that stream, bro. You swam up that stream. Now you making fun of her?
Unbelievable.
There's no way either party involved should have been up for more after that. Right?
Yeah.
We'll never see each other again. I would have really appreciated you telling me that on picture 1 or 2.
I think she was in the clique. I think she was part of the clique. They was
Oh, no. She was part of the crew.
part of
You
the
couldn't
crew,
just
bro.
ditch her. She's going to be around your buddies.
She's one of the guys.
Oh, college dating. What a dumpster fire.
That's Tennessee, man.
Rubber sheets.
Rubber sheets. Man, that's crazy, Chop.
The Tennessee Volunteers.
The Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah, I think that's when you realize you're not born to be a drinker.
That's crazy. Girl had a condition. Hey, good for you, Chop. This is not one, but I like how Sandler dismounted the show earlier today.
Winner?
Thank you, Sands. Have a great night. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Have a good night, buddy. There you go. The goodbye was too long. Had to go. He's had enough of me, clearly.
162 Bluetooth games. Blue Nail games. Was saying.
What?
That was flubby. Very flubby of me.
That's weed. That's weed.
Very flubby.
You get into that Delta bottle over there again?
I felt like it that one time, man. That wrecked me bad. God, that wrecked me. You guys are like, oh, this is good, Broadus. You'll like it. Ha ha.
Yeah.
Cassie's Corner.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, bro.
It was.
Them edibles are different.
Oh,
You
no.
have your whole day
Dawson.
planned like, I'm going to eat this little gummy and I'm going to have a good time. Next time you eat that gummy, you are stuck and there's
never
dragons
know.
chasing you and you're like, damn.
Dawson's
The
like,
paranoia.
you like mushrooms, man? It'll be good for you. Yeah, go for it.
I was not in the building when you took that shot.
I don't know.
Showed up and you're like, yep. Just took 2 of those.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
Why
this should
are
be
they
interesting.
take 'em? You just want to act goofy today.
American Shaman Eric was like, oh, yeah, this is going to charge you up. You'll be energized.
Charge me up by 5 o'clock.
That's not how he said it, too. Oh, man, this is going to charge you up, man. Charge you up.
You feel a little tight?
Don't mind my Viking jersey I got on right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sands. Have a great night. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, see ya. That's perfect.
The timing is
so good.
Incredible.
Got to go tell the players the question you just asked me.
So good.
Can you imagine this dummy?
All right, let's
Can we
see.
nominate Brian live there for the impersonation of himself?
All the flubs.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I was very flubby.
Oh, my God. All right, this one, last one. It's going to run a second. This woman brought some energy to the wrong door.
Uh-oh.
Door cam caught it all. You got to do your research before you just bring this bad energy to somebody's door.
Can't do that.
What are you looking for? Hello? I'm looking for Betty Ruth. I'm looking for all the people that you got up here that belong to me.
Hey, I think you at the wrong house, lady. You need to get away from my door. Ain't no Betty Ruth at my house.
This not Betty Ruth's house? Is this not Robin and Betty
No,
Ruth?
ma'am, it's not. You need to make sure you got the right house before you
I
start
apologize. Hey,
talking
ma'am,
okay?
calm down. I
No, you
apologize.
calm down. Hold on, let me
Ma'am,
come
I
back to my house.
apologize.
You better get the away from my door.
I have no problem. I said
Okay,
I
you don't talk
apologize.
crazy and you don't even know if you at the right house. Ain't no Betty Ruth ain't near there, so get away
I'm
from
sorry,
my door.
baby. No, close your door. Close your
Close
door.
that door,
Your
DJ.
mama on the phone. Close your
Right,
door.
shut that
I
door.
just
She at the
apologized to
wrong
this young lady, and
motherfucking
she
house.
I made the wrong house.
Right, you don't come to nobody door.
I
You
made
don't
the
know
wrong
where you
house.
at,
Close
baby.
your door. Close your door.
What's wrong with you?
Ma'am, I do apologize.
Okay, get away from my door.
I do apologize. But
Get
you don't
the
want no
fuck away
damn
from my
stuff
door
from me.
before
I
I come back down
apologize.
that road.
I will. Come back. I said I'm leaving. Shut the fuck up.
How not to do it there with the lady and her neighbor trying to claim the kids.
It was that calm down. They got her fired up.
You got her fired up, yeah.
Okay, lady, calm down.
Nothing crazier than trying to apologize to somebody and they're taking it like, oh, here's my invitation to go harder at you. I guess you just walk away at that point.
Damn right you sorry.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, come on. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Fred Davis, our 3-time champ, one of the texters said he looks like the offspring of BTK. Of course, the Kansas serial killer. Bind, torture, kill. Terrifying story on that gentleman. I see the resemblance, by the way. I can't rule it out right now.
Same neck of the woods, right?
RJ Choppy's birthday, his favorite birthday memory. Sandler dismounted the show. Doorcam caught the bad energy. I'm gonna vote for Chop and the Penny Pitcher crew out there in Tennessee. Chief,
I'm going to vote for Jared.
Lucius,
God, dog it. Chop.
Wolchuk,
You RJ and Chappie.
right?
Sandler.
By a score of 3-2, and your new Gbag of the Day champion once again. Been a while since RJ Chop has graced the championship, but he's back. Tune in every day at 2:20 if you miss who the champ is. Lucius replays it for you. And speaking of Lucius, let's stay in the Pimp Cup for LA Live.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Bam.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
My stepfather was cool as hell. He did the coolest shit in the world. He had like this when like Super Nintendo came out. He would come over and bring his Super Nintendo. It's the coolest shit in the world. We didn't have a Super Nintendo. All the new games, all the accessories and shit, he bring that shit up. Man, y'all play the game. Mario World. Play the game. Enjoy yourselves. We look forward to him coming over. And I thought about this recently. I was like, oh, shit. He was letting us play the game.
Yeah.
Oh, that. Yeah. We would play that game. You know how kids get focused. This is brand new technology. Like, we ain't never seen this shit. We locked the in. I can't remember him ever finishing the game with us. He just slowly backing out of the living room like, y'all got it.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Step Pops right there. It was 2 games being played, baby. 2 games. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, September 24th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to DFW's very own Miss Erica Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Shout out to the gods too. Arm, leg, arm, head. This is God Body. Peace to the gods. Speaking of gods, I know y'all are on that new J Elect album. I think he dropped like 4 on us. J Electronica 4 albums. And I'm digging those memes that are popping up. Me whenever J Electronica drops. I'm liking those right now, fam. Hope you're having a fantastic day out there, Tolos. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Let me do this real quick. Hold up.
Eddie Sefko, Dallas News. Avery, what was your impression of that Wade's drive to the basket there on the guy and got the free throws?
You tell me. What was your impression?
Unfortunately, nobody cares about my impression.
No, but you tell everybody here. You tell us. What was your impression?
My impression was he got 2 free throws out of it.
No, that's all right. That's a political answer. So, let me ask you the question again. What was your impression on that play? We're waiting.
Did he get fouled?
I'm asking you the question. What was your impression?
I'm done. I don't know what to say. What do you want me to say?
No, I want you to give everybody an honest answer. We got people from Israel and Minnesota, Chicago, all over, Dallas, Germany.
I'll follow up with another question if that's all right.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't stutter.
Coach Avery right there, if you're not familiar. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Butt Naked Wednesday.
Don't stutter.
Yeah, don't stutter is nasty. That is nasty work right there, bro. With all these coaches taking L's lately.
I think for Avery, it's like you're trying to get me fined. You're trying to make headlines. I'm going to talk about the refs and get dinged $15,000. I think that's why the coaches resist that kind of stuff.
I can see that, maybe, possibly. But a lot of coaches have been taking L's.
Yeah.
Mike Gundy's gone. Damn, Mike Gundy. You got the WNBA moved on from the head coach of the Liberty.
Yeah.
Even though she's taken to the finals twice, won once. Come on.
She is super successful. Yeah.
I just wanted to take a moment right here and give some local coaches their flowers. Okay, I have a question for the Tolos right here. Name a DFW coach that deserves some flowers. Name a DFW coach that deserves some flowers, y'all.
Reginald Samples at Duncanville.
Yeah, Samples did make the list. 100% Samples did make that list a few times.
Did Duncanville get beat last week?
Yeah, Waxahachie or something like that.
Waxahachie got him, I thought. Yeah,
sure did. I think it was about 1 point or something like that.
They did 28-27, I believe.
Yeah.
It was a good game, too. Yeah, DFW coaches that deserve some flowers. I got answers like...
How about our guy at TCU?
Which one?
The Dykes.
My dad's guy?
No, Sonny Dykes.
Oh, Sonny Dykes.
Yeah, TCU. They're playing big time football right now.
Okay. Give him his flowers, man. Ain't mad at it. It was a question. I got answers like Barry Rose at Rockwall High School.
Yeah. Oh, we talking about high school coaches?
Yeah, anybody.
Oh,
anybody.
I'm sorry. I thought just coaches.
Just a DFW coach. It can be anybody at any level.
Scott Surratt, Carthage, Sam Harrell, and Ennis got texted in. That's a good one.
I'm sorry. I'm more of a pro sports guy, so I was going to put your guy Rick Carlisle up there, top of the food chain.
Rick Carlisle didn't make the list a whole lot. People love Rick Carlisle, apparently.
Well, Ricky, man.
I mean, the players learn to hate him. And by learn, I think within the first couple of days. But dude just gets results.
Man, I've totally
got 3 teams in the finals.
You did it right.
Allen at Highland Park.
You did it right. If TCU is playing good right now and that coach got to where it's supposed to be, hey, come on now.
Yeah, I wish okay. Good.
Eric Morris at UNT.
Somebody said Coach Randy Allen, Highland Park.
Yeah.
Winningest coach in Texas.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just wins. So where's the fedora?
Coach Eddie Peach, Arlington Lamar.
Old school coach. Yeah.
Old school coach right there. I mean, legacy. If you go through Arlington to certain areas, it's like Peach Road, Peach Elementary. Eddie Peach is everywhere. Some recreation center named Eddie Peach. Good God. I thought somebody else had one.
I'm just kind of like trying to figure out who the good high school coaches are. I feel out of my depth right now.
I got a whole lot right here. James Mays, South Oak Cliff.
Okay.
They say he recently retired with one hell of a coach. Just want to give him his flowers while he's here.
So Coach Todd.
Coach Todd, yeah, 100%. Yeah, Coach Todd, yeah, for sure. I remember when R.C. Slocum showed up at a South Grand Prairie practice one time. I tell you what, everybody's back got straight all of a sudden.